The story begins with a destroyed city and a warning being broadcast over the radio, informing that several Class 4 monsters, known as Beltos, appeared at the Sedamon intersection, and, at that moment, the team of the Spearmaster Gamsanghu, Class 2, is heading into battle. In fact, several Beltos are in the city, and the Lancer is face-to-face with a huge monster. However, they begin to gather in their bodies and unleash a powerful gust of wind that intimidates Gamsanghu, as receiving that wind attack from 10 monsters at the same time feels like his eardrums might explode. At that moment, a lightning bolt cuts through the sky, striking above the direction of the monsters. The Lancer is confused by what he is seeing, as a flash simply appeared out of nowhere, and in the same instant, the heads of all the monsters were cut off. The Lancer watches this without understanding what happened, as all the Beltos in front of him were eliminated at the same time. His companion praises him for having finished off so many monsters at once. However, he says he didn't do anything, especially because he's not a specialist in large area attacks. She becomes confused and asks who it was. He says he doesn't know and wonders if there is possibly another unit besides theirs. She replies there isn't, as she hasn't heard of any others. Gamsanghu becomes thoughtful since, as far as he knows, there's no one in the country with that level of skill. At that moment, the girl notices something and comments that whoever killed the monsters left the magic stones behind and she doesn't understand, as they're extremely valuable. However, all the captain can think about is the flawless cut on the Beltos heads, as it's definitely the work of an awakened of rank A or even rank S, and he doesn't understand what the goal was since they killed the monsters and vanished without leaving a trace. He stops thinking for a moment and asks to collect the magic stones and contact headquarters to call the corpse elimination team. Then he notices something beside him and sees that it is a restaurant. He comments that whoever the awakened was that killed the monsters, if they had missed the cut, the monster meat probably would have fallen into that restaurant, and for that reason, he thinks the owner was quite lucky. Then he stretches and says they will leave since he's in the mood for a drink. Meanwhile, near the location, the MC appears descending the stairs and, after reaching the street, heads toward the restaurant. After entering, he turns on the stove and puts a pot to heat up. Then, he goes to the meat and places it on the table. He observes for a moment and wonders if he might have cut too much Belto meat. Then he imagines that the corpses of those monsters must have already been collected, and for that reason, thinks it's interesting to make some jerky. At that moment, someone knocks on the door calling for him. He receives the visitor, who says he is from the Awakened Association and wants to know if the person there is Chul Ho Kang. The MC replies that he is, and the man gets straight to the point, saying he wants to talk about the several Beltos that attacked the area earlier, and although he thinks it's good the monsters were quickly contained, he believes everyone in the region was a bit scared and, for that reason, says he is there to check if any damage was suffered. The MC says he understands, although he doesn't think it was a big deal, since the world has been like that for a while. He comments that it's true, even though the world has stabilized in recent times, and thinks it's very good that there are no residences nearby, so the damage is minimal. At that moment, he smells something different and says something smells really good. Chulho replies that it's normal since the place is a restaurant. The man becomes embarrassed hearing that and confesses he'd like to eat a bit since the place is open and he's been running around all morning. The MC likes what he hears and tells him to come in. The association employee is surprised to see the interior of the restaurant, finding it similar to the dramas shown before the gates appeared. The man asks for a menu, and Chulho says they don't have a menu since he cooks based on the ingredients they manage to get each day. The MC begins to prepare and says that the menu for the day is Belto steak. The man is surprised to hear that name and comments that he must be talking about the monsters from earlier that day and explains that thanks to Master Gamsanghu, the monsters were defeated and the meat probably went to the market. Chulho, while preparing the food, confirms and says that thanks to that, he was able to get a good amount of fresh Belto meat. The man starts to worry because even though it looks like good food, he never imagined suddenly eating a steak like that and isn't sure if he has enough money to pay. The MC starts cutting and seasoning the meat, remembering what happened 30 years ago. Chulho woke up and was summoned to another world where dragons fly and monsters roam, and in short, he was summoned to that other world. He had to fight to survive. and after gaining strength, even surpassing dragons, he finally managed to defeat the Demon King. Because of that, he was able to return to Earth, but the city he knew was no longer there. While seasoning the meat, he imagines that during the 30 years he spent in the other world, he fought the Demon King and saw so many monsters that he got tired of it. And because of that, he mastered all their characteristics, weaknesses, and how to fight them perfectly. But seeing people after he returned, he wondered if there was any need to intervene again. He keeps preparing the dish while imagining that the people of Earth, with their own ways and rules, were protecting the world. Finishing his thoughts, he pours the sauce on the meat and smiles as it's finally done. The Belto steak was ready. That day, the main dish was Belto breast, and the sauce was cow hull milk. The man's eyes light up because at first, he just wanted to fill his stomach, but he never imagined the dish would look so amazing. He decides to take a bite, and after chewing, he comments that the dish is incredibly juicy, thinking that the Beltos were a real pain that morning, but now he's feeling relaxed. He decides it's not the time to overthink and goes back to eating, enjoying every bite. Amazed by the steak, he no longer cares much about the price, as he wants to indulge a little that night. So after eating, he asks for another Belto steak. After eating again, he stands up and asks for the bill. The MC explains that he doesn't charge his first customers. He refuses that since it was way too delicious and confesses that he found the food comforting and felt all his fatigue go away. So he guarantees he'll come back again and wants to pay for what he ate. The MC smiles and replies that if he insists, it will be 10 silvers. Immediately, Choi pays and thanks once again for the meal. But before leaving, he asks the MC to stay safe, since the way the world is now, those who are not awakened go through hardships. And for that reason, he asks him to evacuate next time monsters show up near the restaurant. He then hands over a card and says that even though cafes, bars, and markets have started to re-establish themselves, it's still dangerous. Chul-ho looks at the card and comments that it truly is a difficult era for the non-awakened, and after Choi leaves, he thinks to himself that the public servant isn't a bad guy and hopes he lives a long life. He then cuts a piece of the steak and after eating, feels relieved that it's actually really tasty. He thinks it was another peaceful day and plans to drink something to wind down. He also considers making some snacks with the Belto eggs he bought that day or cooking them. Suddenly, someone shows up at the restaurant knocking on the door and a red-haired guy announces that he finally found the MC, who looks confused, not understanding what's going on. The boy yells that he's there to take back what belongs to him. A few hours earlier, at the Seodaemun traditional market, the MC is walking while people around him are buying medicine made from cooked Beltos, as well as buying monocrystals at high prices. He imagines that ever since the monsters appeared, beef and fresh vegetables have become essential food, so it has become difficult to find basic ingredients. Humans have no choice but to feed on monsters, and a lot of people have shown resistance to this. And it is speculated whether it is because the taste is better than expected or because it is very cheap. On the other hand, artificial cultivations provide enough meat and vegetables. But monsters are still a famous ingredient. He reflects that, thanks to this, the city's monster market can grow. He says this while watching a vendor announcing monster eggs that arrived in large quantities for sale. The vendor comments that the eggs were inspected by the Association of the Awakened and admits not knowing for sure if the eggs look similar from monster to monster since he can't tell the difference. At this moment, Chul-ho uses his ocular detector. I imagine that the Canis artifacts, the silver dragon that rules the northern mountain range of that world's empire, grant the ability to see the target's essence. The system notifies that the item's name is Class 4 Raptor Egg, and the second is a Belto Egg, also Class 4. Reading this information, he imagines he stole this ability when he captured the Demon King, and so far, it is one of the artifacts he uses the most. He checks the information on all the eggs and realizes they are from Belto, A-type, Triceraptor, among others, and finds it interesting to be able to know the power and tendency of the target and tell if someone is lying or not, although he doesn't like to use it much on people since knowing the truth would only bring regrets. Thinking about this, he tells the vendor he will buy all the eggs. However, he finds it strange since, for some reason, there is no information on his system about one of the eggs. curious. He tells the vendor he wants that specific egg. Upon arriving at his restaurant, he breaks one of the eggs and starts imagining that eating was a waste of time when he was on the battlefield, and just thinking that a delicious meal was a luxury. And over time, only delicious things remained. He thinks about this and finishes preparing the Belto scrambled eggs. Then he recalls that food and smells are a good way to remember a place, and that he used to eat food with his comrades on the battlefield. He then starts eating, finding the egg thick, but well combined with cow hull milk since it is tasty, and he also likes the soft texture a lot. He continues eating and, looking up, imagines that if he closes his eyes, he will remember the old times and the faces he misses. Even starting to recall some he can no longer see, he wonders if he is becoming an old man until he looks to the side, remembering the egg whose information he couldn't see with his ocular detector. He imagines that, as far as he knows, a dragon artifact is naturally formed when a dragon is born, receiving its power, and that is why it exerts a powerful force on other beings, but cannot be used on its own species. Chul-Ho puts his hand on the egg and wonders if it is a dragon egg, since he did not know that one day he would get a dragon egg on the market, and is also curious to know what it tastes like and what kind of food he could make. At that moment, the redhead arrived and, looking around, asks if this is a restaurant until he shouts that he is looking for his merchandise and, without thinking twice, points to the egg. Immediately, the MC activates his ability and imagines that he is also unable to see any information about the person in front of him. And, since he is looking for the egg, he asks if he is a dragon by any chance. This question scares the guy. Chul-Ho thinks again that it is surprising that dragons also exist in that world, although he had his suspicions. At that moment, the redhead starts to catch fire and, irritated, shouts wanting to know how he knows his identity. Then once again, he orders him to answer his question. The MC responds that he has no intention to fight and reveals that he has an artifact called Ocular Detector, and that dragon information is the only one he cannot see, which is his case. He gets furious upon hearing this and questions why the dragon artifact is in his hands. Chul-Ho finds it interesting that his visitor knows the ocular detector, as that will make everything easier, but the dragon soon points out that the MC is not a normal restaurant owner. Besides not understanding how he can stay so calm in front of a dragon, Chul-Ho asks to grab the dragon since he is happy the owner showed up to pick him up, also ordering him to clean everything before leaving since it keeps catching fire. However, the redhead does not like the way the human is talking to him until he looks up and notices a knife made from blue dragon scale and asks if it is a weapon by any chance. The MC replies that it is actually a knife, but can also be used as a weapon, although he usually only uses it in the kitchen. Khan also smells the cutting board and concludes it is made from dragon bone, which irritates him even more because the value of dragon bones, including scales and meat, is very high. Yet he sees a human using it as a kitchen utensil and cannot believe someone killed a dragon for that purpose. So he warns he will not forgive. Because of this, he starts emitting even more energy, creating a powerful ball of power, and shouts that the insect in front of him must die. Chul-Ho takes a deep breath and asks if it is really that hard to clean up the whole mess. The dragon ignores him and unleashes his power. The MC uses his power to pull a pot and laments that dragons are so annoying, then, with a single move, completely dissipates the power, leaving the dragon confused about how that is possible. Then he advances and hits the cheek of the fire-haired one squarely, since he needs to teach him a lesson. Khan enters a sort of dream as he recognized the MC's voice. At that time, Chul-Ho was warning that he would capture the Demon King, and so he wants to get straight to the point, asking to hand over the artifact since no one is using it, and warns that if he does not cooperate, he will hit and steal it. The colossal dragon in front of him laughs because he is seeing a human talking nonsense, so he gets closer and closer. However, the baby dragon stretches his paw and thinks he cannot do that since he saw it 30 years ago, so he recognizes him and knows his father will get a beating. At that moment, the MC notices there is a child there and warns that he should not be watching. Only then does Khan awaken again and return to reality. The MC asks if he is awake since they need to talk because he wants to discuss the cleaning of that restaurant, and after it is done, he will let him take his things to leave. But before that, he warns that he really does not like dragons for personal reasons, and Therefore, if he does not obey, he will have to resort to violence. Hearing this makes the dragon completely terrified, so he immediately goes to clean up the mess he himself caused. Chul-ho takes advantage of the moment to ask if he might not be a native since he knows the ocular detector. He replies that he was born on the continent Espan and not long ago landed in that world due to a crack in a dimensional opening. The MC finds it interesting that this continent is connected to their world and is no longer surprised by the monsters being familiar since they probably also came from Espan. Then he comments that in that other world's territory, his own name is Lycas Miro, but on Earth his name is Chul-ho Kang, and asks if he has heard of it. Then he orders him to work faster, and the dragon, upon hearing the name Micus, starts to sweat nervously because he was sure who the restaurant owner was. After that, the MC notices the cleaning was very good and lets him take his things back. Khan decides to ask why he did not return his father's artifact after he eliminated the Demon King. He is confused by the question and asks who the hell his father is. The redhead replies that it is Rex Ekmund. He is surprised to learn this, although not shocked since the auras are somewhat similar, and thus he deduces it is the baby dragon who was there that day. Then he sees the boy trembling and tells him to come closer, warning that he will not hit him since he stopped hitting dragons more than 30 years ago. Khan does not believe that since he got hit with a pan in the face moments earlier, so he asks him not to lie, because although he does not know about human age, he is sure the MC has not aged at all. He asks how old the dragon is, and the boy replies that as far as he remembers, he is a little over 50. Chul-ho thinks the dragon's age is cool and says he himself is 60. The redhead is surprised, wanting to know if by any chance he is an elf and lives hundreds of years like them. The MC asks why and if he is that beautiful, then warns that the punishment was the remedy for disobedient dragons at that time. The boy is scared until the MC starts laughing and says it's funny to see a dragon walking on eggshells because of a human. Khan retorts that obviously even dragons are afraid and points out that the MC was one who killed his species and therefore wants to know if he plans to kill him. Chul-ho replies that apparently there is a misunderstanding since the scale knife and bone board were gifts and admits he beat some dragons but never killed any. Then he apologizes since his father's artifact broke in the fight against the Demon King, so he couldn't return it even if he wanted to. Khan is surprised hearing all this, and the MC apologizes once more because he really needed the artifact, then invites him to drink. But apparently there are many questions. The dragon, after a few sips, says he can't drink with a mere human, but soon falls on the table drooling from being so drunk. He says that the MC is probably the first human to drink with a dragon and should feel proud. He finds it interesting since he earned another title of first human, then asks if by chance Khan laid the egg and praises him since it's amazing for a young dragon. The boy gets furious, saying he's male and obviously males don't lay eggs, and says the egg is his younger brother's, telling that a dimensional rift opened recently in their lair and their parents were away. Chul-ho asks how long he's been in that world, and the dragon replies about half a year. He thinks it's a coincidence, since it's similar to when he himself returned to Earth. The boy reveals he heard the MC disappeared after killing the Demon King, and asks if he didn't return immediately. He answers that he had some things to settle, and that's why it took some time. The redhead, quite drunk, says he found it interesting but questions why he's hiding in a useless restaurant after saving the world, disappearing and reappearing in another dimension. He also points out that a monster like the MC could easily take that world. Chul-ho asks if he really thinks so, and the boy angrily slams the table, saying humans are like that, always after power, war, and greed, and questions if when the MC destroyed the Demon King and saved the world, humans didn't start fighting each other. He thinks about it and says it makes sense but has no interest in those things since he's tired. Khan says he doesn't believe a human's words, and the MC just asks him to take good care of his only brother. Immediately, he hugs him and says yes. Then a strong glow came from the egg, making Chul-ho close his eyes. And when he opens them, he finds it strange that there is a creature in front of him, and also sees Khan sitting just behind smiling. Only then does he realize there is a baby dragon right in front of him, and is surprised since the egg simply cracked, and the dragon was born. Seeing this, he asks if it will have a name, or if he will just call it Baby Dragon like all dragons do. The redhead reveals he hasn't thought of a name yet. The MC starts petting it and asks if it's male or female, and Khan gets irritated, asking not to treat it like a beast, and says obviously it's female. The MC looks closely at the baby dragon and notices it looks a lot like a millet bird despite having some teeth, and wonders if dragons are omnivores. He keeps watching until the boy asks if his little sister isn't cute since he found her charming. Chul-ho pets her once again, then asks where he will take the baby. He thinks about it as well as the MC, who smiles and says that if there's somewhere to go, it's to eat first and only then leave. After that, many gusts of wind blew in the place. The bastard demons appeared with the storm when the wind blew, carrying a strong smell of blood, and so on rainy days, he remembered the battlefield. Besides the last drink they shared, still on the ground, he felt alive. That day, the MC prepared the fast-growing hamburger steak. The main dish was beta chicken breast, meat from the triceratops footpad. It is soft like a sponge, good for elderly and children. After the MC offered these foods, he wondered if he could leave already. Khan felt a little embarrassed and answered yes, asking how much the meal cost. Chul-ho replied it cost $10, but asked to leave without paying, although he found the boy's reaction strange. He found all this strange and asked if he had somewhere to stay, but Khan said no. The MC kept watching, imagining that being a player in a new world is lonely, although he always thought dragons were proud of being self-sufficient, besides finding it very different for a dragon to feel lonely. If students from the continent of Espan knew, they would publish hundreds of papers. At that moment, the dragon placed a stone on the table and said it was a Class 4 magic stone, and even knew it was valued in that world. Chul-ho laughed seeing that, leaving the fire-haired one embarrassed, wanting to know why he laughed. Then the baby dragon started making a noise, and the MC asked if he was still hungry. Because of that, he offered another piece of meat, imagining that living on Earth, especially with such a small creature, is difficult even for a dragon. This made him remember he also felt a little nostalgic for the other world, and believed he would probably never see a certain person again for the rest of his life. Khan was happy with the MC saying he could stay a few days at the restaurant, and even didn't need to give the magic stone. He knew having someone to share secrets with could add some happiness to life. The dragon did not accept everything so easily, as he did not want to take advantage, since he had even been fed. The MC stretched out his finger, asking to wait a moment, and made a cut in the air, leaving the boy startled. At that moment, a goblin appeared from the portal that formed, greeting the king of the world. Khan was surprised to see it was a goblin, and the MC said it was an immortal goblin named Kasim, who manages the items in his subspace. He then went straight to the point, asking how many magic stones they had in the subspace. The goblin pointed out as many magic stones as grains of sand on the beach, but regarding the highest class stones, there were 5 top-class magic stones and 120 high-class ones. The MC handed over the magic stone that belonged to the dragon, and Kasim said another grain of sand had been added, leaving Khan unable to believe it. The goblin continued to follow his master's orders, while the fire-haired one was still amazed at the absurd amount of magic stones Chul-ho had. With everything settled, Kasim said he would return and gave his respects to his master. The MC said everything was resolved and said he would need help with work. Time passed at the restaurant, and the baby dragon kept sleeping while several explosions happened inside. After hitting the dragon's head, the MC told him not to randomly blow his breath since he would only burn the meat and needed to control the fire precisely. Then he asked him to try again, and Khan tried more calmly this time. They finally succeeded in grilling the ataho breath. So the main dish was ataho sirloin. The MC liked the result, and then Khan asked if the rapier he took from the subspace was not a common weapon. He replied probably not, remembering it belonged to someone called the Axis of Rekafel. Immediately, the dragon recalled it was a masterpiece made by 12 Rekafel artisans, the greatest creation of their lives. Basically, it is a life weapon unmatched in the world, which left him in disbelief. Then he asked why the MC continued using sacred treasures as kitchen utensils without sense, since a weapon is not made for that. The MC responds that at least it's better than what dragons do, which is accumulate trash. He agrees with that since it makes sense, until someone appears knocking on the door, calling for the restaurant's boss. It was Choi, giving his greetings since he was patrolling the area. Right after, he starts eating, praising the incredible smell of the food. Then he asks if by any chance they hired a new employee, since he saw someone new at the restaurant, and warns that he has something important to say, as a new dungeon appeared in the underground passage between Sinchon and Seodaimon, and they are even recruiting Awakened. Chulho asks if it's true and finds the dungeon interesting, since they are incubators for monsters, and work as portals to other worlds where dimensional rifts have opened, which even happened to him and Khan. Then he asks about the difficulty, and the association employee answers that it's Class 5. He also says that Sanghu and the Zenkaku team were assigned to Seodaimon, and Chaeyan was assigned to Sinchan. The MC is confused since he doesn't know who the girl is, and he explains that she's like an ice witch, and that since they are forming a reserve team, the place will be full of candidates. And even though many are awakened, only the best are chosen. He explains that it's something like a job site and feels lucky to be a non-awakened with a stable job. Only then does he realize time passed quickly, and thanks for the meal, as he found it delicious. Khan finds it amazing that his grilled dish is being well received, and Chulho agrees and even thinks he needs to buy more ataho meat to prepare. He then goes to the market and asks for 10 kilos. At that moment, someone shouts for attention, saying those who want to participate in the raid should form a single line. He recognizes the person as familiar until he looks closer and concludes it's the spear mage named Sanghu, an awakened of Class 2. And he didn't know the raid recruitment was happening in that area. He knows that nowadays dungeon raids are called raid parties, and it's similar to the old game system. Since he used to play a lot back in the day, it helped him understand things faster. Also, the world is practically turning into a fantasy RPG, so it's natural that game terms are used. It's not the only similarity, citing tanks and healers treated as nobles and DPS appearing excessively, and he believes that because of the variety of styles, many people awakened as DPS. He barely says this when he hears a guy asking if there's a spot for DPS but is rejected since they need healers at the moment. He remembers Choi saying most awakened have families to care for, and he resumes walking, thinking Choi is a good guy and hopes he takes better care of himself. The awakened who couldn't be recruited walks away and opens his wallet, seeing he has no money, which leaves him completely down. The MC arrives at his restaurant and sees the kitchen is completely clean, but Khan isn't there. He then looks to the side and sees a man arrived at the restaurant. He sits and asks if by chance they have ramen, apologizing in case they don't. The MC says it's no problem and finds it strange since ramen is a cheap meal and hasn't changed in the last 30 years. But the price went up and the taste changed a bit since they use something besides wheat. The man asks how much a portion costs, and the MC replies $2. The customer is surprised it's so cheap and asks if he can order 5 portions. The MC thinks it's a lot since he doesn't know if he'll eat it all, but the man says he definitely will. Chulho starts to find it strange and decides to use his ocular detector on the guy. His alignment is good, and his class is Food God. The class proficiency is the lowest, but the acquisition skill is high. He reflects that this class is familiar to him since an ex-colleague had it, and, as far as he knows, the more he eats, the stronger he gets. Besides the quality of the food affecting the result, basically, eating high-level monster meat brings significant gains. However, it is quite weak at first since he is always hungry until reaching a certain level. He knows that when he masters the class, things get better, and concludes that the man is still at the beginning. He grabs the ramen package and announces that it is ready. The dish is extra-large ramen with grilled ataho meat topping. The man, confused, picks up the piece of meat with chopsticks and asks what it is. Chulho tells him not to worry since it is on the house. He says this thinking that good people always have hard lives, and knows very well that in times of chaos, the good are the first to fall, and believes that if the guy's alignment were not good, Botu would probably have ignored him even with that ability, and he believes that because he has a high acquisition, that food will have a good effect. Seeing the man still not understanding why he received that extra food, the MC explains that in that restaurant, they take good care of first-time customers so they come back. He doesn't hesitate and starts chewing like crazy, immediately thanking for the meal, and is amazed by the taste, praising both the meat and the smell, even without knowing what it is. Then he starts devouring the ramen, to the point of drinking even the broth from the pot. leaving it completely clean. After the meal, he thanks since he hasn't had a good meal in a long time, and the MC asks him not to say that since he is happy, he liked it. The man starts to reach for his wallet in his pocket, but drops several things on the floor, like some money and something the MC notices, which is a tie. He hands over the money and apologizes for being dirty, and thanks once again for the delicious meal. Before leaving, he says he will return soon. Khan appears since he hadn't noticed his boss had returned, and all the MC thinks about is the man's dirty clothes. But the tie was new, and he wonders if maybe he was trying to impress someone until he remembers that the man was leading a hard life in those chaotic times. And not long after, he heard again, since that same man was standing in front of the portal, and that was when the gates exploded. The movement becomes increasingly intense in front of the portal, and the guards keep asking everyone not to invade the barricade. Manhwa asks if there is anything he can do since he is an awakened. The guard asks what his classification is, and he just replies that it is something related to food, and that he has no special abilities despite having good strength. The swordsman makes it clear that the dungeon is no place for a mediocre awakened, especially since his own team returned injured, showing how intense the gate is. He looks ahead at a healer and realizes it is his daughter Mijin. He runs and shouts for her, and when she approaches, he asks what she is doing in that dangerous place, since she should be at school. She replies that there are many injured people there, so the school sent some awakened students to help, and she retorts by asking what he is doing there, telling him to leave as quickly as possible. He says he is just worried, but she gets angry, saying he doesn't have to worry because, as he said himself, his only skill is being good at eating. She also accuses him of eating at work all day and not even coming home, so she wonders what good it will do to throw himself in front of danger just eating. Then, she pushes him, saying she needs money to get a school scholarship and accuses him of making her look pathetic by invading that place. As she does this, she notices his tie falls to the ground and accuses him of not even having a proper weapon. At that moment, someone comes out of the portal. It was Sang-hoo, heading toward his partner, and she shouts that the attack on the dungeon is over and asks the healers to gather to treat the wounded. Immediately, Mijin runs off, leaving her father behind. Now, some things about that world: the types of abilities possessed by an awakened have 5 stages until reaching the upper level, expanding someone's proficiency. In that world, especially in Korea, for the training of awakened people, a place called Cipher School replaced regular schools. Once an awakened person masters the knowledge of the first lesson through training, he can choose another depending on his development. If someone masters 2 lessons, he is placed in class 1 or higher by the Awakened Association. So if someone awakens with a useless skill or has a low level of development talent, it is natural for them to find peace doing something that suits them better. The MC, in his final battle, mastered his 6th lesson. He imagines that after that, he saw nothing else that could get him a higher class. So he believes that is the limit. At that moment, Khan appears shouting that something big happened and says Kyul spoke while eating caramel. The MC is confused by that name and asks if it means orange in Korean. He replies that it was the name he gave his little sister, but says it's not important. Indeed, Kyul was very happy calling her brother father. The MC finds it interesting since he actually heard the baby dragon speaking, but is bothered by the name, since it doesn't seem very Korean. He comments that it was the baby dragon itself who gave the name to itself and, after all, was born in that world. Once again, Kyul calls her brother father, and he is pleased by that. Chul-ho comments that, from what he knows, dragons are born already mastering class 1, and asks what kind of class the baby dragon reached. He replies that he is also curious since they will have to wait until it grows a little more. At that moment, someone enters the restaurant, and it was Manhwa asking for 5 more bowls of ramen. He approaches the counter and says he was trying to join the Furious Gate group and ended up finding his daughter. He said that if he helped treat the wounded, he would get a school scholarship, but he doesn't like it at all since the place is dangerous. And he confessed he was sad because he couldn't help her at all, and was even asked to leave since he is just one of those near level 7, something a little above a mere civilian. He explains that, on the other hand, his daughter awakened with the ability of a healer, and, for that reason, since she was young, she was recognized as a 3rd-class awakener, besides being an exemplary student, and he believes she will be well treated by the Awakener Association. Manhwa says he went to a store since there would be an important class for his daughter and found a tie, although it was quite expensive, but it was necessary to attend the school elegantly. He concludes that it's probably better not to go to the observation class, since what's the point of being a good father if he can't even support his daughter to graduate properly? Speaking of which, it brings him down to the point of calling himself shit, since even in that situation, he is still feeling hungry and, on top of that, calls himself useless because his ability is related to food and he's always eating, and for that reason, he can't find a suitable place. At that moment, MC goes to Khan and asks if he's okay. Chubby Firehair asks if he's crazy since he's talking like a predator waiting for his prey to get fat. He says it's just a joke but notices something strange. Khan says it's just the baby dragon shedding skin and finds it strange the way MC is staring and gets furious, as he wanted to keep it as a memento but is being ignored. After that, the extra-large shortcut ramen is ready, and Manhwa warns that it will be the last time, but Chul-ho tells him not to worry, saying they have plenty of meat left and should just enjoy it. The man starts eating, and MC just watches until finally he finishes the pot, leaves the money on the table, and thanks for the meal, also apologizing for having to listen to that outburst. He tells him not to worry or thank him. Then he thinks a little and calls Johan's attention, saying life really is full of difficulties, but it's always nice when at least one thing is easy. Then he says that for those who live working hard every day, good things still happen from time to time, and asks him to do his best to survive the next day and that he'll be waiting at the restaurant. After leaving, Khan asks why no changes have happened. MC answers that he helped as much as he could, and since the client even ate a dragon skin, he will probably benefit somehow. Firehair admits it's a precious item and asks why he would help a stranger like that. He is silent for a moment and, petting the baby dragon, replies that his father ever had such support. Khan is surprised to learn that he also had a father, which, because of this comment, earns him a punch in the head. At night, Manhwa arrives home and notices his daughter is already asleep. He approaches and realizes she took the tie from the floor. Only then does he notice she is crying, apologizing to her father in her dream. He pats her head, saying it's okay since he also feels bad, imagining people's apologies for not being able to live like everyone else. Besides being a father who embarrasses her in front of friends, and also for not being able to give a comfortable life, but he assures he will always love her. The next day, Manhwa appears running for the last spot at the portal, and the recruiter asks him to please show the Awakener registration card. After checking, the man questions if he's the same person from last time and asks his name. Manhwa introduces himself, and the recruiter immediately recognizes him and warns it will be a problem if something goes wrong and asks him to do his best next time. He says he will pay attention to that. Then the recruiter shouts that recruitment is complete and tells everyone to leave. Meanwhile, MC is walking until he reaches the street and notices something as he sees a bus passing that catches his attention, and there is a big portal closing at the location. Sang-hoo, seeing that, thinks the situation sucks since the portal just closed. At that moment, Mi-jin appears running and keeps shouting for her father while looking at the portal. After the group enters the portal, the leader orders them not to disperse while defeating the monsters. He barely says that, and the dinosaur appears attacking Manhwa, who, startled, lands a full punch and is surprised since he strangely feels strong, besides not feeling hungry, and doesn't know why. Suddenly, a girl asks what is happening and points to a fissure inside the dungeon. Everyone feels a strong tremor and a colossal dinosaur appears before them, leaving Manhwa surprised since that is a hidden boss. The girl tells everyone to run and they start fleeing while Manhwa tries to process what is happening and if the monster in front of him is the Tigrex. He prepares to run, but something catches his attention. Since on the monster he defeated there are mana crystals, he quickly realizes they are class 8, and if sold, he could earn weeks of work in compensation. However, another awakened shouts to leave immediately, but he refuses to leave the crystals behind. At the same time, the boss lunges to bite him, but he counters. Flying away while in the air, he reflects that it's really pathetic, as his daughter imagines, since even in the end, he was a fool. He remembers when he met his daughter, and also her crying while sleeping, besides moments when she was happy, or even when she was a baby crying all the time. His next memory is of her as a baby, and because of that, He wakes up to life and begins to get up, as he does not want to die like that, since he would leave his daughter completely alone in that world. He looks at the dinosaur, which stomps firmly on the ground and charges to attack. He refuses to accept dying there and screams with all his strength, landing a full punch on the monster's mouth that releases a colossal energy from his fists, leaving even the mustached man surprised, since he doesn't know if the effect is due to leveling up. Manhwa is surprised to see that aura overflowing and wonders if he paralyzed the hidden boss, also noticing that his fist is not hurting and he is not feeling hungry. The monster attacks again, but he grabs the fangs with both hands and keeps pushing, and even being dragged back, he warns he will keep holding as long as he can. Suddenly, Sang-hoo appears and asks why people haven't left yet since the hidden boss is there. People point ahead, saying a man is blocking a Class 2 Tigrex alone. The two generals are surprised to see this since it's admirable, and they think they should get the man's card for future business. At that moment, Manhwa's tendency was good, and his class is Shikshin. His class achievement is medium and skill acquired high. The MC sees this information hidden in the air, thinking the mirror skill works by catching the opponent's attack and reflecting it back, and it's easy to see the damage, but he is very close to a tank. Therefore, he thinks that in terms of Awakened Koreans classes, it's a satisfying skill that could at least be Class 3. He sees Sang-hoo carrying Manhwa outside, and thinks it went very well, wondering if he should leave too. At the restaurant, the baby dragon was sleepy, and on the radio it was reported that in the dungeon team's third attack, they announced the hidden boss was defeated, and said the main role in that team was an awakened Class 7 called Manhwa. Because of that, he became the greatest contributor to the dungeon's conquest, and the team was about to suffer irreparable damage due to the hidden boss's appearance. The MC is happy hearing this, holding the baby dragon in his arms. He notices she gained weight in the meantime. Kyul keeps calling him daddy, but he warns that he's not her father. Then the radio brings new news. Like a thief terrorizing the city, who is known for liking shiny things and food, so they ask all citizens to be careful. The MC thinks about this, since they announced a thief obsessed with shiny things and food. At that moment, the baby dragon appears holding a cup full of water, and he asks if it's for drinking, and he is going to do that. But Khan appears asking not to drink since the water contains many germs. MC questions why he appeared so early with such a heavy aura. He just comments that the baby dragon learned about Passus from a picture in a book, and that's where he extracted it. Chul-ho asks for more details. Sometime later, Choi was already at the restaurant tasting kimchi and even found it delicious. MC comments that he recently got good ingredients from the Sinshan area. At that moment, more customers enter the shop. It was Manhwa announcing he is with company that day and points out that that is Captain Sang-hoo. He gives his greetings and says he has heard very well about MC, who is surprised to see he is extremely polite. Choi stands up, greeting the spear mage, who recognizes who he is and also returns the greeting, saying it is a pleasant afternoon, and that if it weren't for the joint meeting, it really would have been a pleasant afternoon. The man laughs, and only then realizes the other person in the restaurant is the famous Mirror. The spear mage is confused and asks what he means by Mirror. He, with shining eyes, says that is Manhwa's nickname after his incredible performance against the hidden boss. MC is surprised to see honorifics added to the name when you become famous. Chul-ho says it was all thanks to MC, who says it has nothing to do with him and was just waiting to return to the restaurant. Asks if it is to prepare another ramen. He says, yes, since it was delicious the other times. Sang-hoo confesses he also felt like eating ramen, and so will want the same dish. After the food arrives at the table, Manhwa eats everything at once, leaving the spear mage startled, thinking his friend is amazing for being able to eat so much at once, and he just laughs, feeling embarrassed. Sang-hoo politely asks to go ahead, reminding Manhwa he needs to pick up his daughter at school. MC hears the two getting along very well, and feels happy since the relationship does not seem so bad. However, he notices the environment becomes very quiet, and when he looks back, he sees the spear mage dozing off. In his dreams, he was shouting, calling another guy an idiot because, by stupidity, he decided to mess with a sacred creature, and it was a fierce wolf overflowing with fire all over its body and moving in all directions, causing terror in the city. After that, he wakes up and gets up startled. apologizing for being there so late. MC tells him not to worry since there are no customers anyway, and asks if he would like a simple meal. He says not to worry since he is not hungry, until the radio announces once again about the thief invading shops. Chul-ho asks if he wants alcohol, and says that in that restaurant they only serve soju and beer. The man accepts and asks for any side dish he thinks best. MC thinks about it, not knowing what he can do with the ingredients he bought at the market, and asks if he would like sashimi. The spear mage thinks about this option, and Chul-ho says it is very fresh. He puts the fish on top of the shed and imagines that species has been seen for 30 years but are hard to find. He imagines the name of that is German fish, and a fully grown adult easily reaches 3 meters, so that one is a baby. He begins cutting with his extremely sharp knife, and while slicing, he thinks that in the past he did not prefer sashimi because it had a poor cost benefit. After a while, the German fish sashimis are finally ready, and Sang-ho is delighted, confessing it has been a long time since he last ate sashimi. He brings the food to his mouth and is surprised by how smooth it is, besides being refreshing with a taste like noodles. Immediately, he drinks soju to accompany the food and feels happy with how tasty it was. He comments that he is finally off work after a whole week and says the urgent problem was solved and therefore he got about 2 days off. After all, there were many days of fighting monsters, and basically every day was a relentless battle, besides being psychologically exhausting since the monsters never ended crossing the dimensional portals. He looks to the side talking about his spear and says it is a weapon given to awakened of Class 2 or those who graduate from Cipher School. It is a weapon made from a mineral called adamant and is incredibly good at absorbing mana. He feels strong pride in it since he can save the world with his skills and fears nothing when he is with his weapon. He says that when he faced the real world, his pride vanished without a trace, and he still wondered if there was a god above the heavens. Then he stretches and says it has been 10 years since he was assigned to the elite squad, and MC reflects that he was also like that. He thought that the day a person realizes they are not a big deal, this applies not only to the awakened, but to anyone in any field. The MC serves the drink again and asks if by any chance Sang-ho is not the guardian of the city, or at least one of the 5 guardians of all Korea, which is pretty amazing. The spear mage confesses that the future of many people depends on himself, so sometimes he thinks the burden is too heavy to carry. The MC asks if there is any particular memory he remembers, and he says yes, and tells a specific one about Gumiho. On that rainy day, he was running with his partner, wanting to know who was the idiot that disturbed the Gumiho's sleep. She answers it was a knight, and he gets annoyed since he does not understand why someone of Class 2 would do such a thing. They arrive at the place where the huge firewolf was, and its size was colossal. He explains that creatures with exceptional intelligence are usually called sacred creatures and even called monsters beyond classes. The exact reason is unknown, but these creatures are not offensive to humans. However, there have been no records of them launching a preemptive attack in the last 30 years. So in his memory, he found the guy and ran to ask why the hell he did that. The knight turns and scares both of them, and once again, Gumiho appears. The camera calls to everyone. All they could do was ask to form a line since the creature is beyond classes. His order was for the loading team to move forward, and everyone advances toward the huge firewolf that without thinking twice begins to charge its energy and shoot huge fireballs that people could only watch frozen while everything caught fire. Sang-ho kept shouting not to look directly at the firetails since it causes hallucinations, but because of this distraction, he did not notice a fireball approaching. Immediately, his partner steps in front and activates her shield, protecting them from the attack. Then, she looks to the side and tries to create shields toward the monster. He positions himself once more and starts running, jumping between the shields to get as close as possible, and upon reaching the top, he aims his spear at the monster's mouth and looking fixedly into the wolf's eye, he notices the creature had tears coming from its eye, and this surprised him, but it was too late to think about anything since the attack hit the creature squarely, defeating it. Back to the present, he explains the monster's attack lasted all night, and when they finally managed to defeat it, they heard some screams amidst everything. It was the Gumiho's cub, and he couldn't believe seeing that. He explains that an eagle released by the night went hunting and hunted the fox's cub, and when the mother left the nest for a moment, that's when everything happened. He keeps drinking his drink and says it was probably a mistake, since the knight was a prodigy of cipher school, and stresses that they cannot make such mistakes under any circumstances. The MC asks if there really was a cub, and he says yes, and that unfortunately they eliminated it. He also says that despite the process, everything ended that way, and there was nothing they could do. The MC said it was a good choice, and he laughs, agreeing. Then he stands up and apologizes for talking too much, although he thinks it's because he is drunk, and therefore asks for the bill, also requesting to pack the sashimi to go since he liked it. After leaving the restaurant, already at night, he starts walking and becomes thoughtful about these memories. He ran to the knight, questioning why he messed with a cub of a divine creature. He apologizes, but it is not enough since the spear mage points out that many people died, besides the chance of the city being destroyed. He continues thoughtful about this and just keeps walking. Meanwhile, Chulho reflects on the Gumiho, since it was a monster he saw during his time in the other world, and knows that unlike the monsters led by the king who invaded the continent, they were favorable to humans. In fact, there is a saying in the eastern continent that a man should bow 3 times before passing by a mountain guarded by a Gumiho. He thinks he hunted 2 of these monsters and regretted it both times. But unfortunately, these memories are never forgotten. Sang-hoo keeps walking and sees the delicious sashimi in his bag. He thinks he can't wait to eat until he is startled by 3 fireballs coming toward him. Actually, it was the Gumiho cub, and all Sang-hoo imagines is that he can't kill it since the day he met it, he didn't have the courage. He offers the sashimi for the baby fox to eat and wonders if he couldn't kill it because of the desperation in the dying Gumiho's eyes. He imagines he is definitely unqualified as a guardian and asks how many mana crystals the creature stole and ate to already have 3 tails, mentioning that there is even an article about the little thief, which is the fox. The Gumiho starts eating the sashimi and he grabs it from behind. The angry creature launches its fireballs but not intending to hit. He asks it to listen carefully and warns that he can no longer allow the thefts to continue, and since the association will take action soon, he asks it to leave the city to live a peaceful life. Then he pushes it forward, telling it to go away. However, the creature just makes noises, and he becomes irritated until he yells for it to disappear, which scares the Gumiho, but he says there is nothing he can do and therefore orders it to leave immediately. The fox obeys and starts wandering around until something catches its attention when it sees the baby dragon. It approaches the window and puts its paw on Keel's face. It associates something soft with something harmless, and it might be a friend. At that moment, the MC appears and the fox tries to hide, but he notices instantly. Then, he picks up the baby dragon in his arms and says he is not surprised since he felt the energy of a Gumiho on the mountain and asks if it wants food. The fox shakes its head no, and he is surprised since it apparently already ate somewhere, so he summons his portal calling his goblin butler, who immediately notices the presence of the Gumiho cub. The MC orders to get any crystal nearby, and Kasim obeys, handing over the first crystal he finds. He gives it to the fox to eat, imagining that a Class 1 mana crystal must be very advantageous for growth. After biting the crystal, its whole body begins to overflow with powerful energy, but then the MC tells it to leave, and the Gumiho hops away between the houses. After stopping on a pole, it thinks that soft things are harmless, and knows that even though Sang-hoo pointed a spear at him, he is a kind person, so it begins to cry because it doesn't know if it will see him again. At that moment, the spear mage is lying down looking at the stars, and can only think about how quiet the night is. He can only think about the fox, so that she doesn't return and can live well. Now, about the Korean Association of the Awakened, it is the place where the Awakened records, unbearable status confirmations, and damage prevention to civilians are monitored. There are Awakened of Class 2, who are the Ice Sorceress and the Spear Mage, as well as the Knight, the Blade Queen, and the Magician, who are pointed out as Guardians. There are also 3 Class 1 Expedition awakened on special missions, and all of this is monitored by the Association. The mastermind behind all this is President Jinsa, who is having his coffee and tells Chaeyeon that the coffee is hot. She replies that the reason is because it is summer and asks if she should make something cold. He tells her not to worry since summer was made to be hot, and asks if the mandrakes disappeared. She answers yes. Mandrakes are plant-type monsters that grow buried in the soil and, when they feel threatened, release a poison that requires a special antidote within a radius of 1 kilometer, and for that reason are classified as monsters. Also, even if there is an antidote, if someone tries to dig them up to remove them, the monster will scream loud enough to cause instant death in low-class awakens or ordinary people. Cheyenne says that 13 mandrakes completely disappeared and that there are no traces or anyone entering, so it is a strange incident. He laughs hearing this and questions, since when tuberous vegetables have feet to run away. She suggests that the plants might have just melted and disappeared. He asks them to come in first since he will call Gabby to discuss the matter. The Ice Witch asks if he is referring to the cat shadow and if she has returned. He answers yes, although still waiting for a mission. Meanwhile, the baby dragon is stretching, trying to wake the MC since she is not finding Khan. However, he does not open his eyes, and she starts touching his hair, causing a slight scratch. Then her stomach starts to growl, and she grabs a chair and places it in front of the fridge. She then climbs up and upon opening it, comes face to face with a mandrake. She picks it up, finding it confusing, and immediately the monster starts screaming wildly, but Kyul just puts it in her mouth and tries to eat it, but gets upset because it tastes horrible. After a while, the MC appears with fiery hair and sees the baby dragon with a full belly after eating everything in the fridge, and the MC makes it clear he will scold her when he wakes up. Khan also cannot believe she ate everything in the fridge. The MC picks her up and asks where the hell Khan has been the last few days. He answers that he was investigating the conditions under which each rift forms, and therefore visited the places where the dungeons appeared. He is surprised by such effort and asks if he discovered anything, but he replies unfortunately not, since he only saw monsters that were commonly seen on the Ispan continent. Chul-ho is surprised hearing this, and asks if by any chance the fiery hair is a monster. He gets angry hearing this, and warns that dragons are a great race and therefore asks not to compare them to monsters. He reflects that this means there is at least a chance that monsters, or something even greater, pass through the rifts, and he doesn't know how he forgot something like that. So he asks to be informed immediately if anything strange is seen. Khan answers yes, and asks if his friend has not reached Master Level 6, and if he cannot control dimensional sails. He answers no, and does not even know who created or why they appear. Khan then questions how he returned to that world, and he says it is a long story and will talk another day. Then he warns they need to go to the market to do shopping. Meanwhile, in the Sinshan suburb, Cheyenne is investigating and realizes there is no trace at all. At that moment, a green figure passes behind her and starts moving at high speed. She prepares her energy and the figure gets so close it almost touches her face. Only then, she realizes it is the awakened Gabby. The girl says she is surprised to finally see the Ice Witch of Sinshan. She says she looked around and had no idea who she was. Cheyenne, a bit embarrassed since in front of her is an awakened of level 1, which is the highest possible, greets her by the nickname Cat Shadow. But she asks not to be called that, saying she can just call her sister, and asks if she's a new recruit since she's really cute, and asks her not to be nervous, also wanting to know how old she is and what she's doing there. Cheyenne says it's her 10th year, and the sorceress finds that incredible since someone who crossed the barrier without causing any disturbance is in front of her, and questions if she's really a level 1 awakened, also not understanding how she didn't make the top 30 years ago and how she looks so young. Gabby reaches out her hand saying she saw the previous guardian a few times, and asks if she's new. Cheyenne introduces herself and says, yes. The girl then asks what's going on, and she replies that there was an accident, that 13 mandrakes disappeared. Cat Shadow asks who broke the barrier, and the ice sorceress says it was a level 4 awakened from their team. She finds it strange, since crossing a level 4 barrier without leaving a trace would have to be someone at least level 3, and therefore recommends starting by tracking the mercenaries in the city center. Then she asks where the largest nearby group of mercenaries is. Cheyenne says they're at the mercenary temple in Seodaimon. Gabby asks to go there first, also saying she's hungry, so they need to stop to eat, and only then go find the brat she used to fight with all the time, and ask the guy to buy food for everyone. Sang-hoo feels that someone is talking about him at that moment. Meanwhile, Khan is covering his little sister with kisses, saying she's very cute and adorable. He can't stop admiring her and asks who the baby dragon takes after to be so cute. Then he realizes the MC is watching and, embarrassed, asks how long he's been in the room. He replies since the beginning and tells him not to worry, since he doesn't see anything wrong with a brother and his little sister. Then, he tells him to fill a bowl with water, and Firehair asks what he's holding in his hands. He says it's something called watermelon, and asks if he's never seen it on the Espen continent. Khan says it's the first time he's seen one, and asks if the red part is meat. He says no, and that at first he thought it was a fruit, but apparently it's classified as a vegetable. Then Khan picks up a chicken and asks what it's doing there. The MC says it's a chicken, but he says he already knows what a chicken is. This surprises the MC enough to ask if they existed on the Espan continent. Then he shows a mandrake, and Firehair, knowing what it is, asks where the hell he got one. He says he was out walking and picked it up from the ground, and starts to imagine that mandrakes absorb heat energy and help the body cool down. He also knows they have a coarse texture and sweet flavor, and that's why they go well with both hot and cold dishes. Then, while handling the chicken, Khan asks why he keeps stuffing the inside, and he replies that it's necessary, only then putting it in the pot since they need to wait for it to be ready. At that moment, someone enters the restaurant saying they didn't know there was one in that place. It was Cheon, accompanied by Sang-hoo and Gabi. The ice sorceress greets him, and the MC welcomes them. Immediately, the spear mage apologizes and says there's a guest present and asks Khan if he's the one working there. Chulho says it's always good to have customers in the restaurant and says Firehair is one of the cooks. Then says they've made a samgyetang and wants to know if they'd like to try it. Gabi quickly asks to be excluded since she's vegetarian. The MC thinks about it and finally serves the samgyetang and cubes of mandrake kimchi. The awakened are surprised by the appearance, and Cheon doesn't waste time and takes a bite of the chicken piece, finding it absurdly delicious. With sparkling eyes, she says the kimchi is absurdly refreshing. Gabi just keeps watching from afar, and the MC asks if she's really a vegetarian. She replies yes, and asks if there's any dish in that style. He says he doesn't know much, and asks if by any chance she'd like to eat a watermelon since the restaurant has some. She gets excited because she loves eating watermelon and asks for a bit. The MC starts preparing since there are many ways to enjoy a watermelon, and it's tasty, sliced, frozen, or blended. He decides he'll try a different method, first scooping out only the flesh of the watermelon and cutting it into small pieces. He decides he'll also add other fruits like berries or kiwi. Then he thinks, I can put it inside the watermelon. He adds a fizzy lemon drink, and finally, his watermelon and fruit punch is ready, and Gabi is happy because it looks really good. Cheon uses her power to add some ice cubes to the watermelon, and the MC is surprised to see that she's an awakened. Sang-hoo says the girl is the ice sorceress who protects Sinchan. She says she doesn't like that title or any kind of nickname since she finds sorceress very strange. She also says that at school, there's something called a battle royale that happens every year, and she got caught in the opponent's trap, ended up completely exposing her final move, and tried to play it cool, but that seems to have been a big mistake, and that's why she's sulking, saying she messed everything up. Chulho thinks all kinds of shooters keep showing up one after another, so when he looks to the side, he thinks Gabi is on another level, since just her presence makes it obvious she's at Guardian level or above, and he also thinks she's beautiful. The girl smiles, thanking them for the meal, and that just makes him think she's even more beautiful with that smile. After everything's done, the dishes go to the sink, and the two start washing them, with Khan commenting that Gabi is very pretty. The MC agrees, and he goes on to say she's a very pretty girl for a human and doesn't even seem like a person. He says she's an elf and, after using his detection eye, sees that her alignment is neutral. Her class is Ghost God Stealth Charge. The class mastery is medium, and her skill proficiency is high. Khan is surprised since he doesn't know if it's really true, and if it is, he wants to know how he knows that information. He replies that he confirmed it using the ocular detector, and that since the girl has the Ghost God trait, it's a class that only elves can have. Firehair asks if that race doesn't have pointed ears, and whether the girl didn't recognize them. He answers no, since she doesn't have magic detection ability. He says that, and thinks that apparently it's not just monsters coming through dimensional gates, and that other races must also be living on Earth. So he concludes that someone might be hiding their true form, pretending to be someone else. Suddenly, he yells for Khan and tells him to make something unique to eat. He asks how he should help. The MC replies that he just needs to grab the spoon since they're going to make watermelon juice. After the three awakened ones leave the restaurant, the ice sorceress laments that the lead was false. Sang-hoo, the employee, comments about the rat that disappeared and, while fleeing, wonders if they shouldn't consider the possibility that the mandrakes disappeared naturally. Gabby asks what the hell he's talking about, and he just says it's a senseless case since there's no evidence, no witness, and no victims. Cheyenne starts thinking the same since even someone like Cat's Shadow, who's level 1, investigated and found nothing, so the answer must be in a different direction. Sang-ho points out that maybe someone even ate them. That catches Gabby's attention since she finds it very suspicious because there's no evidence, and the whole place is quiet even though something is happening in the city, and that's why she says she'll report to the higher-ups what they discovered. The spear mage just stays quiet without anything to add. Meanwhile, someone lights a cigarette and keeps looking at the starry sky. He glances at the grass on the ground and then draws his sword, saying they need to protect the survivors, and shouts to his whole team that the case is closed. The MC picks up the newspaper to read until the baby dragon appears calling for him. Chul-ho picks her up, and Kyul starts saying that sleeveless clothes are attractive, and he agrees since the weather is really hot. Then her stomach starts growling and she looks to the side saying she's hungry. He starts thinking about what they should eat for breakfast, since he always worries about that, because life is short and there are only 3 chances a day to eat something tasty. The baby dragon keeps staring at him, and the MC starts pulling her cheeks since her life is anything but short, and decides he will make white rice since it's good for health. He puts her on the ground to wake up her father, and immediately the baby dragon runs and jumps towards Khan, who is sleeping peacefully until he wakes up startled without understanding what's going on, and all the MC does is laugh at the situation. Moments later, the dish is ready, and that day, it was belto egg and vegetable bibimbap. Firehair is excited since it smells really good, and after mixing the pot well, the 3 decide to try it and are amazed by the delicious flavor. After everyone is full from eating so much, the MC comments that the baby dragon is acting weird since she always falls asleep after eating. Khan comments that the baby dragon is still a newborn and soon they'll be able to know her class, since at that age they usually eat and sleep a lot. Chul-ho starts thinking about what class Kyul will master, and after Khan takes her to sleep, someone arrives at the shop and the MC greets them. The man sits down and says he would like to eat ramen, but the MC, smiling, says cold rice is the best and it's even ready. The man agrees since the rice will go well with the ramen. Then he picks up the newspaper and something catches his attention when he sees who is in the news. Sometime later, still at the restaurant, the man compliments the delicious dish he's eating, and Chul-ho knows it's because he made it with mandrakes. At that moment, Choi enters the restaurant and greets both the MC and Sixin. He turns around surprised and asks if he's going to eat by any chance. Choi explains that he doesn't have much time to eat and just stopped by to say hi. The MC says the summer hardships have probably arrived, and he replies that he's really struggling to survive, but happily says he felt his energy increasing after eating a lot, and Chul-ho knows that's thanks to the mandrakes. At that moment, the association employee tells Sixin that the Lancer has been feeling agitated recently. He draws the MC's attention since he changed his expression and explains that the Lancer is part of the Temple Mercenaries and is retiring that day, which is why everyone is in a state of emergency. Chul-ho asks what he means by retiring, and he replies that unfortunately, that's it, and that everyone admires him deeply. The MC, still confused, asks if something happened, and he replies that there was an accident 10 years ago in the past when monsters passed through the Seo Diamond Gate, and it was Sang-hoo's first mission, and at that time, 4 of the 5 Soul Guardians died in the process of stopping the Great Invasion. He reflects on Tai Zhuang, who is classified as a level 3, awakened but whose true power far surpasses what level 3 is capable of. He is an exceptional leader and a commander on the battlefield, and many people owe their lives to him, so they respect him greatly. The association president also reads the article in the newspaper and says he already knew this would happen. At that moment, someone knocks on the door and he tells them to come in. It was Taizhuang. After they sit at the table, the president asks if he's really going to retire and he replies yes. Jinsa doesn't like it at all and starts yelling if it wasn't too sudden since his friend was the one who created the mercenary regiment, and still in the past when he appeared in the city 30 years ago, he was always by his side. Taizhuang places his cup on the table and says that no one does anything alone in that world and that everyone worked hard. He also warns that he is already tired and therefore, I want to lighten the weight of responsibility from his shoulders. He barely says this and leaves, even though they plan to talk again another time. The president becomes agitated, imagining that the spear mage must have become depressed. Outside, Taizhuang is finding the day beautiful until he hears someone calling, saying he is a crazy jerk who apparently has never heard the word hope. When he turns around, he realizes it is Sang-Hu. Back at the restaurant, the MC is preparing a dish until he notices visitors. It was Sang-Hu, accompanied by Taizhuang. The MC says that the dish of the day is homemade Korean meat. He watches and imagines that the retiree seems to be his age, and also notices that the title of Old General suits him perfectly. Taizhuang says he is not in a hurry, so the dishes can take as long as needed. Chul-ho likes to hear that. The spear mage says he will not drink since he is a bit busy, and only showed the way to the restaurant before leaving. Taizhuang apologizes, calling the boy immature, and when he takes his cigarette, he realizes he does not even know if he can smoke there and apologizes. The MC says it is not a problem since there are no other customers. The general notices the smell is good and confesses that the smell of cooking rice is something he hasn't smelled in a long time and feels nostalgic. Chul-ho becomes thoughtful about that since everyone has something they miss. He decides the dish will be soybean paste stew, and since every homeowner has their own recipe, he serves it for a long time with just soybean paste and vegetables, without the broth, as it makes it much tastier. Then he fries the eggs separately and a salted grilled fish, resulting in traditional Korean meat. Taizhuang is amazed by the result, and after taking some with the spoon, he puts it in his mouth and his eyes light up. Then he takes the rice and puts it in his mouth too, feeling it really is a homemade flavor. He says he is 30 years old, so his memory is hazy and admits that time flies in the blink of an eye. He begins to say that when he left his city, he thought he would return soon, as everyone wanted to go to Seoul just for survival reasons, and because of that, he will never forget the great final invasion that happened 10 years ago. He continues explaining what it is about, and says that 30 years ago monsters started to appear, and many countries and cities around the world collapsed, and because of that, countless people lost their lives. He also says that at the time he had to take up his sword to defend his hometown, and because of that, his physical abilities improved drastically, and for that reason, he led awakenings, and the people from his city managed to head towards Seoul. He finishes saying that it was the beginning of the mercenary temple corps he created, and from then on, people gathered and were able to rebuild the city, and the world started to change again, and from that moment, the titles of guardians began to appear. Taizhuang says that although it is called Korea, it is basically the Seoul they live in, and when the world started to adapt, a change happened, a new incident 10 years ago, and the daily monsters were classified as boss levels, and that was the great final invasion. The spear mage was being attacked at the time, and even blocking the attack, he realized he was no match alone against the monster, and if he continued, he would die, and all he wanted was to stay alive. At that moment, Taizhuang appeared, finishing the monster with just one blow. Then he called to the boy, asking him to wake up. All he could do was tremble, and in his mind he needed to flee at all costs. However, the general encouraged him, saying that facing hard times means staying alive, since if you cower, you will spend your whole life retreating. After one grabs the other's hand, he asks what the spear lancer's name was, and he answered Sang-Hu. He asks if he is the newly appointed guardian, and the lancer immediately answers yes. He prepares his sword, asking the novice guardian to pay attention, and after positioning himself in front of the giant monster, he strikes a single precise blow that cuts the boss completely in half. After that ending, he turns around smiling, saying they must carve their own path. Sang-Hu was amazed hearing that. Back to reality, he was holding his helmet, looking from the top of the mountain. Then he starts moving, making a patrol trying to find some monster. He looks from one side to the other since that should be the resting place and still thinking, he believes that this is the silent zone and needs to become the place of true peace. Suddenly, he starts crying and falls to his knees, trying to understand why there isn't a single monster in that region and believes he won't be able to help with anything else. Meanwhile, Taizhuang keeps talking, and after putting out his cigarette, he says that day after day, he only had regrets since he had to be perfect, because he needed to protect people to stay alive. He also says that making mistakes is not allowed because people can die because of others' mistakes. These words make Chulho stop to think, since at first he thought Taizhuang's thinking was immature for his age, but then he realizes he learned as a person, being aware that focusing on being perfect like that eventually makes the person break inside. Then he asks if he really will return to his hometown. He answers yes. MC looks at him thinking he understands all the pain he must have gone through since he himself lived all over the world, and most of the time lived in a world like that. Suddenly, the ex-general asks for the bill, but MC replies it was free. He is surprised by that, but Chulho explains that the restaurant offers free service for those returning to their hometown. He finds the restaurant a bit strange for being like that, but thanks for the meal, asking please to keep taking care of the stubborn Sang-Hu. MC calls attention, saying the boy is already a good guardian, and he sighs in relief. Agreeing, he explains he actually thinks of the boy as if he were a son, and with his last smile says he had a very pleasant night, leaving soon after. He goes to the door and just reflects that old people don't die, they just disappear. Taizhuang takes his motorcycle and starts traveling until he finally stops and looks at the city's landscape. From the top of the hill, Sang-Hu was also watching, and with tears in his eyes, all he wished was for the old man to take care of himself and live well. Then he disappears. At that moment, the Gumiho appears and thinks humans are soft, although he found the MC amazing for giving soft stones that didn't hurt, and he is happy that a new kind person has appeared. After that, the MC is lost in thought, and all he can do is shout, asking if Lantera woke up, but his memory gets weaker and weaker. Now he was before the king of the world, and all the monster did was ask why he summoned him to that dimension. He asked this with his power aimed at the MC. He doesn't really understand what is happening, only hearing nonsense. Because of that, he clenches his fist since an enemy in front of him has many magic circles pointed. So the MC charges with all his strength, colliding the two attacks. At that moment, he wakes up startled and looking to the side, sees Khan trembling with fear in the corner of the room. Chulho asks what's wrong, but Firehair just replies that the MC was radiating a devastating murderous intent and therefore finds that question funny. He doesn't quite understand what happened and apologizes since even after 10 years that sometimes still happens. He reflects that the reason must be because he heard about the great monster invasion that happened 10 years ago, and it was exactly the day he clashed with the Demon King, so he doesn't believe it's just a coincidence. Looking out the window, he believes they will not meet again. After that, he goes to the baby dragon and realizes she is drawing, showing she really is a child. He asks what she drew, and if it was a chicken, and she replies it's today's menu. Then she gets confused and starts drawing again, and he tries to understand if it's a fish, and if, by any chance, she has ever seen a mermaid. Then he picks her up because he can't resist her cuteness. Chulho pets her and says he will prepare chicken for that day, but she will have to erase all the drawings. At that moment, Khan appears scared, wanting to know if his little sister gave him trouble. He explains that he taught Kuel about cleaning, and only then does the fire-haired one realize that somehow the MC is closer to the baby dragon than he is himself, and he tells him to stop with the paranoia and to take care of the house since he will have to go shopping. After arriving in town, he buys a lot of chicken because he knows someone at the restaurant eats a lot. The vendor takes the opportunity to comment that there is a festival that day and points in a direction, saying it will be at the square. A golem is in front of everyone making a presentation, and the MC watches too until Gabby approaches and greets him, also saying she came there to take the ogre test. He gets confused by that name, and she explains it is the name of the golem. He becomes thoughtful about that, since apparently it also existed on the Aspen continent. He knows that the golem's strength is powerful and that it has clear limits because manipulation is difficult, but it is strong against giant monsters. Conversely, it is weak against small and fast monsters, and he also knows that almost no one could mount it. Because of that, he asks if she will try to control the golem. She replies that actually the person responsible is a level 1 awakened. Chulho realizes that one of the 3 level 1 people is inside the golem, and the reason no one could mount it was simple, since you need to be able to support the energy emitted by the magic stone. At that moment, Hoon Kim comes out of the golem. He is a level 1 awakened. The MC reflects that it is a decent ability but costs a huge amount of money, so it's hard to make the money itself pay off. Since there is nothing else to see there, he says goodbye, and Gabby asks if the restaurant will be open that day. He answers yes, and that it is open all year unless something special happens. She says that's a relief, and also says she will visit him. The afternoon passes, and the MC returns to the restaurant until he notices a strange creature with the baby dragon. Because of that, he asks the fire-haired one if the spirit is his. Khan, happy, says that Kyul was declared Spirit Master, and that is her new class. Then he brags because his little sister became someone powerful. The baby dragon starts calling the spirit Mother, but Khan asks her not to do that since he's not her mother and starts to worry, though he doesn't know what will happen next. Chulho laughs at the situation and thinks it's been a long time since he saw a spirit in non-combat mode because their power is high level and truly formidable. He knows that, initially, spirits are simple to summon from another dimension and are classified as low, medium, and high level. Also, in the demon realm where demons live, the spirit realm is on the Aspen continent and includes the dimension where the Earth is. So he believes there are already 4 dimensions connected to the Earth. He begins to realize that his brain can no longer keep up with so much information, and his next question is if he has taught the spirit to clean. He answers clearly yes, and she demonstrates by throwing water on the drawings. The MC finds that interesting since the spirit of that class will be very useful. He then goes to the kitchen and, while preparing the dish, says the menu will be chicken. All kinds of chicken could be made and enjoyed on Earth, especially seasoned chicken and chicken with soy sauce since they are the basics. He starts frying until finally his dish, fried chicken, is ready. Immediately, Kyul asks for food, and the MC gives her a piece since he wants to see her try it. After a few bites, she starts catching Chulho's attention and, with shining eyes, says it is extremely delicious. Khan starts drooling too and runs to grab a piece, but the MC tells him to wait and, with a scary look, says that in that world, there is a way to discover a person's essence while eating chicken together. He doesn't quite understand what that means, and the MC, overflowing with power, asks which part of the chicken he will eat first. He once again doesn't understand where this is going and asks if it makes any difference. He hesitates to answer and picks up a piece in his hand, wanting to know if the essence will be revealed by the piece he chose. However, the MC apologizes, saying it was just a joke, and asks them to eat too, until they see the baby dragon lying down since she ate all the chicken alone and didn't leave any for anyone. Chulho grabs a beer, as it was his accompaniment with chicken, and the 2 toasts since the drink is allowed. Khan starts eating, as he was starving, and is amazed at how easily the MC can debone so cleanly. The 2 keep talking and eating until the baby dragon notices something and sees several fireworks outside the window. The MC reflects that the festival is still happening, and Khan, startled, says that for a moment he thought a war had started. Chulho goes to the window to show the fireworks to Kyul, who is very happy watching them. This makes the MC reflect that the baby dragon has only lived inside the restaurant and believes she is feeling suffocated. Khan says that soon she will be able to go out once she releases her powers. He asks if he will also be able to breathe fire, and Khan answers yes. He finds that interesting since he is eager to see it, and the festival continues in full swing with the fireworks. Meanwhile, Hoon is testing his golems and notices they are very heavy, so they need some adjustments. He finally finishes, and upon leaving, runs into Gabby greeting him for working hard. He approaches, asking if she has really become a grandmother after people called her an old witch. She tells him to shut up, but the boy just walks past saying he needs a shower before eating. Because of this, he asks if she knows an interesting restaurant, also having heard that Taizhuang retired and Sang Ho must be feeling lonely. She replies that she also heard the old man returned to his hometown, but admits she found it interesting since it was time for him to rest. The boy comments that he would like to have a hometown to return to, and she just stays silent listening to that. Then she asks if he has a new magic stone waiting, and he says yes, since it is a highly condensed power, although not a pure magical power. After saying this, he wonders why she suddenly appeared after leaving the dungeon. Gabby answers yes, and that this dungeon is the type with no monsters, only a mine full of magic stones. And the only problem she found was a strange light that appeared, which is why she feels something strange, as if even rain fell in a place where it is impossible to rain. The treasures taken by the dragons in the past were left under the management of the goblin, and, while the MC fought against the Demon King, many of them were destroyed. Moreover, the dragons avoided him after all the events, and among many treasures he took, one of them was the magical mana detector, and he was glad it worked on Earth as well. He was inside the dungeon, observing the awakened and trying to understand if that dungeon was a mana crystal mine, and, if used correctly, it could become a great discovery in a short time. Anyway, he finds it strange, since for the dungeon to have simply collapsed because of the Demon King, the mana detected is excessive. At that moment, he sees a crack and realizes it has started. It becomes more and more intense until it forms like a gate that opens, and several creatures appear from inside it. Immediately, the Lancer Mage orders everyone to enter Formation D, since the giant boars are attacking. He orders the rest of the team to block from outside, since a level 6 boar evolves very well for combat. The Awakened prepare themselves, and soon after, use their blocking techniques. At the same moment, Sang-hoo jumps, but is confused since the monsters were defeated without more or less. He knows what it means, and starts shouting that the king is coming, and, as the dungeon boss will appear, the big boars will disappear, and so they must prioritize the wounded. The portal becomes more and more intense, and when he realizes, the monsters have not disappeared, and to make matters worse, his whole team is being cornered by them. He becomes desperate since he needs to do something, and if he wants to protect the team members, this Vicente has to choose the rear guard. However, there are team members trapped near the king, and he does not know which is the right choice to protect. He starts trembling since he always has to regret every day until he stops to reflect and hears a voice in his head encouraging him. We disappear instead of the other because the rush doesn't let you cower to run away. However, he also visualizes the old general saying that taking a single step forward in moments like that is what makes someone strong. He regains his courage since he is determined to become a true hero. Because of this, he calls everyone's attention and runs toward the monsters, warning that he will take the lead with all his strength. Immediately, he advances, attacking all the monsters at the same time until he finally spots the boss. He prepares himself since he has reached his mana limit, and there are still many monsters. But he knows he cannot stay still since more giant boars keep coming out of the portal at all times. The whole team is fighting, and now Sang-hoo is face to face with the Boar King, who is absurdly giant. He holds his spear firmly and begins to overflow with an absurd energy, saying he will clear the way, and so he throws it with all the strength he has at the moment. The attack was strong enough to explode the creature and leave a trail of destruction along the way. He looks on unbelieving and, when holding the spear again, tries to understand where so much power is coming from his body that it overflows. Immediately, he warns to rescue the wounded, but a team member shouts that another Boar King appeared. He is startled upon hearing this, and once again orders everyone to prepare to defend. The boss lets out a loud roar, and he tries to calm down since they only need to hold out until the association arrives with reinforcements. However, his biggest concern is not knowing how long they can resist. At that moment, an intense light emerges, and everyone tries to understand what it is since all the monsters are disappearing as if they were nothing, including the Boar King. After the light disappears, they try to understand what happened since the monsters simply vanished. Sang-hoo runs to his friend, asking if he can get up, and he answers yes, although confused about what happened. They support each other, and the captain shouts for them to get out of the hill as fast as possible. And he still tries to understand what happened, and the MC is watching everyone from the top of the mountain. He sighs, having just remembered what the boy said before, and sits calmly, since he doesn't believe there is any awakened who would discover his power, and he is happy to have saved some lives. He looks at Sang-ho, and remembers that the boy said he was at level 2, and with the new achievement defeating the Pig Kings, he will certainly reach level 1 and become the 4th awakened of this level. At that moment, only his stomach starts to growl, and he wonders if he should eat first or not. After returning to the restaurant, Khan lights a fire, but the MC warns that the flame is not strong enough. Suddenly, he disappears and appears with more firewood, startling the fire-haired one, who imagines that his own body took 50 years to master martial arts beyond the Swordmaster category to obtain the power of rebirth, and cannot imagine how powerful Chulho is. The MC notices his friend is deep in thought and asks what he is thinking about. He feels embarrassed and replies it's nothing until the baby dragon wakes up and, upon noticing the flames, uses her power to summon a water spirit that appears and starts making hand movements and immediately extinguishes the fire, leaving both devastated. After that, the MC says he will fetch more firewood and only then prepares the grilled pork belly king. Khan thanks him for the meal, but the MC adds a piece of wrap and asks him to try it. He eats it without hesitation and shouts that it's tasty. Chulho takes the opportunity to ask if he is still investigating the dungeons, and he answers yes, since all the time outside the restaurant is spent investigating, and asks why. He says he was in the magical stone mine dungeon when a giant herd of pigs appeared, and they were combat type, meaning the pigs are evolving to adapt to the ecosystem. These monsters grew aggressively in just a few days, although not enough to compare with those from the other world. He concludes that when the portal to the other dimension opened, it was not an energy from the Spanish continent. Khan is surprised hearing this, and he finishes by saying that the new portals may be connected to other dimensions beyond the Spanish continent, and probably something beyond their understanding is happening. Meanwhile, at the Korean Awakened Association, Sang-hoo explains what happened in the dungeon and says an intense flash of light appeared and all the monsters vanished, including the boss. The president comments that Gabby said the same thing and, not knowing what it is, just congratulates him since he advanced to a class master and is also close to becoming the 4th level 1 awakened, and so wants to know how he feels. Sang-hoo thinks this news is great and asks if the salary will increase too, although he doesn't see much point since he never has time to spend it. Jinsa asks if he would like some days off. He replies no, since he will have busy days anyway, and asks only to make sure the team will get a good bonus. The president says it won't be a problem and asks what the next class he will choose is. He answers that he chose Steel Heart. This class grants 2 lives and a dramatic increase in overall durability. He knows that after mastering this class, his entire body will be as tough as steel. He is determined since his life is always at risk, and he can never do anything about it, and basically, they were lucky against the giant pigs, and if he had Steel Heart, he could at least buy some time. The president admits it was a wise choice and says Gabby is handling the mine investigation. He then gets up saying he is leaving, and after taking the elevator, he reflects that he didn't feel any malice in the flash of light that eliminated the giant pigs and only knows it was something warm he would like to get closer to see. He still remembers it was the same happening with the Beltos, and doesn't know if it is a mysterious force or someone secretly helping. He only concludes that whoever helped both times is someone with unmatched powers, and just prays that the source of that power does not turn against them. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, another drink is served, and Khan catches MC's attention and asks if, by any chance, the Demon King was strong. MC answers that he definitely was an incredible being, although he himself is even stronger. Then the fire-haired one asks if he hates the Demon King, and MC replies that yes, there was a time he hated him, and then he was summoned to Earth, and the loved ones helped him adjust. Those same people were killed by the Demon King's army, and since he had a lot of power, he swore he would stop them. There were years of war and bloodshed everywhere, and when it finally ended, none of his friends were left alive, so he emphasizes once again that he hated him. The Demon King stood before him questioning if he was responsible for summoning him to that dimension, and all MC had at the time was hatred. He clarifies that back then, the Demon King was summoned by someone. Khan is confused by this, and MC continues saying that the Demon King was literally summoned to the Spanish continent, just like he was. Khan doesn't know how it's possible to summon the Demon King himself, and asks how he returned to Earth. MC is silent for a moment, and says that for 10 years, he searched various worlds and over time started to feel desperate until a huge rift appeared in front of him, and he saw countless buildings. He concludes that he arrived home through that rift and asks if Khan believes the story. Without thinking twice, the fire-haired one replies that yes, he definitely believes everything and also thinks MC went through a lot. MC smiles since he really did, and they toast to their hatred for the Demon King. While they drink, Chul-ho can only think that for a time he hated the Demon King, but at the same time feels sorry for him since he was also cast into a strange world and was unbearably lonely. In his memories, he had his eye closed and tried to wake his friend at any cost, but unfortunately the result of the war is countless deaths. He only shouted because it never ended and ended up relying on other things to survive, like drinking, since getting drunk allowed him to at least sleep. He also knows that if he weren't strong, he would have lost his mind a long time ago, or maybe he lost it and doesn't remember. At that moment, he wakes up sweating and seeing that he was lying down concludes he had another nightmare. He also notices that the baby dragon was lying with him and simply doesn't know when he turned over and fell asleep. Then, he goes to another room and notices that Khan is also sleeping in a strange position and realizes it is just an ordinary morning. Because of that, he decides to go outside to smoke, and soon someone calls him young man. He asks what the lady wants, and she asks for directions to the Arirang Express. He doesn't understand the question since he doesn't know about that train, and the old lady walks away, lamenting that no one knows. Chul-ho returns inside the restaurant, confused for never having seen that lady, and also not knowing what the Arirang Express is, and thinks he should ask properly next time. He decides to open the restaurant before it gets late, and after doing so, goes to the kitchen to prepare his utensils. He cleans the counter, and at that moment, someone arrives at the restaurant greeting good morning. It was Choi asking for the menu of the day. MC says he is still preparing and suggests a simple fried rice as an appetizer. He notices some water on the window and comments that apparently the new season is starting and thinks the day has been very crazy. Chul-ho, who is preparing the food, pretends not to have heard since that water was actually because he didn't adjust the inside properly, and soon after says the fried rice is ready. Choi is surprised by the dish and comments that lately Grandma Arirang has been wandering the streets. He gets confused not knowing who this person is and explains that she is an elderly lady who collects cardboard nearby and that she is not mentally well, so she asks if he saw her. He answers yes, since the lady passed in front of the restaurant early in the morning wearing a scarf even in summer, and says that the old woman asked about an Arirang espresso, but confesses he has no idea what that means. He says that, in fact, no one knows, and believes many people lost loved ones, and many simply cannot move on and end up going crazy. He gets up since it is time to leave, and MC asks him to be careful on the way. He imagines time is passing, but a person's life events never change. After all, that world is carrying a scar from the past, so the customers who arrived, like the old woman, must all be living while carrying their wounds. And that was all he thought at the moment and let it pass. He says this while looking at the beautiful rain falling that morning. The next day, MC appears brushing his teeth and at that moment hears a conversation. Upon leaving the bathroom, he sees Khan excited since the baby dragon was a little different. She starts to glow intensely until she changes form, but it is a strange form that makes both Firehair and MC realize it failed. He asks if there is a way to polymorph as well, and Firehair answers that yes, it is difficult the first time. Chul-ho thinks if he should dress the baby dragon's new form and decides to test it, but realizes she is very big, and when she fully polymorphs, she will be about 5 years old. He almost gives up, and another glow starts to appear on her, and her body begins to change until she grows arms and legs as if she were really a child. MC is surprised since the new little girl is even running, but she loses balance, and he catches her, making the little girl happy to see the attention MC is giving her. Khan gets jealous, picks her up, and happily says that although it is early to walk outside, at least she managed to polymorph. Chul-ho starts to get up since he must prepare some food and tells his friend to look for suitable clothing for Kyul. Meanwhile, outside it is raining heavily, and MC goes out with an umbrella thinking that some flank steak was left over and that he will make sweet and sour pork. After arriving in front of the restaurant, he notices someone nearby and realizes it is the lady. She greets him and asks if she can stay there for a moment since it is raining heavily. He replies that there is no problem and even invites her to have some tea. He starts to find it strange since the lady did not use the dialects from before, and she notices he is paying close attention. Without hesitation, MC hands her his umbrella, asking at least to use it, and she thanks him and says she will return it, besides asking if they also sell jangmyeon. He is confused by this request and says he does not have the ingredients, but will check. Because of this, he enters the restaurant, but sees the lady leaving in the middle of the rain and finds it all very strange. The rain gets heavier, and the radio announces that during the rainy season, everyone must be careful with aquatic monsters. They give the Kelpie as an example since it is a level 10 monster, and although it is a low level, it can evolve to level 7. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, someone bangs a beer glass on the table. It was Hoon who started drinking constantly after visiting the restaurant with Gabby. He wanted to know how to deal with women, and MC reflects on this, since before being summoned to the other world, he had only gone out with one girlfriend. The boy says he will tell a secret, and reveals that 2 years ago a hidden boss appeared in a newly discovered dungeon, and Gabby saved him, so his type of woman is the strongest ones. He concludes that strong women are attractive as well as nice and pretty. MC says he understands and reflects that he was the same way since he only looked for stronger, softer, and prettier. Thinking about it makes him a little downcast, and Hoon goes back to saying that, unfortunately, the passion is one-sided, and since the girl is very sharp and almost crying, he says he likes women who treat him harshly. But on the other hand, Gabby hates guys like him, and so, if he clings one day, it will be his death. Because of this, he breaks down crying, and, knowing that the ideal type of guy for that girl is Sang-hoo, and not understanding since the two are always fighting, Chul-ho just thinks that indeed the Lancer Mage is really quite friendly. The boy ends by saying it is another secret matter, and MC says it's no problem since he won't tell anyone. He thanks and asks for another beer, while the radio announces that heavy rains will stop the work on the Tomb of Rest, and so visitors should avoid it for a while. The two fall silent, and MC questions what Tomb of Rest was mentioned on the radio. The boy answers that it is a cemetery for victims from the past, since many people died and recovering the bodies was not easy. At that moment, a woman enters the restaurant. She is Yuna, considered the Blade Queen and a level 2 awakened. Four Eyes looks back and is terrified by the woman, who calls him a bastard, wanting to know why he is drinking again. He greets her as if doing nothing wrong, but she grabs his head telling him not to play dumb, since she doesn't know why he keeps going out alone to bother people. Then, with that look, she drags him outside, and all MC can do is ask her to come back safely. They go out into the rain, and MC watches how close they are to each other. He prepares to clean the restaurant, but begins to overhear their conversation with Hoon, wanting to know why she appeared at the restaurant to pick him up. She answers that she received orders from superiors since the Kelpies are appearing in great numbers and are more violent. After hearing this conversation, he feels a bad premonition about it. The rain remains heavy outside, but inside the baby dragon is in the fridge, feeling hungry. MC grabs her by the arm, wanting to know if she is trying to steal ingredients again, and he realizes the little girl still can't hide her tail and wings. Kyul opens a big smile, and MC realizes Hillwood needs to prepare something delicious for her to create many fun memories. At that moment, he hears a noise in the restaurant and immediately hides the little girl, asking her to stay quiet, also regretting that since there were no customers, he let his guard down. He goes to the door to see who it is and realizes it is the old woman. She asks how long a bowl of jangmyeon would take to be ready, and he replies that it will unfortunately take a little while and asks her to come in first. She worries since she is in a hurry, and he once again notices her dialect and also a subtle difference in appearance, and so decides to use his detection eye. The old woman has good disposition, but there is no information about class achievement, or acquired skill. He concludes that the old woman is 100% civilian and not an aged awakened, but on the note he notices she has dementia. He reflects that many people lost their loved ones, and some minds could not bear it, causing mental damage. He knows all this since he himself also has nightmares, and since he knows he unfortunately cannot avoid it, he can only repay with good food. Once again, the old woman says My God, since before her was Kyul all cute, but her tail was exposed, leaving the old woman scared as she was processing what she saw in front of her, and all MC does is sweat cold, not believing what is happening. The two stare at each other, and after the old woman questions what she is seeing, Chulho says, "It is just a child." Immediately, the old woman takes the baby dragon in her arms, calling her cute and saying she looks like her little dog. Kyul says her name, and this fascinates the old woman even more, since the little girl can speak from a young age. At that moment, Khan appears terrified, not understanding why his little sister is with a human. MC says everything is fine, and just asks that no other customers enter. Then, he wonders if he should make some jjajangmyeon, as the lady asked, and remembers that in the past it was a common dish that could be found anywhere, but in those hard times, the ingredients are almost impossible to find. He knows that at first, he must identify the Japanese style and the Chinese style, since he will need a fermented black soybean paste. Then he knows the problem is the noodles, because although there is a noodle shop, the stock is out, so he will have to use fried instant noodles. He begins to prepare the ingredients, then boils the noodles, leaving the meat sautéed with onions, and thus the jjajangmyeon dish is ready. Meanwhile, the lady is playing with the baby dragon, and upon seeing the dish, she is amazed but says she needs to hurry since her grandson is waiting. He understands what she means, and after returning to the counter, he prepares a plastic wrap around the bowl and just asks her to be careful not to break it. Besides returning it another day when she passes by the restaurant, she thanks him once again from the bottom of her heart, and after handing over the money, Chulho wonders that it had been a long time since he saw 1,001 bill since he is old, and just says goodbye to the lady. Arirang appears at the restaurant from time to pick up that dish to go, and he noticed that each time the person she gave the dish to was different, and even the bowls never returned to the restaurant, but he knows she didn't take them on purpose. Because of this, he always ordered more dishes until, when leaving the store, he notices something strange at the resting tomb and decides to see how it is inside. After walking a bit, he sighs because, as he expected, his parents' tombs are not in that place. At that moment, he hears someone calling Arirang's attention, and she questions why she is being stopped, and all she asked was to give food to her grandson and husband. The security guard asks her to be serious since the place is a cemetery and points to the countless bowls on top of the grave, and he asks her not to bring food to the place as it would attract insects, besides asking her not to sleep there as she might catch a cold. He warns once more to remove the bowls or he will do it himself. The MC listens from afar and can't believe she lives in that place in a tent. Also, there is a photo of her husband and her grandson, and the old lady sighs and goes toward the picture and, after taking it, opens a huge smile. The MC thinks that a person does not smile only when happy, but also when it is very hard not to cry. He knows people end up smiling since he himself smiled often in his past, and it became a habit. At night, the rain returns, and Chulho is at the window with Kyul, having fun watching the rain. The MC tells his friend that soon he will need to buy clothes for the baby dragon, and asks him not to open the window because it is raining heavily. He almost gives up but runs out, because Kyul suddenly was opening the window. The MC comments that indeed it is a blue dragon for liking rain so much. At that moment, the radio announces for everyone to be careful with the kelpies due to heavy rains. They keep announcing this alert all the time. He hears it and says he is leaving. So, even though it is raining, he goes to the balcony since he has a bad feeling and flies away at full speed. While flying over the city, he can only think about his strange feeling. Meanwhile, the old lady finds herself in front of the train station and wonders where she is, and sees that the boarding for Gondojak is right ahead. She sees the train approaching until it stops beside her. The door opens, and she is confused to see a man with a hat calling her to go. She smiles, thinking the man is handsome, but says he cannot hide the village smell. At that moment, a little boy appears, and she is happy to see her grandson once again. But when she looks back at her husband, she is startled because she simply can no longer remember his face as her memories began to fade and the world became blurry like a blurred photograph. She feels sad for not being able to remember and sees herself in a black and white world. At that moment, a monster approaches and enters the cabin where she was sleeping. The kelpie approaches and opens its huge mouth to devour her, but with a single punch, the MC completely explodes the monster. He does this imagining predicting the certain and the worst, and seeing the broken bowls. He is happy to have arrived in time. At that moment, Chul-ho hears some screams calling for Arirang, and because of that, he moves at high speed going to the sky. The security guard is left confused since he did see a kelpies. The spear mage approaches, and, after taking a mana stone in his hand, confirms that there are indeed traces of monsters in that cemetery, and, seeing the size of the puddle formed on the ground, he believes the monster was giant. He tries to understand if it is the unknown force helping once again, and without thinking twice, he orders to move the lady to the association since more monsters could be around. She mounts on the guard's back, thinking all the time about her deceased husband. In her mind, she could visualize the portrait, but could not see the face of her husband or her grandson in any way. At night, the MC is preparing some dishes until Arirang appears in the restaurant. She says she has new dishes since the old ones broke and also apologizes for all the trouble she caused. He tells her not to worry and soon notices that she is wearing new clothes and so asks if by any chance she is going somewhere. She answers yes, and he becomes thoughtful about it, asking her to have a meal before the commitment. Chul-ho begins washing the dishes and asks if jjajangmyeon would be an appropriate meal. She responds that it's great. He imagines he has enough ingredients for the noodles since he will use instant noodles as last time, and after having an idea asks if she is in a hurry. The lady says no, and so he asks her please to wait a bit. Immediately, he starts kneading the dough and imagines that to make hand-pulled noodles, a long aging period is necessary. However, he cannot go that far. He knows it will be like kalguksu noodles and will have a better texture than fried noodles. After finishing, he brings the bowl to her, who is impressed to see the beautiful dish in front of her. For a moment, she is speechless and begins to tell that she was once a farmer and lived a busy life. Her husband was a good person and always used the city dialect, so she learned it in such a way that it became her regional speech. Besides that, once a week, she would go with her husband and grandson for a walk to eat jjajangmyeon in the city. She is happy with these memories and says that whenever she saw her grandson eating, they were happy just watching, and she laments that she can no longer remember the faces of both her husband and grandson as they seem blurred in her memory. And even though she doesn't want to forget, she keeps forgetting and confesses to being scared. Suddenly, Kyul appears shouting at high speed, runs to the lady calling her grandma. She asks for permission, requesting some jjajangmyeon for the child as well, and he is happy hearing this, saying he will prepare it immediately and soon after brings another dish. The baby dragon asks her grandmother to eat. She takes the chopsticks but stands still looking at the dish. Kyul asks why she is not eating, and with her mouth full of food says it's delicious. The lady is surprised seeing this and confesses that indeed the dish is wonderful. After both eat, she goes to the MC and asks for the bill. He asks if she is leaving already, and she confirms since it is time for her train to pass. He says he understands and tells her the dish is on the house. She doesn't understand what that means, and he explains that the restaurant always offers free meals for those who are leaving on a trip. Arirang is surprised hearing this, and with a smile on her face thanks from the bottom of her heart and leaves the restaurant to continue her journey. Chul-ho watches as many people follow their own paths, and the path of a father who lives fiercely for his daughter is like the retirement path chosen by an old and tired hero. There is also a path of pure love traveled by a man who fell in love, but that day, it is the path of the lady, departing on a journey, and, along with the baby dragon, they say goodbye looking at the sky, waiting for the next time they will meet again. After that, the lady sees herself running after the train, asking it to wait, and even though her shoes fall off, she tries to understand why she is chasing the train and, out of breath, asks to wait a minute, becoming weaker and weaker from lack of air. Inside, she sees people smiling, and Arirang soon notices that her first daughter, her second son, as well as the youngest baby, and even her grandson were there. She is surprised because she is remembering all their faces until she finally reaches the train door and, looking at her husband, recognizes him perfectly. He asks if she happened to have gone through difficult moments, and she, surprised, opens a huge smile, asking to go already since she couldn't wait. In reality, the lady was lying on the ground, and the cemetery guard was running toward her. After approaching and trying to wake her up, he begins to cry with emotion, since even in her lifeless body, he could notice the huge smile on her face and believes she finally left on the train she always talked about. He looks to the side and realizes that a plate of food was on her husband's grave, along with a money note, and wonders if someone had passed by there. The MC was flying in the area since he knows he can't hold someone who decided to leave, and confesses that if he wanted to extend her life, his current power could easily do so, but he knows that sometimes living can be cruel. At the same time, in the Seoul office, Sang-hoo was making some drawings on a paper, trying to understand some happenings in the city, like the case of the Mandrake and Belto. He can only imagine that there is someone doing strange things in the city, and all he knows is that it is a supreme being who goes beyond everyone's imagination, but is strangely silent despite there being no malice. At that moment, he has an idea of who it could be and thinks of Jaeger, who disappeared during the Great Invasion 10 years ago. However, he soon changes his mind since he clearly saw the Awakened along with the level boss monster entering the portal as he was going to self-destruct, and with this sacrifice saved countless lives. Publicly, he is one of the 3 only level 1 Awakened in Korea, but they know this awakening can't return. His next hypothesis is that the association has someone awakened at level 0, which would basically be a supreme level. He throws all the papers up since he no longer knows what to think, and just reflects that since the beginning of the Magic Stone Mine, monsters classified as high level started coming out of the dungeons, and it is as if it was preventing a great invasion, and he doesn't understand why he is worrying about so many things. He decides he will deal with the most urgent matters, since he knows the biggest problem is a specific guy, pointing to the younger brother of the level 1 Awakened Jaeger. Meanwhile, at the Korean Association of the Awakened, the employee arrives with the reports of the students graduating that semester. The director takes the sheets and asks if, by any chance, they are the 3 newcomers he heard about. He begins by looking at the file of the student from Cipher School. This is Mijim, a 3rd grade healer. He knows there is a high possibility she will be promoted to the 2nd grade, besides being the daughter of Sik-sin. However, he is aware that the person in charge already has an Awakened of the healer type, and therefore thought it was a pity. Next, he looks at Yoon Myung's file, who is a 3rd grade fire mage, and finds it somewhat interesting but worries about the 3rd and last freshman, as he is talking about the Awakened Ryosin, a 3rd grade Awakened with the Werewolf ability, who has very high growth potential and received the codename Werewolf. In addition, there are 2 special notes. The first is that he has a younger biological brother, 1st grade, who disappeared 10 years ago, and the second is the more irritating problem. As reading the file, he concludes that the boy caused trouble again. The secretary confirms, saying that Ryosin had been roaming the city fighting the mercenary captains. He already feels his headache coming and asks what happened. She explains that the boy defeated the mercenary captains from 4 locations and then went to Seodaemon. The president laments that the boy is a troublemaker and asks if young people these days cannot grow up. Meanwhile, the MC is walking around the city. He imagines getting some spicy pork stir-fry, but the little market is closed, so he will have to get another meat, though he doesn't know which monster would be good. He notices there is a lot of Beltos meat and doesn't understand why, wondering if there had been a large appearance of giant pigs in the crystal mine where he had been earlier. He keeps walking until he sees some clothes, and the vendor calls him to look. He asks if they have anything for a 5-year-old child. She asks if he is a princess or a prince, and he replies that he is more like a princess. At that moment, something catches his attention as someone is shouting like crazy. It is Ryusin making a scene because he wants to fight Hyuk. Chul-ho observes from afar, reflecting on the name Hyuk, and remembers that he is the new captain of the temple mercenary group who arrived after Taizhuang left, but he has no idea who the blonde guy is. Ryosin points forward, introducing himself, and says he is the man who refused the association's offer. The MC is surprised to see a child presenting himself so grandly. The blonde kid keeps shouting, warning that if he is defeated, he will join the mercenary group until a group member appears and shouts that their captain is the best. Ryosin is surprised hearing this and bursts into laughter, as from what he understood, the temple mercenary group is afraid of him, and apparently, after Taizhuang's retirement, everyone cowered. Suddenly, someone arrives kicking everything and asks who the damn bastard is causing trouble so early. This is Captain Hyuk. The MC immediately notices that the man has a strong body and a confident gaze that fits perfectly as the successor to the former captain. Hyuk, already angry, warns that he went out to see who the brat was sullying the former captain's name, but realized he was just a badly raised kid. Ryusin shows his finger and asks if, by any chance, he is the new captain, as if so, he wants to fight him. Hyuk turns and says he doesn't fight in insignificant battles. The blonde kid takes advantage of this and says that apparently the tiger retired and a fox became the captain. Immediately, Gendendra, the swordsman, points his sword at the boy's head and, furious, says he will probably have to tear it off. Ryusin wastes no time and starts using his werewolf ability, leaping to attack with full force in his new form. However, a powerful spear blocks the attack, and Sang-hoo appears, asking if the city will ever have a peaceful day. The captain asks if by any chance he is the master of the spear, and he, furious, orders to stop the nonsense immediately. Chul-ho watches and imagines that this must be the passion of youth, something like a sprout growing after the rain, since the next generation is in motion. After all this confusion and the werewolf having taken a lot of hits, they go to the restaurant. MC welcomes everyone and asks if they have stopped fighting. Sang-hoo replies that yes, using a weapon is a foul, and using skills is also a foul, since, as expected, men should fight using their fists. He asks who won, and the spearman says that the fights are more about experience than strength, and then asks for a delicious dish. MC explains that the dish of the day is spicy fried pork and asks if it's okay. He replies that yes, since he likes it a lot. While preparing the dish, Chul-ho imagines that when cooking the pork, one must first put the belly in a pan with plenty of oil, and he stirs a lot, knowing that in some cases vegetables should be used with the meat, even though it is the type he hates the most. And since there are 3 big men in the restaurant, he must prepare 5 huge portions, mixing chili powder, gochujang, and a good sauce, thus completing his big fried pork. The werewolf is immediately surprised, but then disguises it, acting tough. Sang-hoo gets up and tells the two to take care of their own loose ends, since he himself will have to leave, but he will pay in advance. MC says goodbye and thinks that he intentionally prepared 5 portions, but one of them ended up leaving. Suddenly, Ryushin says he lost the fight, and because of that, will join the mercenary group. However, the captain says he doesn't need him and orders him to step aside while being polite. He is outraged by this and asks why he is not needed, since everyone needs a grade 2 awakening. Hyuk tells him not to think the world revolves around him and asks him to reflect, since he is not as strong as he thinks, being just a child. Then, he also leaves, leaving the blonde boy behind. At that moment, MC notices something and realizes that for some reason, the troublemaking boy was moved by the captain's words, even though he had picked a fight earlier. Furthermore, he ran off asking Hyuk to wait for him. MC laughs at the situation and imagines that the mercenary group of that generation will become very strong, but he knows that the problem with getting stronger every time is that the enemy can also become more powerful. He puts his hand on a newspaper and reflects that the frequency of dungeon appearances has increased significantly, and therefore he needs to take a look. But he soon stops to think that he made 5 portions, and, in the end, no one touched them. The next morning, Kyul wakes up, and when she turns over, sees her brother sleeping. She remembers him saying that she should wake up early and take a bath afterwards. Because of this, she summons her spirit, which uses its water ability on her body, leaving her completely clean with this improvised bath. She celebrates, since she was a good girl, and goes to Chul-ho. She starts calling for him and laughs, seeing the beautiful clothes on the wall. Then she leaves the restaurant and goes down the stairs, but is startled when, completely out of nowhere, a red portal appears in front of her, and she has no idea what it is. Curious, Kyul stretches out her hand, and as a result, is sucked into the portal, leaving only one of her slippers behind. After arriving in the dungeon, she runs with her spirit wanting to play until she steps on a bone, and something catches her attention, as some minotaurs appear in front of her. Kyul is confused and, looking ahead, asks if they are cows. Immediately, the monsters start mooing, and the spirit, after preparing, emits a terrifying aura along with Kyul, which is enough to trap all the monsters in a water prison. The Minotaur finds this impossible, but the little girl is just having fun with the situation. He watches and concludes that at least the child is a class master, but he worries since dealing with a spirit of such a high level is problematic. Because of this, he moos even louder as he needs to eliminate something so powerful. However, the wall on his side begins to crack, and a hand comes out from inside, and MC punches the creature in the head. Then he turns, wondering how Kyul ended up in a place like that, and concludes that raising children is not an easy job. After that, he turns to the monster and says that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. The Minotaur looks confused and, staring closely at MC, asks if he is Lycus Miro. He is surprised, since apparently the Minotaur's memory is better than the dragon's, and asks if he was one of the guys who accompanied the Demon King's army to the Spanish continent. The monster tries to disguise it and replies no, that he is wrong. But Chul-Ho is not joking and breaks a part of his horn to show that he does not want anyone lying. Immediately, the bull changes his answer. MC asks if he escaped through the dimensional rift when the Demon King did the same, and if he went directly to the Demon Kingdom. Trembling all over, he says yes, and then explains that he returned to the Demon Kingdom's labyrinth 10 years in the past and never left again. And that is the whole truth. Chul-Ho, curious, asks if he really has no news of the Demon Kingdom, or if the Demon King appeared somewhere recently. He says he doesn't know much, only that the Demon King returned 10 years ago and had been sleeping to recover his power. MC decides to use his ocular ability and realizes that the monster is indeed telling the truth. The Minotaur, curious, asks if he is there to invade the Demon Kingdom. He replies, no, since, to be precise, that labyrinth appeared in another dimension and, in fact, that is not the Demon Kingdom, but a place called Earth. He remembers that in the battle of the past, the Demon King did not die, and that to stop a being with an immortal body, one must reach the master level in 6 classes. He joined forces with the Ancient Dragon and the Ice Dragon, and even then, the limit of his powers only forced the Demon King into a state of semi-permanent death. But he does not know if it was fate that caused the Demon King to cross the dimensional rift and escape. He also reflects that the Minotaur is not at the level of the 4 great lords of the Demon Kingdom, but he is a strong boss, and something of that level crossing the rift would be chaos. Then he goes to Kyul and asks if she is hungry, since her stomach is growling. She runs into his arms, happy as can be. The Minotaur is pleased to see that MC is leaving, but is soon startled as MC suddenly turns and says there is something the monster needs to do for him. The Minotaur does not fully understand what that means and just listens quietly. Back in the city, Chul-Ho begins preparing meat, and at that moment, Khan arrives wanting to know what he is making. MC stays silent in the moon world, and the fire-haired voice shouts that the pot is overflowing. He replies that the meat is cooked and that he can sit to have breakfast. Khan sits and asks what kind of meat it is. Chul-Ho replies that it is oxtail, since he saw something similar and, as it had been a while since he made it, decided to buy it. He says he understands and asks if the green part is vegetables. MC explains that they are cheongyang peppers. He decides to eat, thinking they are medicinal herbs, but soon starts spitting fire, as he did not expect it to be so spicy. While drinking water to cool down, someone asks if there are people in the restaurant. A little girl enters, saying she opened a flower shop right in front of the restaurant and is there to greet them. She hands over the bouquet and says she is accompanied by some friends. However, she notices the strong smell of meat and asks if something is being prepared. Chul-Ho says yes, since he made oxtail soup. She asks if she could have a bowl, and he replies yes, asking her to wait just a minute. The girl sits but soon notices the peppers on Khan's table. She comments that there are vegetables on another table, and so she begins to focus, making one of the peppers start to levitate. The dragon is confused seeing this, as is MC, who realizes that the ingredients have started moving on their own, and he becomes confused, as if the vegetables had created life. And so he decides to use his detector eye on the girl, and with that obtains the following information. Her disposition is fear. She is from the plant regeneration class, her class achievement level is intermediate, and her acquired skill is intermediate. He is surprised to see a plant regeneration type awakening, and as far as he knows, it was a rare skill that made nearby plants grow rapidly or made them move. In fact, on the Spanish continent, an awakened person mastered this skill and created a rose zone over a large area to the point of preventing the demon army from advancing, and it is definitely a powerful class. He goes to the girl, confessing he is surprised she is awakened, and she apologizes since she only feels bad when she sees someone eating vegetables. Chul-Ho picks up the onion in his hand and says he has seen exactly the opposite frequently, but a case like a client's is the first time. At that moment, Gabby enters the restaurant, giving her greetings and ordering a salad. Then she notices something strange and asks if by any chance the girl is not part of the Florist Knights team. She becomes embarrassed and replies that she is not. However, Gabby knows it's a lie and therefore asks what she is doing in that area. Four Eyes becomes increasingly embarrassed until she screams, saying she knew very well that she made a big mistake in a dungeon that appeared some time ago. Gabby does not fully understand what that means and asks what kind of mistake it was. She explains that it was a dungeon full of plant-type monsters, and so she could not kill them with her own hands. She spent all the time running away, and because of that, her older brother got badly hurt. Cat Shadow confesses that he liked seeing a girl admit her mistakes to learn from them, and asks if by any chance she ran from the dungeon and opened a flower shop at the end of the alley, and also wants to know if she apologized. She replies that the place in question was originally her house, and that is her hometown. However, Gabby states that running away will not solve anything. The girl understands this and asks if she should apologize before leaving. She stands up and says she would like to pay for what she did, and the MC asks if she has farming seeds, since he could pay with them later. Angela is surprised and asks if she heard correctly. He says yes, and she becomes excited, saying she will get the best seeds she has. However, at the same moment, someone appears saying they finally found who they were looking for. Angela becomes desperate upon seeing that it is her captain. He admits he is surprised that Gabby is also there, as he had not seen her in a long time. Chul-ho wonders who that person could be, unlike Gabby, who just tells him not to be so formal, calling her Miss. He then asks if his disciple wants to retire, since he could write official documents about it, and she replies that it is not the case, as she just feels useless. The captain puts his hand on her shoulder and says everyone makes mistakes and it would be no different for her. But without much patience, he grabs her by the arm and starts leaving the restaurant, as they have no time to waste. Before leaving, he asks who owns the restaurant, and the MC introduces himself. The captain reveals that Sang-hoo speaks very highly of that restaurant, and next time, he will come there as a customer. Chul-ho feels relieved that the horse seller thinks well of that place. Gabby becomes tired of all the confusion until she looks ahead and asks why the red-haired boy is acting strangely. He is startled to hear this and continues trying to hide from her, as he found her wonderful. She does not fully understand what is happening and stands up, as she also needs to leave, but will pay for the meal first. Chul-ho says goodbye and turns around, wanting to know what is wrong. Khan cannot contain his emotion, as he has completely fallen for Gabby. The MC cannot believe this absurdity and asks since when this happened. He replies that he just fell in love. After that, the MC returns to the portal and meets the Minotaur and his servants. He imagines that the surroundings are quite open and even wondered if the labyrinth's ecosystem could have changed. In addition, he notices a weathering system, which is a magical tool containing about 2 zero-grade mana crystals. He also thought about how far all this would go, since the place is specialized for a specifically designated area. So, if the monsters are removed from that place, the magical power will be lost. But he knows he cannot just leave it as it is. After all, there is a lot of labor there. Then he notices some cows plowing a field and asks if, by any chance, they are originally vegetarian, since that would mean they do not eat people. The Minotaur replies that they are, as only in the past did they use humans as food, but nowadays, it is no longer like that. Chul-ho approaches and asks what they mainly cultivate in that dungeon. He replies that it is grass. The MC asks to get closer and begins to press his head, since there are many types of grass, and the big guy responds that they mainly cultivate apple and pineapple seeds. The MC thinks about this, since the apple seed was from a fruit similar to nuts, besides being crunchy, and the pineapple was the size of a fist with a soft peel. He shows a bag, revealing that inside there are various seeds of other plants, such as cabbage, lettuce, carrot, and other plants. However, in the middle of the explanation, he notices something like a cabin and asks what it is. The Minotaur replies that they collected some items and, even afraid, asks if he is thinking of taking them. Chul-ho questions what he means by that and opens the compartment he saw before. He immediately realizes that there are all kinds of seeds and weapons, and it even seems like a war, spoils from when they invaded the continent of Spain. While searching the place, he notices something shining very brightly and, using his detection eye, realizes it is an ocean tear, a treasure of the mermaids who rule the northern sea of the Spanish continent, which he never thought he would see. He knows that originally that item is a treasure that obeys everything the owner desires. Initially, it was given to a poor farmer who poured rice all over the continent. With this, a certain rich and greedy man stole the jewel from the farmer and immediately escaped to the Great Sea. And at the time, salt was very expensive, so his request was that it be poured without limit. The jewel obeyed the request and began pouring continuously until the ship was full and sank. The MC reflects that it is a popular story, and it was even how the northern seawater became salty. He turns, certain that that will definitely help a lot in the restaurant, and Helko asks if he is leaving. The MC replies that yes, and suggests to his new friend to eat a lot to increase resistance, as they will meet more often. The Minotaur says he understands, and after Chulho leaves, the big monster can only imagine that he was lucky his horns grew quickly, even though the fear engraved by the war has not been undone. In addition, he realizes that the one with power known as the Demon King does not exist in that world, and to recover the damage the Demon King suffered, he must sleep for 100 years. He also reflects on the little girl he met earlier, as she seemed to be a 5-year-old human, but had horns, a tail, and monstrous abilities, and he only knows dragons with these characteristics. Thinking about all this leads him to believe that Chulho is making the dragons his servants, and he wonders if he has conquered the whole world and, by any chance, is creating great dragons to conquer the Demon Kingdom. Thinking about this makes him more terrified, since his only hope, the Demon King, has been sleeping for only 10 years. Therefore, he decides that they will do their best to survive by siding with the good monsters, and so he shouts for everyone to start working, since they need to be useful. Meanwhile, on Earth, Gabi arrives at the front of a dimensional rift, and soon an Awakener explains that this is the largest portal found so far. She warns that they will enter immediately, and, for that reason, should request support from Zenkak. Then, she begins to enter, imagining that the size of the portal mainly represents the size of the dungeon, so the monsters in that place must be extremely powerful. However, she is surprised, since there is nothing inside. Gabi looks up, as the sky seems to want to drop something, even though nothing happens, and it is as if a predator had swallowed its prey, so it is a 0-grade dungeon. Because of this, she withdraws, and Sanghu quickly asks what is inside to have been designated as a 0-grade dungeon. She simply replies that there is nothing, which worries him, since the rifts are becoming increasingly variable, and he asks if the observation team is currently in the dungeon. One awakens that they are, and that there are no major problems besides the wave in the sky growing stronger, and thus believes another rift will open in a few hours or days. A girl approaches and says that the president issued a Class 3 alert. Gabi immediately imagines who is coming to help and turns, asking them to resolve it as quickly as possible. Who had arrived was Hoon, who gave his greetings and asked if everyone agrees that the days are getting hotter. The Lancer takes a deep breath, and Gabi asks to rest a bit since she hasn't slept in the past few days. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Khan finishes getting ready, looking very elegant, and asks MC if, by any chance, he looks strange. He replies that he looks stylish, but wants to know what is happening. The dragon comments that a certain woman will appear at the new restaurant shop again, and Chulho asks if he means Gabi, since if that is the case, she will indeed appear, as she has been frequenting the restaurant every day. Hardly has he said this when she appears, greeting and asking for a salad. MC also greets her and says he will prepare it immediately until he notices something, and out of nowhere, Khan is handing her a flower, asking her to marry him. Gabi doesn't understand well and asks if the proposal is really for her. He replies yes. She gives a light laugh and says she doesn't like dating, and marrying someone younger is tiring. Khan gets frustrated and asks how old she is. She apologizes, as it is a secret, and asks how old he is. Before answering, MC drags him to another room and apologizes, as his nephew is sick, and he is speaking nonsense. Once apart, Firehair asks if it was strange, and he answers obviously yes, while thinking he feels a bit uncomfortable with the situation and whether he should use the item he recently acquired. He takes the Ocean Tear in his hand, even though he didn't expect to use it so quickly, and activates the item's ability on the sliced watermelon to sprinkle salt over it. With that, the watermelon salad is ready, and Gabi doesn't waste time, takes a bite, and confesses she doesn't understand how a watermelon can be so delicious. even feeling as if her energy is increasing and her fatigue is disappearing. She also comments that lately she hasn't had much appetite, but thanks to MC, she is able to eat well. Then she asks him to be careful, as a grade 3 alert will be issued soon. He is confused by this alert, and she explains that a grade 3 alert is the lowest. But even so, a grade 1 boss monster can appear. Grade 2 alerts are for when there are 2 or more grade 1 boss monsters, and the most terrifying of all, the grade 1 alert has never been issued since the tragedy 10 years ago. She also says that a 0-grade dungeon was created in Seodaemon and doesn't quite understand how it will work. Then she says she found his nephew very cute and therefore should suggest he meet a nice woman, as she herself is not the right person. She says this and leaves. Khan approaches and asks if it was a failure. MC says it definitely was. Because of this, Firehair asks if he finds it strange for a dragon to fall in love at a certain time, and he doesn't think twice and replies yes. In his thoughts, he remembers an elf explaining that their time is completely different. She had asked him to continue living without sacrificing his own life. He feels down with that memory, but says that race really doesn't matter, since he himself went through the same situation. Khan is surprised, as he didn't imagine that, and asks for more details, since he just admitted that he also fell in love. MC tells him to forget it and says he will go for a walk. However, before finishing saying it, he senses a sinister aura, just like Khan, who asks where that sinister smell of blood came from. Chulho thinks that the stench of blood is familiar, since it was the same smell he sensed during the battle with the Demon King 10 years ago. While thinking about this, a woman appears asking if she is in the human realm. Gabby and her team could not believe what they were seeing, as the demoness in front of them was only ordering her monsters to eat all the bastards present. The awakened stare, and immediately Sang-hoo shouts for the defense to use Formation D. They don't waste time and summon the Iron Defense, successfully blocking the drops of blood. However, the monster lets out a loud roar and with its hand breaks the barrier with extreme ease, leading them to believe it is a vampire. The captain intervenes and slashes the monster mercilessly, but it doesn't have much effect. He looks to the side and says he expected nothing less from a level 0 dungeon. The boss calls everyone insignificant and begins to summon blood in all directions, forcing the Lancer to shout for everyone to join the battle, as the Time Mercenaries will also help. The vampire concentrates energy in her hand and shoots blood in all directions. Sang-hoo notices that a red mist is forming that will block vision, and, for that reason, tells everyone to be careful. Hoon, with his robot, gathers energy and fires with full force, almost hitting the Lancer directly. He asks if he is okay, and Sang-hoo warns that for a second, he thought he was going to die by a fellow ally, and asks if he can ensure visibility for everyone. He replies that clearing all the mist is impossible, and, gathering more energy, fires in all directions, since he is somehow able to see a little. However, the blood simply regenerates, and he gets frustrated as normal attacks have no effect, and to make matters worse, he notices the blood monster is fleeing toward the portal. The Lancer tries to stop it, and gathering all energy in his spear, strikes full force at the monster, splitting it in half. He then orders the defense team to close the exit, as the monster is trying to escape through the gate. The large 6-pointed star formation is completed, and they prepare once again to face the boss. Also noticing that a huge number of demons have appeared, the vampire realizes the situation is bad and laments, since she barely managed to recover her power after the war 10 years ago and is far from sufficient. Not understanding why the human's level is so high, she is aware that her position worsens every second, reaching the point of having to beg for her life. As she tries to leave the formation, Gabby appears behind her and warns that her fury time has run out. However, before doing anything, she looks down and sees the demons breaking the formation completely and attacks with everything, needing to end it before the monsters are freed. However, her attack is useless, as the vampire simply transforms her body into blood to nullify the stab. She then turns into her liquid form and takes the opportunity to pass through the barrier. She celebrates, finally managing to escape through the portal, but MC is already outside waiting for it to happen, and, with just one slap, puts her to sleep. After doing this, he opens his dimension, and Kasim appears asking what he wants, and, before getting an answer, is surprised at what he sees, as in Chulho's hands is one of the 4 demon lords, Sovereign Lise. MC hands her over and orders her to be taken far away, being satisfied that the Hunter Association possesses such strong people and that they fought as a team, achieving a battle record of 0 casualties. Moreover, he realizes that, unlike the Spanish continent, the land gathered only the elite, and that they are indeed trustworthy people. Thinking about this makes him happy, but he knows he also needs a war spoils, and, for that reason, orders the goblin to fetch a level 1 magic stone. Kashim obeys, and he leaves it at the portal entrance, believing it to be enough, and goes into his private dimensional fissure. Now, a little about the past of the Demon Kingdom. The Demon Kingdom is completely ruled by the strong. In other words, the Demon King is the strongest being in the entire kingdom. This being commands 4 lords under his command, each possessing great power and obeying the king's orders absolutely. These generals conquered countless territories until the Demon King was defeated in a state of peace and death by an incomparable hero who advanced like a storm and fled. Sovereign was outraged, revealing that she survived and returned, but to recover her depleted power, she had to drink high-quality blood constantly and does not understand how she became so weak and whether the other 3 lords are in the same situation. She is furious to the point of wanting to kill everyone, especially the MC who did all that to her. Suddenly, she wakes up and realizes she is being sucked into a portal and simply cannot do anything until finally awakening. The MC who was beside her warns that she has 2 options, life or death, and tells her to answer sincerely, otherwise she will die, and asks if, by any chance, the Demon King is sleeping. Sovereign looks closely at his face and asks if it is Micus, since it should be impossible to remain so young. She emphasizes that she imagined he would age and die, and therefore waited several years. The MC stands up, since apparently her loyalty to the Demon King is very strong, and for that reason, she should die. But the vampire panics and reveals that the Demon King is sleeping and will probably remain so for 90 more years until he recovers all his power. He realizes it is true through his detection eye, and this time asks how much power she has already recovered. Sovereign reveals she has recovered 2/5. He understands that this is equivalent to 2 level 1 monsters, and each of the lords of the Demon Kingdom would easily be able to devour 5 or 6 level 1 monsters, which is the highest level. With this in mind, he asks if, by any chance, she appeared in that place intentionally. She replies no, as she was resting quietly and was forced to appear there. The detection eye indicates she is lying, and the MC warns that this time she will die. Sovereign panics again and changes her answer, as everything she had been thinking was about killing him. He reflects that the beings crossing the Demon Kingdom are becoming stronger, and it is even strange to call it a coincidence, as everything indicates someone is intentionally creating dimensional fissures, but he does not know who, and therefore asks what the current situation in the Demon Kingdom is. She reports that, since the king's deep sleep, the place has been in chaos with continuous wars. Cholho then asks if the situation of the other lords is similar to hers, and she responds that all 3 are recovering their powers in the same way. He says that this is great, and she is pleased, questioning whether she will be spared. He grabs her clothing, since he keeps his promises, and throws her out of the portal into another fissure. After falling face first to the ground, the MC calls for Mino and announces that a new worker will help, and therefore must teach Sovereign the labyrinth rules. The Minotaur is startled, knowing that Sovereign is a lord of the Demon Kingdom and cannot take his eyes off her. The Minotaur makes it clear that Cholho has dragons as servants, and may even have a giant army. She is surprised by this, believing that the humans she fought before must also be subordinate to him. Furthermore, she tries to understand how he has not aged at all, besides mastering an absurd power, believing he has achieved immortality. At that moment, the MC grabs the attention of both, warning that if they continue with idle chatter, they will face instant death. Immediately, Mino begins to explain all the rules of the maze until he reaches the most important part, that she must eat a lot to gain much strength and endurance. She simply does not understand what this means. But anyway, a new worker was acquired for the restaurant. The MC opens a portal and, upon arriving at the Minotaur's labyrinth, asks why everyone is feeling weak, especially drawing the attention of Sovereign. She is startled to see who it is, and immediately shouts that she gave her best, having worked hard, tried to eat a lot, and even did not attempt to escape. He does not understand what the heck she is talking about, and the Demon Lord asks if it is not the rule to eat a lot to gain stamina, and if that is why she sucked blood nonstop, yet all she gained was weight and does not know what to do. Chul-ho cannot believe what he is hearing since she is an exception, and he tells her to put on some clothes. She stands up asking if he is serious, and explains that she tried to use the blood of hell cows as fertilizer because it makes the vegetables grow well, as she can purify the blood she drinks and make it clean. MC is surprised since he had forgotten her ability to refine the blood she drinks, turning it into a very pure liquid with healing properties. He thinks that the day will definitely come when he can make use of this ability and, seeing the plants in good condition, decides to use them as ingredients for the restaurant. Having said that, he goes to his establishment and immediately asks Khan to prepare the vegetables he is carrying, but upon seeing him depressed, asks if he is getting weak again. He explains that he barely finished the carrot and is already receiving other orders. This makes Chul-ho reflect that Khan has continuously helped with the restaurant work, while also looking for ways to return to the Spanish continent, so he would definitely be exhausted, and he says he will give some days of rest. He is surprised to hear this, and Kyul asks if they will go to the Great Blue. MC does not understand what the Great Blue is, and she continues pleading to visit the Blue, showing in a magazine what the Blue is, and only then does Chul-ho realize it is the sea and decides to agree, as she is managing to hide her horns and tail well. Her eyes shine, and she bows in thanks. MC finds this amusing and asks if Khan taught her that. He, proud, responds that it is the result of his training, but Chul-ho warns that it is not the time to be bowing since they need to change before going out. With that, they close the restaurant, and MC asks if they are both ready. Then he touches the little girl, and they all start flying due to his power. Khan is surprised and asks when he learned this power. He responds that it has been a long time, as he used it to kill many beings, and holding the two, he tells them to get ready and flies off at an incredible speed. Khan enjoys it, flying in human form, which is completely different from when he is in his dragon form. MC finds it funny and soon announces they are arriving, as the scenery gradually changes until they are finally in front of the sea. Immediately, Kyul runs off with her spirit, and Chul-ho, seeing Khan sitting on the ground, asks if he will not enter the water or if water is a problem for the Red Dragon race. He replies that he does not particularly like water, though he does not hate it, but just seeing his sister having fun is enough. MC smiles, understanding, and opens his portal, asking Kasim to find the fishing rod he got from the eastern continent. The goblin, efficient as always, delivers the tool and tells them to have fun. Khan sees this and asks what it is. Chul-ho explains that it is a reward he received on the eastern continent for fulfilling a request from an immortal, and it is a fishing rod that can catch huge things even without bait. With that, he flies off at full speed and casts the hook into the sea, wanting to use that fishing rod as he had a long time ago. He changes his expression slightly, as the more he reflects on himself, the more he realizes only regrets remain. At that moment, the fishing line starts moving, and he pulls, revealing a level 2 giant kraken, which scares everyone. The water spirit also does not waste time and captures several fish. The MC is surprised to see the fish Kyul caught, but says that unfortunately, they cannot eat them, as they do not taste very good. Still, he praises her for doing very well in the catches, along with the water spirit. Then he imagines that usually, when marine creatures from the squid family grow to a large size, ammonia accumulates inside their bodies, making them smell like a bathroom. Then, with his eyes shining after using his ability, he slices them into countless pieces, since the kraken lives deep in the sea and does not rely on buoyancy, so it has less bad smell and is tender, making it suitable for a delicious sashimi. He also imagines that when he was with the Legion on the Spanish continent, seafood was steamed, so the ingredients were limited. That said, he prepares kraken legs grilled in butter and kraken sashimi. Everyone starts eating, as they are starving, especially Kyul, who cannot resist and decides to try it. Realizing it is extremely delicious, they start talking until the sky begins to shine in various different patterns. Khan is confused and asks what all the shining is, and the MC explains that they are insects that glow after feeding on salty sea air and, as far as he knows, also exist on the Spanish continent. This makes him reflect more deeply, remembering that his father was named Busan, and, Although he moved to Seoul, he may have done so because he missed his hometown and often brought home a bottle of soju. He always sat next to his father eating squid sashimi, one piece at a time. And when he was in high school, he thought life would end when he entered university. But that was when a new beginning arose. After finishing his military service and returning to school, he went through a difficult era, with the whole world struggling to find jobs, reaching the point where he preferred to return to military service. When he graduated from university, hell unfolded, and things like dreams, vision, or academic plans were useless, eventually making him an incompetent person. The world called him that. Both TV and books constantly criticized him for having lived a life without any thought. After living his life studying blindly with no dreams, he thought it was wrong to live without even being able to get a job with a good salary. The moment he gave up his dreams of entering a large corporation was when January 1st arrived and he turned 30. In front of his table, the dinner smelled bitter and salty, and his father always said that the path he took was the right one. After that, the MC made a vow that he would succeed and return, but in the end, he could not come back. At that moment, Khan catches his attention, seeing him lost in millions of thoughts. And after Chul-ho wakes up to life, he becomes serious for a moment and then smiles again, having only been distracted, and asks if he wants to drink more. At night, near the city, several birds fly near a truck, while it is announced that the fugitive called Beast is fleeing east of Seosho. After a while, everyone returns to the restaurant, and the MC announces that he will prepare the Kraken, feed Kyul, and only then go down. Then he prepares himself, imagining what he could do. He considers that seasoned Kraken is very good and could be molded with a filling inside, using a Korean blood sausage. But at the moment, he only has one dish in mind. For that, he slices the body and legs well, as the Kraken needs to be in small pieces. Then he adds a bit of cooking oil to the flour for frying, and only then adds salt and water to make a thick, soft dough. He begins frying over high heat until finally finishing the fried Kraken. He tries the first piece and realizes that the crunchy texture of the dough matches the meat, making it fantastic. Then he imagines that normally soju would pair well, but at that moment, beer would be ideal. He prepares to get the drink but hears a cat meowing, goes to the door to see what it is, and finds it strange, as the size of the cat is the same as a tiger cub. MC uses his detection eye and realizes that it is, in fact, a common cat, without much information, and therefore believes it must have eaten some magic stone from somewhere. Because of this, he reflects that a beast that eats a magic stone dies quickly because it cannot handle the magical power, and, unless it is a unique class, it is powerful enough to kill even an awakened. That is why they can use the stone in daily life, especially processed with engineering to regulate the amount of magical power. And, in summary, it is a lethal object for any living creature. Not knowing what to do, he offers a bit of Kraken meat, and while the cat eats everything, Chul-ho can only imagine that for someone so big, Myung-chi is quite gentle. Then he goes to read the newspaper and notices that they are talking about the Guardian Gangbuk, one of the 5 ex-guardians who survived the great monster invasion. He feels as if he has seen that guy somewhere, like in another world, but does not think that is the case. Only then something catches his attention when he reads that there was an attack by giant cats. Immediately, he looks to the side but notices that the cat ate all the food and left. The next morning, Khan helps by lighting the stoves while giving a toy to his sister. MC arrives at that moment and asks what the hell he is doing, and he responds that the stove broke, so he is boiling the broth on his own. Chul-ho cannot hold back and laughs, saying that it probably just needs to replace the magic stone for it to work again. Khan bursts into tears, having not imagined it would be so simple. But at that moment, something catches MC's attention as the giant cat has returned again, this time with a rat in its mouth. Kyul starts calling the cat a tiger, but Chul-ho says it is not a tiger but a cat. Then the little girl calls the cat Hodori and mounts it, making Khan worried as it is not an animal to ride. Kyul continues petting it, and this makes MC reflect that the cat is quite gentle, and therefore it must not be the same as the ones in the newspaper attacks. Suddenly, the cat enters the restaurant frightened because someone stood in front of the restaurant with a falcon. MC greets the young man, as it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Ryumin enters asking for a meal, but is soon greeted by Hyuk and the blonde boy, who continues saying they should have eliminated all the cats in the area. Then everyone sits down, and the new captain says he wants something refreshing to eat. MC almost says they have Kraken, but changes his mind, saying he has squid. and prepares, wondering what he could make that would be refreshing. After finishing, he says he prepared raw squid soup, but in reality, the ingredients were kraken with mandrake. Hyuk likes what he sees, but asks if by chance there is also white rice. Ryushin is shocked, as he has no idea who would eat rice with cold noodles. But the captain just tells him to shut up. Then, he takes a portion with a spoon and starts eating, saying it is delicious. MC is happy to see everyone pleased, and the captain decides to ask the knight if he will catch the cat that supposedly attacked civilians, and he answers yes, as they are the same from previous incidents. Chul-ho is curious about what he is talking about, and he explains that, a year ago, a very famous thief kidnapped a transport vehicle carrying level 4 and 6 magic stones, and its whereabouts became unknown after that, with no one knowing even the thief's name, age, or gender. However, people kept calling him the Beast because this person could control animals at will. Ryumin tells her partner that they will start with capturing the fugitive and must not let him escape the city under any circumstances. Because of this, she activates her ability, summoning several roots from the ground that attack the truck that was fleeing. However, the Beast, with just a whistle, summons numerous crows attacking all the vines. Moreover, the birds had crystals in their beaks, and once again, Ryumin shouted to catch him. The girl continues using her magic at maximum power, but is soon startled, as in the next moment, a giant tiger appears, destroying everything. Four Eyes is shocked, as the beast class is the same as his, same level, yet seemingly inferior. Then he looks to the side and notices that several giant cats have entered the forest. Only then does he realize that the crows are a sign, since there is another animal that ate the monocrystal and escaped. Meanwhile, the fugitive is standing on the truck with his giant tiger, exuding confidence with his smile. They even try to get closer, but quickly get frustrated, since the target simply disappeared, and that is why the hunter beast's apprehension failed. While recounting this story, he explains that the target he pursued fed the cats with 4th-class crystals, 30 in total, and even though he captured 26, all of them died. It is known that few animals can resist the power of the monocrystal, but momentarily they gain powers that transcend their species. Chul-ho asks if that means he will take care of the remaining 4 cats. He replies that yes, and says that if they are lucky, they may capture them alive, but they will be killed afterward. MC takes the opportunity to reflect, as he does not understand why this phantom thief wants to steal the magical stones. Ryumin deduces that he will try to use them to create something great, and although it has not yet been confirmed, it must be because many of the awakened who are active in the uninhabited zone are foreigners. MC is surprised, as it is the first time he has heard about the foreigners. The Four Eyes says he is about to leave but warns he will return soon. The other 2 awakened say the same. As Ryumin walks through the forest, he notices something and sees that some cats have fallen, just as he thought, since they could not endure it. However, he is startled to see that one of them is standing and cannot believe it is still alive after eating a monocrystal, but he does not understand how it developed so well or if that is really possible. The cat attacks as it gets very close, and this grabs his attention, making him wonder if it is just protecting its companions. He begins to sweat, thinking it is a pain, and realizes that all he has to do is lift a finger and it will all be over, and the 1-year case of the missing magical stones will be resolved cleanly. Even with a heavy conscience, he imagines he cannot ruin the work out of a moment of pity, since public and private matters should be kept separate, and he firmly believes it is the right thing to do. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, MC is thoughtful about the foreigners, as they must be awakened from the land of no one, and he knows that outside of Seoul it is a lawless land, with countless gates left unmanaged, so monsters run free and entry is restricted. He soon concludes that if people can move around in such a place, then they are strong awakened, and since it does not seem to be a secret, he wants to ask more about it. Barely thinking this, someone enters the restaurant. It is Ryumin again, this time asking if there is a strong drink. Chul-ho says that the only strong drink available is the fire drink, which is not the best, and asks if it will do. Four Eyes replies yes, and MC imagines that drinking something with 60% sorghum on an empty stomach would make him suffer the next day, and so he thinks it pairs well with some sweet and sour meat. He realizes there is no pork, so he will have to use the beef he bought last time. With everything prepared, he makes his thin cuts and quickly takes them to fry. At the same time, he asks the awakened if he happens to dip the sweet and sour meat in sauce. He does not quite understand the question and says he was still thinking about what side dish he would order, but thought something sweet and sour would be good, and requests salt instead of sauce. MC is surprised, as the guy clearly knows how to appreciate it, since it is a good way to enjoy the pure flavor of the meat. With everything ready, he serves the tray, and Ryumin wastes no time, taking a piece of meat and putting it in his mouth. At the same time, he drinks his beverage and becomes increasingly happy, as it is delicious. He takes the opportunity to call Chul-ho, saying that sometimes he is about to do something, and although his head says one thing, his heart says another, and he therefore questions which he would choose. The MC imagines that everyone has their own merit and that, when traversing the battlefield, they sometimes face these moments, like when his companion is dying in the middle of the enemy and his heart tells him to save him, but his mind tells him to keep advancing toward the enemy lines and save even more people. And in the end, he has to pay a price anyway. After thinking all this through, he comments to himself that normally, in times like these, it doesn't matter what choice he makes, since he will always regret it. But at the same time, it doesn't matter what he chooses, because he also gains something. Ryumin, curious, asks if by chance this something is money. Chul-ho, without thinking twice, says that money often, when looking back, may not be as valuable as it seems. He becomes thoughtful upon hearing this, takes another sip of his drink, and reveals that he feels more at ease. The MC is happy to hear this until Ryumin's assistant arrives at the restaurant and says she deduced he would be there, since outside there are several eagles parked silently. He, worried, questions why she is out so late at night, and, even more, what she is doing in the restaurant. She says her house is very close and asks to share a bit of the sweet and sour meat, but he refuses since he is hungry. After finishing all the food, he leaves the restaurant with the girl, who complains about him being so drunk. Then, he is startled to see a cat and questions how an animal can be so big. Ryumin observes closely and says that cats are common in the city of Goyang and says goodbye, since the cat has several rats, probably hungry. With that, the two leave while the animal keeps watching him, remembering only the 3 graves of the other cats that lost their lives. The next day, at the restaurant, Kyul is brushing his teeth and his brother keeps asking him not to swallow the foam. At that moment, Chul-ho appears and is surprised, since he didn't have a nightmare for the first time, and, looking at the newspaper on the table, notices that 4 Eyes recovered all the stolen mana crystals. He realizes that he bought 4 grade 4 magic stones with his own money to fill the gap, and knows it is an enormous expense, even for a guardian, and therefore concludes that he is a good person and will become a great guardian. However, he soon changes his expression upon seeing in the newspaper a report about an unknown mist related to foreigners. 30 years ago, when people awakened their abilities, 3 generations have passed, and countless awakened individuals have appeared and fallen. During this time, ideological conflict has always existed. One side said they should protect civilians and build cities, while the other side said the opposite, and the 2 groups always fought. After the great monster invasion 10 years ago, they separated and went their own ways. The president, looking at the foreigners' report, merely sighs deeply, knowing that they are crossing a river from which they cannot return. Elsewhere, Hoon is tinkering with his battle mecha, since the injection speed still seems slow and therefore needs some adjustments. He gets out of the robot and says that the movement improved by 50%, but he is unsure if adding more artificial muscles would be overkill. His assistant says they will need new materials that can withstand the power of the mana crystal. He says he understands, until he looks to the side and sees Ryumin in the room and asks what happened. He says he passed by as he was going to report on the fugitive beast. Hoon takes the opportunity to ask if he heard that the Undertaker is returning, and reveals that it is not a shadow or something the public would know, but an unofficial Grade 1 awakened, since if Jaeger became public, it would cause chaos, so he was sent secretly. He becomes thoughtful about this, since first they sent Gabby and now also the Undertaker. He believes that certainly something big is about to happen. Meanwhile, Gabby is fleeing from something, and the awakened Senbats that bite her leg. She thinks this is awful but manages to fight back and then escapes again. At the same time, Khan is looking at the city map, and since he has never investigated the Northwest Portal, believes he should go to the location. He is riding around, since he needs to make the most of his free time on the motorcycle that the MC gave him, powered by mana crystals. As he approaches the toll, he is notified that there will be an inspection. He takes the opportunity to ask why there have been so many inspections in recent days. The employee responds that it is because the uninhabited area has been dangerous and therefore asks to see his ID. After analyzing the document, the employee asks if he really wants to visit the place again. Khan replies that he does, since he is thinking of traveling. He says this imagining that Chul Ho asked him to treat ordinary people with respect, even if he doesn't feel like it. The employee passes his device to check that he is not carrying anything and makes him sign a liability waiver, since it is a dangerous area. Then the dragon continues his journey, and after a while, he pauses, imagining that the place he is in is already safe. He prepares himself, since he must take his investigation seriously, and jumps toward the portals. He hops from one to another, checking their levels, until he gets dizzy, since one of the portals is the habitat of monsters that attack in groups, and he thinks it was a total waste. Moreover, he also gets hungry, and while hunting inside the portals, he doesn't understand why he doesn't see any monsters. But that is because all of them are afraid of him, as his terrifying dragon aura is overwhelming. At that moment, he senses something and realizes there are awakened in the portal, not just one, as he is feeling more than 10. Thinking about it, he becomes even more startled when he sees that one of them is Gabby, and she is surrounded by several other awakened. The group begins to taunt her, saying that she has finally fallen into their trap as she keeps interfering in operations. She realizes that her situation is not very good, since the vampire venom spread very quickly, and she can only imagine that she investigated the foreign portals for a long time, since with her stealth ability it was easy, and she never had any problems, and therefore she doesn't know what to do. At that moment, someone approaches, asking not to be killed. He says it took 5 years to set a trap to capture her alive, and reveals that he is Besta. He makes it clear that it is to capture her, as he needs to torment her before she can finally die. Gabby becomes increasingly worried and considers that the only option is to jump off the cliff. Suddenly, the people notice something, just like her, as when she looks at the sky, she sees a giant energy sphere heading toward them. The firepower hits with maximum intensity, enough to scare even the high-level tiger. Besta is startled, as he didn't imagine that the awakened association would have created someone of such a powerful level, and therefore, he thinks he will retreat, since someone of this level is at least a rank 0 awakened. Meanwhile, Gabby stands on the cliff and starts trembling like a green twig, not understanding why, as she is not afraid of the fire, but of something even deeper than fear itself. Then, she faints, and Khan appears, catching her. He realizes that the reason for her fainting must be because she was poisoned, and seeing all the destruction he caused, he wonders what he should do. The dragon takes the opportunity to carry her to a safe place and constantly tries to figure out what to do, since, as far as he knows, when bitten by a vampire bat, the wound must be cooled for the venom to leave faster, and with healing abilities, it would be easy to fix. But he doesn't have that. Then he considers whether he should remove the clothes covering the wounds and wash them to prevent infection, but he feels extremely embarrassed as he can't touch her. Yet he knows that if he doesn't do it, things will only get worse. Because of this, he slowly removes the part of her clothing covering the wound until she wakes up confused, and he is startled, even running backward trying to explain himself. Gabby asks what they are doing in that place, and he explains that he found it by coincidence while traveling, and says it is a cave outside the city. Only then does she realize that the pain is subsiding and wonders if he tried to give first aid, and for that, she thanks him. He feels extremely embarrassed by the gratitude and asks her not to worry. Only then does something catch her attention, and he also turns around and asks if by any chance she can get up. The Shadow Cat replies that it will be difficult, but he asks her not to worry, as he will handle it on his own. She interrupts him, saying it is too dangerous since he is not even a awakener, but Khan tells her not to worry, until the robot appears saying it has medicine, and even asks if he is not the nephew of the restaurant owner. He replies that he was traveling, but Ryuman finds it strange that someone would travel through the uninhabited zone and only appeared there because he saw his name on the gate pass, and did not believe it was really a traveler. Gabby is surprised that Ryuman is also present, and asks if he was after her. He replies that yes, since she is the treasure of the association, and he also asks if Khan is okay. He, still awkward, replies that he is. The Four Eyes thanks him for taking care of Gabby, and assures that the association will send a reward to the restaurant, but asks him to return immediately, as he believes that place is the base of the foreigners. The dragon just stands there unsure of what to do. However, he decides to return to the restaurant, and the MC immediately asks if something happened since his clothes are destroyed. Kyul celebrates seeing him well until she transforms into her human form. Khan asks if it is not tiring to play with her, and he replies that it is mentally draining, but says that this way he will expend her energy so that at night she will just sleep. Meanwhile, at the Korean Awakeners Association, an employee reports that the identity verification results showed no abnormalities in Khan, and that he is, in fact, a civilian who has not awakened any abilities, as there is no detectable mana in his body. He also emphasizes that he not only traveled through the uninhabited Northwest, but also has travel records through various uninhabited regions. The Four Eyes admits he is a very brave boy. The employee delivers the Monoscan results, and, after obtaining the records of both the MC and Khan, asks if they really are civilians with no detectable mana. Gabby is intrigued by this, and wonders who was the Awakener who created the extremely powerful fireball, since if it was not from the association, it must have been in internal conflicts among the foreigners. But one thing she is sure of, even knowing the boy was helping, all her nerves screamed to flee, and she was even more afraid than when she was chased by the foreigners, as it was a primal fear, and if she were an elf, she would instinctively avoid that aura. So she does not understand why she felt all that from Khan. Moments later, we see a man walking. It was the MC aged. He had wandered for 10 years, and all he could think of was that the Spanish continent is also vast, like the Western and Eastern continents, and neither the Eastern sages nor the Western scholars had provided answers, until a moment came when he fell to the ground. Even without knowing who summoned him to that world, he only pleaded to be heard, as the work in that world was finished, and all he wanted was to be sent back. After saying this, something surprises him, as a huge portal appears before him. He tries to process what it is, and decides to place his hand on it, then finds himself inside a universe. His body gradually becomes younger, and he does not quite understand what is happening. Seeing various monsters, he wonders if it is the demon realm. On the other side was the spirit realm, until another intense light appeared, and he, looking closely, speculated if it was a world of mechanical civilization. All he could think was that he had never seen anything like it before, and he moved closer and closer to this light until he saw a city. His eyes fade again, until he finally wakes up startled by the radio noise, as he was having another nightmare. He gets up upon realizing that Kyul is sleeping with him once again, and the radio announces that the Guardian, Master of the Spear, has been promoted to level 1, and therefore the association now has 4 level 1 Awakeners. Chul-ho hears this, and imagines that level 1 awakened have great significance just by existing, besides the warning being important for the enemies, and he does not know if the foreigners have anything to do with it. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the Undertaker announces that they are returning after 3 years of investigation, and that it is about the sales report of the other world. The Spear Hero is surprised, as it is the first time he sees him up close. He knows that the guy has an ability known only to the association director and is someone almost inhuman. He grabs a tea and, walking with Hoon, asks why he is not wearing glasses that day. He replies that he likes to wear contact lenses to look handsome for Yuna, and then comments that apparently confidential information has arrived, which many times is even scary, preferring not to know. Sang-hoo agrees, as all he wants is just to drink a beer. Hearing this makes his friend extremely excited, to the point of running to be able to drink. After running for a while, they find MC buying some pizzas. The two are surprised, wondering if even a restaurant owner eats food from outside. He replies that it is because his daughter wanted to eat, and she, all cute, asks if by any chance they want to eat together. The two are embarrassed by this invitation, and ask if they can really eat together with beer. MC says it is not a problem, and orders more pizzas from the delivery man. He replies that it will take a little while, as with fewer delivery people, there is no time to rest, and he does not have much time to play with his 5-year-old child. MC asks him to pick up Yoonju next time to play with Kyul, and as a reward, he will pay for a meal. He agrees with this, as both are of similar ages, so it would be nice for them to be friends. Then the delivery man leaves, as he needs to pick up more pizzas. Chul-ho says he will prepare things and grab some pizza with cheese crust, as it is juicy. Kyul wastes no time and starts eating, while the two wakened watch how cute she is. MC arrives with drinks, asking if they can really drink. They reply that yes, and say that they are using a ring that removes alcohol from the body. MC imagines that he could also remove alcohol through mana control, but does not do it, as he drinks precisely to get drunk. Hoon says he will teach how to make a drink and begins explaining that first, he stacks 2 soju glasses, pouring until it reaches the rim of the glass. Then, he transfers the soju to the glass beer, stirring with 2 sticks. With that, the somak will be ready. The spear hero questions if the amount of beer is not too little, and he says it is just to celebrate that the spear master is now a level 1 awakened. MC also congratulates him on this achievement, and they continue drinking and eating pizza. After a while, Hoon's watch starts ringing, and they activate the ring's ability to remove alcohol from the body and then say goodbye to Chulho and Kyul. However, before leaving, Hoon runs back, saying that when the spear master became level 1, he asked to place something in the restaurant and shows a flyer that the association sells, asking not to tell anyone. He takes it in his hand, and the little girl starts calling him a magician, and only then he realizes that this magician is Kyung. Kyul asks if he is perhaps a friend of his, and he does not know what to answer, as they had been friends since elementary school for a long time. Meanwhile, in Seoul, Gangbuk, Kyung says that the harder the world becomes, the more they should smile, and with his top hat in hand, he makes dozens of cards fly across the audience and, with a wide smile, says goodnight to everyone present who are lighting up the night. MC says again to Kyul that he was a school friend and imagines that time really changed his appearance and atmosphere, and as far as he knows, the guy dreamed of being a magician and apparently became the greatest of all. However, something intrigues him. As if he had lived 30 years in another world, he would also have friends, family, and countless relationships. And as time changed, many people died or disappeared. He is aware that inside he is over 60 years old, and therefore his old memories are blurred. Remembering a time when he was accompanied by the boy but still intrigued, he imagines if his friend had changed so much in recent times. Hando Kyung, after his entire performance, returns to the dressing room and thanks everyone for the compliments on the great performance. But something catches his attention as a portal suddenly opens in the sky near Mia Station. Immediately, he activates his communicator to report this appearance and prepares himself, knowing it is better to clean it up as quickly as possible. Because of this, he summons a giant card and flies on it toward the portal. After passing through the entrance, he is surprised as the place is full of gears. He admits it is an abnormal phenomenon, but knows he needs to clean it anyway, so he summons his deck and, with the cards positioned, summons the spirits of each one. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he begins to destroy all the machines around. More people appear asking for help, and he says that although the monsters are low level, they cannot relax now, since a dungeon typically has a powerful boss. No sooner has he said this than a giant gear golem appears, and he tells everyone to stay on alert as it is a new monster. After the entire battle, he takes the boss's pieces to the Awakening Association's workshop and says the place was a ruin with mechanical monsters. Hoon observes carefully and notes that they are simple structures, like springs connected as a clock mechanism. He also wonders if, by any chance, the energy source is level 8 and 9 magic stones, and he cannot understand how a simple structure handles the unprocessed power of the magic stone. For this reason, he draws the attention of the Master Mage, asking about the dungeon and whether the boss had no level. He replies that the monster's body was very large, so he contacted the association and they should handle the transport. Immediately, Hoon begins to prepare, thanking for the report, and, while running, he recalls that the Undertaker's report, presented days ago, said that worlds connected to dimensional rifts are not unique, and, if connected to an advanced mechanical engineering world, one should take full advantage of it. Therefore, he asked the staff to analyze the materials of the pieces. While holding the box, he reflects that the materials should not withstand the magical power of the stones, but this time, they may have found a clue about what they should do. Then he asks the mage if he has eaten yet. He replies no, and Hoon, smiling, says he will show him a place as a reward. On the same day, in the late afternoon, the MC is in front of the restaurant, and all he can imagine is what he should say if he ends up meeting Handekyung. He remembers the past when a woman said that the next day there would be a cooking class with the parents, and what he hated most was doing anything with his parents. This was because Due to his father's business failure, the house was in decline. He did not want to tell them about the schoolwork to avoid overburdening them further, and even with the magazine full of expensive ingredients he had never heard of, he just watched until a dish he knew caught his attention, tteokbokki. He was happy, as it was one he might be able to make alone, and he had some seasonings and rice cakes in hand. He reaches into his pocket and realizes he only has a few coins. He runs to the store and politely asks for fish cakes, as he will prepare a dish. The store owner apologizes, saying that with that amount, it is not possible to buy the ingredients. He is frustrated, but the man shows a lettuce as an alternative. Chul-ho decides to take it and leaves happily, as he can prepare something. Back in the classroom, all the students are accompanied by their parents except him, who tries to stay calm, knowing he can prepare it alone. However, his pot begins to overflow, and he tastes a bit, realizing it is somewhat healthy. He continues preparing and keeps tasting, but notices it has no flavor at all. The MC becomes increasingly frustrated as he has no more ingredients and will not be able to make anything alone. At that moment, someone asks if he prepared tteokbokki. It was Handokyung asking to try it, and after tasting it, he gives a wide smile, approving the food. This leaves the MC confused. At that moment, the boy shouts for the whole room to hear that Chul-ho's dish is delicious. However, the MC warns that it is not good and questions why he is lying. He asks not to worry and explains that it will be just another day, so he will use magic to make that dish delicious. The MC is surprised to hear this, and the boy simply tells him to turn the heat to maximum. Then he positions his hands since he is at the grand finale. After that, the boys in the room approach, questioning what is being done, and Chul-ho answers that he is preparing tteokbokki. The boy finds the dish suspicious since he is not seeing fish cake in that recipe, but Handokyung says it is excellent and therefore wants him to try it. The boy decides to taste it and says that indeed, the dish is delicious. Hearing this leaves the MC completely surprised to the point of also trying it, and finding it tasty, he asks how the hell he made that. Handokyung replies that it is just magic, and with that, more classmates approach to taste it. Chul-ho does not hide how happy he is, and thanks him, although he still wants to know how the dish became so delicious. The boy, smiling, says he cannot tell for free. The MC puts his hand in his pocket and says he will give the only money he has, but Handokyung interrupts him since he does not want any money and asks only for him to accompany him home every day, saying that only then he will tell him. The MC looks closely at the boy and becomes emotional, as apparently he is not the only one in that class who needs to go to school alone, and so he accepts the proposal. Back in the present, the recipe is almost ready, and Chul-ho is still thoughtful about the past, since at that moment, he became friends with Handokyung after moving to the 2nd grade and before leaving his house. After that, they lost contact, so it was a short friendship, but because of that kindness from back then, the memory stayed marked in his mind. After all these thoughts, he notices that the seasoning is perfect and therefore decides to leave the heat low so the sauce can soak in well. Then he checks his meats and notices he still has plenty of pork, so maybe he should fry some with chili to dip. Kyul arrives at that moment and asks what the side dish of the day will be. He answers that unfortunately, it will take a while and therefore tells her to go play. She becomes happy since she likes doing that, and her brother arrives at that moment and picks her up, as he cannot resist giving her a kiss before leaving, teasing that since he is the older brother, he can spoil her as much as he wants. However, it is completely useless since the baby dragon runs to the MC as well to give him a kiss, leaving the fire-haired one jealous, and she runs after her, wanting another kiss. At that moment, someone arrives at the restaurant greeting both of them. It was Hoon, accompanied by the magician, who greets them saying he has only heard good things about the restaurant. Chul-ho is surprised to see that it is his old friend, but before he can say anything, Hoon asks what the menu of the day is. He answers that at the moment he made tteokbokki, but he can prepare whatever is requested. The magician says that dish is fine, just like Four Eyes. The MC receives the order and returns to preparing the dishes, feeling relieved since apparently the magician did not recognize him. Although it is not that surprising, since no one would recognize a childhood friend 50 years later. He decides that he will be a magician since he originally envied his classmate at the time and even fulfilled all his dreams, and therefore wanted to congratulate him by introducing himself and asking if he has any memory, though he is aware he cannot say that so easily. Sometime later, the dishes are ready. The special recipe, tteokbokki, and fried potatoes with pork chili. Hoon immediately tries it and questions how a dish can taste so good, besides suggesting that his friend try it quickly. The magician confesses that he is a little anxious, and after taking a portion to his mouth, his eyes start to shine. He also comments that he probably knows which sauce it is, since that dish tastes better when it gathers all types of ingredients. Hoon turns and asks if by any chance the MC has already eaten, and he responds that he has not. At this moment, Kyul approaches calling the old man grandpa, and also comments that there is sauce in his beard. He thanks her for the warning, and asks if by any chance the little one also got her clothes dirty with something. She gets startled since those are new clothes, but the magician simply performs a trick by pulling a card from her clothes, which surprises the little girl. Next, he places something in her hand, and asks her to take it to her father, since he would like to eat tteokbokki with him. And with a magic trick, a flower appears in her hand. The old man once again asks her to give the flower to her father, and to say that he would like to eat with the MC along with him. Kyul runs to the MC and gives him her flower, also asking him to eat together with the magician. He feels a bit embarrassed and says that he will sit down to eat together. At that moment, Hoon's watch starts ringing and he stands up, startled. Since the exam results are out, he runs off but apologizes first, saying he needs to go and mentions that next time he will pay before leaving. The magician laughs, since his colleague is a young man full of passion, and he draws the MC's attention by asking if the dish contains ramen soup powder. Chul-ho is left speechless for a moment, and responds that it is correct. He confesses that the taste is nostalgic, and even remembers an old friend he used to visit every day, and since his own family was poor, they could not buy many things. But at least they managed to make excellent tteokbokki. So every day they prepared that dish and ate plenty together while talking. The MC asks what they used to talk about, and the old man, laughing, responds that they talked about their dreams. His own dream was to become a magician, since he loved seeing people smile when they watched his magic, because smiling means they are happy, and he always believed that happiness was what joy truly meant. Then he explains that he lived a long time as a magician, and unfortunately perhaps did not have talent, so he ended up becoming a third-rate magician wandering the streets. And to make things worse, those were painful but happy times, because he always felt he was one step away from his dream. And then the era changed, and somehow he gained the power of a magician, and the world began calling him a guardian. So whenever he was fighting or wanted to give up, he remembered the old times. The days when he shared dreams with his friend, and the white clouds ahead, as well as the basement window. They were happy until nightfall. Chul-ho stays silent for a moment and asks how things are now. He responds that they are still the same, and, with a smile, says that he protects everyone and will ensure that all can smile happily, since besides being a guardian, he is a magician and still dreams the dreams of a boy. The MC is left speechless for a moment, but soon smiles, finding all of that amazing. However, the magician stands up since he needs to leave. But before that, he says it was a great meal and only then introduces himself, also wanting to know the MC's name. Chul-ho shakes his hand and says his name, and with that, the magician leaves. But on the way, he finds it strange since the name Chul-ho sounds familiar to him, and only then realizes it is exactly the name of his childhood friend. So he looks back and examines the MC's appearance and concludes that it cannot be right, since they would be the same age. Meanwhile, Chul-ho also watches and wishes that his old friend would come back often. At that moment in the workshop, the mechanic tells Hoon that the mecha endured up to magic level 522, so it is approximately a grade 6 magic crystal. He also says it is a material similar to an ogre, and that if the composition of a small monster's corpse can withstand up to grade 6, the story changes. Hoon concludes that the level of the boss that is about to arrive will probably be above that. The employee replies that yes, and only then will they be able to reach the goal they are aiming for. This leaves the rank 1 awakened man deep in thought, since the material for a boss-level monster simply being enough to achieve his ambition is madness, as he came from a world where mechanical engineering advanced tremendously, and he can only think about how terrifying he finds it, and at the same time, how it makes him anxious for what comes next. The next day, the MC sits on the staircase imagining that before going to the other world that was the Han River, which they used to call sewage water, but it became a beautiful and clean place and it is good to show up there from time to time. However, something catches his attention, and he notices that a turtle is upside down. He picks the animal up in his hand and finds it huge, and it even seems to be a soft-shelled turtle. Suddenly, the turtle swims away at high speed, surprising even him. Other fish also appear, and he thinks it is the perfect season for the appearance of salmon, and, judging by their behavior, they must pass through the whirlpool even though it is strong, and because of that, the taste must be good. The turtle also heads toward the whirlpool, but panics when it is sucked in and moves away at once. But the MC soon understands that the animal is trying to pass but cannot, and he finds this all interesting. But his stomach is already growling, and he has already decided what he will cook that day. He knows that salmon are originally Norwegian and were considered the best, and domestic ones are not very big and are thinner, so they have a less intense flavor. But in times like those, when imports are already a blessing, exports are uncertain. Besides that, salmon is very laborious to prepare and has small bones stuck between the flesh, and the flesh is very soft. So, with his absurd agility, he cuts the fish into pieces since it is necessary to be very careful because only the dorsal spine must be cut. Then he pulls out the bones by hand to remove them, since if the salmon meat is cleaned with salt water, the smell disappears and the meat becomes firmer. After all these processes, he finishes and prepares to use the head and bones to make soup, and with everything ready, he tastes a piece, finding the flavor rich and oily, filling the mouth, something unique to salmon, as it has a soft texture that sinks between the teeth. He knows that salmon is always the best option with alcohol or rice, but since he must prepare breakfast for the children, he will focus on rice. At that moment, someone arrives at the restaurant. It was a little boy asking please to be given a meal. Chul-ho imagines that, judging by his appearance, he is probably the beggar who stays behind the market, and judging by his face, he must have been rejected by other restaurants. And since that is something that will never happen in his own establishment, he says it is fine and asks him to come in, putting a huge smile on the boy's face. He prepares a salmon sashimi with rice, and the boy wastes no time and starts eating. Then, he asks for some water and starts drinking like never before. The boy places his hand on the table, saying the food was delicious, and that was his payment. But the MC says that first-time customers get a free meal, and only then realizes that the so-called payment is just shells and common stones. He finds the situation strange, and decides to use his detector gaze on the boy, and notices that the disposition is good, his class is humanization, and the class achievement level is low. The acquired skill is the lowest, and a special observation only says soft-shelled turtle, spiritual creature. Chul-ho is surprised to see that it is a spiritual creature, and deduces that it is the turtle he saw near the whirlpool in the river, and, since he saw that its killing power and special abilities are almost zero, then among humans, it would be like the weakest person of all. He finds it strange that more and more strange people keep appearing, and to help cross the whirlpool, he will have to look for some special ingredients he has not used for a long time, besides wanting to ask a few questions. To provide organic vegetables, Chul-ho disguised the place as a labyrinth gate. Then, in the Minotaur's dimension, everyone is working, and Mino is very proud of the progress. At this moment, Sofrin approaches calling for him and gives her orders, sending them to examine the surroundings. He can only imagine that for a mere monster like him, talking to someone like her would have been impossible. But in that world, the reality is different. Suddenly, a walking onion appears and he picks it up in his hand, wanting to know how it is alive. Then he hands it to the demon, and she, smiling brightly, says she wants to give the onion a special name, like Kindred Kayan. The Minotaur complains that the name is too long and suggests naming it Tubiak, but this time, she is the one who is displeased with the name, and even asks where he got that idea from. He reveals that they just plowed a new field and shows how beautiful it turned out. She sees no connection in anything, and Mino just says that it is not so bad to live from agriculture, since he is enjoying it a lot. Sofrin, however, can only imagine that in the demon realm this feeling of peace would be unimaginable. After all, they are always killing the weak to surpass the strong, and it is a world of endless war, and she herself lived at the center of all the chaos. She finally understands what he means, and therefore says they should make fertilizer for the new field they are cultivating. While the two are distracted, the onion walks away, but because it is inattentive, it hits a crate and falls stiff on the ground. The two are shocked to see this and scream desperately, calling the onion's name. Right after that, The MC appears asking what is going on, and Mino, crying, says that unfortunately Tubiak is dead, but he does not understand what the hell Tubiak is. The demon reveals that it is the walking onion and explains that they plowed the field and made fertilizers for the place. However, in the middle of this explanation, another onion jumps out of the MC's bag, and only then does he understand that, in fact, not long ago, the florist and the knight visited the bar and got very drunk, and she probably used her power to enchant the vegetables. And that is the reason for all the commotion. However, he found it interesting that the two liked the walking onion, and therefore says they should solve the problems on their own, and even mentions that there is something wrong that he wants to ask separately. And without wasting time, he questions Mino if by any chance he was a subordinate of the Demon King. He answers yes, and Chulho asks if the dimension the Demon King invaded was only the Spanish continent. The two are left speechless since the Minotaur had no idea about the existence of another dimension, and Sofrin also answers that they have only invaded the Spanish continent so far. The MC asks if they really never tried other dimensions as targets, but she reveals that, in truth, it was not even their choice to have the Spanish continent as the first place, and he finds this concerning and therefore asks if they know anything about other dimensions. She becomes thoughtful and says that she knows only a little about the demonic realm, the spiritual realm, the intermediate realm, and 2 nameless dimensions, and that this is all she knows, including not knowing any further details. The MC imagines that, on the previous night, when Hoon suddenly left, something bothered him, and that is why he went for a walk and found a truck carrying a giant mechanical doll that could not be made with the technology of that world, and therefore, he believes it is probably from one of the civilizations of another dimension, and he even saw it when he returned to reality, being the machine world that apparently created a dimensional rift that connected to that world. Suddenly, Sofrin calls his attention and asks if, by any chance, the Demon King might know about the other dimensions. This question intrigues Chulho's mind since he has no idea, but she apologizes, saying she only mentioned something that popped into her head, and she laments not being able to find him in any way. He says he understands and can only imagine what it might be about, as it seems more like another dimension is trying to devour that world. After that, the little boy is eating at the restaurant, and Khan questions whether he is really not a person, but a mystical being. The MC replies that yes, since he is the soft-shelled turtle. At that moment, the boy finishes eating, thanks him, and begins to leave the restaurant. He returns to the water and starts using his magic until he transforms back into a turtle. Chulho was watching along with Khan until they hear a voice. It was Ryushin shouting that he saw a boy turning into a turtle. Hyuk, who was also with them, comments that he is probably a mystical being, and they go to the MC to ask what they are doing there. He replies that they are watching the turtle pass through the whirlpool, but he only sees failure after failure. The blonde boy admits he does not understand why the turtle insists on that path, since it could simply leave the water and crawl through another part. Chulho imagines that mystical beings are always obsessed with something, and even remembers a mystical dog that was obsessed with its former owner, who had died long ago. Yet it remained seated in front of the grave for decades. There was also the mystical fox that visited recently, who liked magical stones, and through that process, they gained the price of growth. He concludes that he does not know the principle of mystical beings, as they have always been incomprehensible. A few days pass, and the turtle boy once again returns to the restaurant, and, upon entering, asks for food. The MC notices that it is the 6th day he has seen him, and believes he is depressed after so many failures, and goes to his salmon, deciding he will use it. He begins preparing it, because salmon belly is absolutely the best since it has a unique smooth flavor, besides being oily but slightly chewy with an intense taste. He even imagines that there was a time when he thought that if he could live eating only salmon belly, he would have no other desire since on the battlefield he could eat anything. So he ate everything he found. Chulho removes the pot from the heat since the stew is boiling well, and finally sets on the table 2 delights, the ripe salmon sashimi and the spicy salmon stew. Besides that, he says he will definitely succeed that day. The boy does not understand what he is talking about, but still thanks him. After his lunch, the boy goes to the water, and this time there is an audience watching since they are cheering. The turtle begins to swim, and once again heads toward the whirlpool. Everyone stays alert, and the animal gets closer and closer, extremely determined, until in the next second, it makes a huge jump out of the water, meaning it succeeded. The blonde boy thinks it is amazing, and something catches the MC's attention since the turtle's shell began to shine, and the animal became even larger. Chul-ho reflects on this growth since it became even larger than the nine-tailed fox, which had an increase in the number of tails by eating magical stones. And every time the turtle resolves some strange obsession, it will also continue growing. Furthermore, he also notices something specific since, as his martial strength stopped at 6 class masters, he believes that perhaps his path is also like that, just like the turtles, and may begin with something trivial. After that, at the next dawn passing through the Uijeongbu area, a man is walking until he reaches the Arched Moon Temple dungeon. He passes by several trapped monsters and stands before 3 people questioning what is happening. The girl, whose name is Eve, is a level 0 awakened one and therefore asks them to hurry. The beast prepares to speak, but the guards say they have a problem to solve and it must involve the foreign headquarters. Besides emphasizing that Eve, as a prophet, had a new prophecy related to the southeastern zone of Yongsan. At that moment, an aura begins to come out of her, leaving the beast surprised since it is getting stronger and stronger, meaning the world has split in half. He realizes that the entire world was covered by a purple mist, and a gate begins to open until it finally becomes a dense portal. He does not hide his surprise, but the strength of the portal keeps getting weaker until the girl starts coughing, which makes him extremely worried. Eve, with blood on her hands from the cough, warns that something big will happen in the world, since a powerful being will appear, and she reveals that in her prophecy, the next scene she saw is uncertain, so they will have to wait for other prophecies. But she guarantees that a terrifying being sleeps in the city where the association is located and is so powerful that no one dares to see it, touch it, or even encounter it. The guards add that the prophecies have never been wrong and inform Farah about the mission location since he must hide his identity to gather information, and it would be better if he could infiltrate the association building. He thinks about this and answers that it is too much for him to do alone until he is surprised, because Eve informs him that she will assign Mamba Negra, who is an awakened of level 1, to accompany him. He knows that if he goes with this famous person, he will have a better chance of success since he is a perfect assassin spy, so he agrees, but asks about the report he had made regarding a powerful being appearing and saving the Shadow Cat. The guards inform him that the search was completed and they determined that the responsible individual is a guy of class 3. Farah does not accept this since the power he witnessed was not that of a mere level 3, and he says he will find a way to investigate on his own since it is not something he can overlook. And he also asks whether Eve's treatment is ready or not. They respond that it is still in development, because suppressing the out-of-control magic power is not easy to create. Farah gets irritated by this answer, but the girl, with a smile on her face, asks him not to worry because she is fine. He hears this, and, since there is nothing else he can do, he simply passes through the portal, returning to Earth. And, while preparing himself, he increases even more his confidence that he will do anything to save Eve. Meanwhile, in Hongdae, Seoul, Yuna is with her companion and comments that she has a bad feeling because of the number of crows she is seeing in the area. Her partner asks if the reason is not because the new recruit was absent without leave. She, irritated, confirms it, since the new recruit was Jumyeong, a level 3 fire awakener, a rare child, but she does not know where the hell the brat is. She reflects on whether the reason was because of what she said the day before and does not know what she should do about it. Suddenly, she senses something and prepares for combat, warning that there is something nearby. At that very moment, the Farah appears behind her, and Yun-Ah immediately jumps back, unable to believe that the Farah simply appeared in that place. He prepares himself and summons countless rats for combat. She begins to defend herself and orders the evacuation of the citizens. The entire population starts to flee in desperation, and because of this turmoil, the Farah takes advantage to attack and lands a solid kick on the girl. Then he mounts his tiger and runs away. She does not understand why the hell the guy simply fled and realizes that the direction is the Awakeners Association. Inside the building, the alert is issued, and the warning is that a level 2 awakened beast is advancing from Hongdae toward the association. The president reflects on how the Farah changed so much, since he was a guy who stayed on the front line more than anyone else to protect the citizens. In the past, Looking only at the achievements of the hunter class, he was slightly inferior to the knight, but urban warfare was his specialty, with a unique and exclusive combat style. He then thinks about the great monster invasion, since the Farah protected the city with brilliant performance, and he honestly does not believe that he would leave the association to become an outsider. And even though time has passed, he still believes he is the same guy he knew in the past. In any case, he considers it a tactical distraction. After all, what the outsiders have as a recent objective are the association's classified documents. So while they cause this external chaos to divert attention, someone will certainly infiltrate the association. Thinking about this, he believes that those specialized in infiltration missions among the outsiders are Nightmare and Black Mamba, since he knows their power better than anyone, and, moreover, they were comrades up to 10 years ago, and either of them would be problematic. With this in mind, the president asks Undertaker whether he should request a barrier, but he merely remains silent. Then he goes outside and uses his ability. The MC immediately hears it, and this draws his attention as he walks with Kuehl. She comments that the food was delicious, and he notices how excited the little girl is, since she is buying everything she wants. However, at that moment, he senses something, and so he picks Kuehl up in his arms, since something passed very close by. He also reflects that with that level of stealth, in the human world, he had only seen the Shadow Cat, so it is possibly an assassin or something even above that. Sometime later, a being appears near the association and tries to pass through the barrier, but is stopped. He wonders if it might be a classmaster's barrier, since he cannot penetrate it, and finds it interesting, as he did not know that someone like that existed on the association's side, since 10 years ago there was not. At that instant, Gabby appears and begins attacking the enemy in every possible way until they finally reach the ground. Only then does she realize that, in fact, the invader is Black Mamba. She laments it, since the reunion after so much time is not in the best possible way. Then a spear comes flying, but the enemy easily dodges it and tries to imagine what that weapon could be. Only then does Sang-Hoo appear, asking if he was not going to retire. The Black Mamba looks at the boy and says that he is still firm and strong and cannot believe that a brat has grown so much and, as expected, has not aged at all. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yuna asks the beast to stop and imagines that the guardians who fight to protect the citizens are vulnerable to chaos and that the enemy induced this environment. Therefore, if the fight begins, there will be many casualties. Chaeyeon takes advantage of the situation and activates her ice barrier, trapping everyone inside. In addition, she repositions herself, saying that she will serve as support, but she does not like what she is seeing at all, since she knows the power of Yanwu, the beast. He says that he is surprised, since both the queen and the witch have arrived, and she makes it clear that she does not like that codename and asks where Eve is. He does not like thinking about the matter at all and asks if he really should tell. Chaeyeon realizes that it is nothing good and only questions why he took the girl away. At that moment, a voice tells him that the plan failed, explaining that there is an excellent barrier on the east side and that, because of this, he should retreat. The beast says that he understands and, as he disappears, says that they will see each other again. Yuna even tries to launch an attack beforehand, but it is already too late. She becomes frustrated by this, and Chaeyeon becomes downcast since they were her partners. At the same time, the MC is observing everything from above and concludes that no one died or was injured, so, in other words, it was not a fight meant to kill, especially regarding the guy called the Beast, since, objectively speaking, there were many gaps in the fighting style of the Queen of Blades. There were definitely openings to kill, or at least inflict fatal injuries, but the Beast simply let those openings pass. This makes him think that there are complicated circumstances involved. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Mercenary Corps, Ryushin reads the newspaper and comments that the scale of the damage is significant, but fortunately, there were no victims, and complaints from the affected citizens keep coming in, citing one in particular who said that it makes no sense to charge taxes if destruction happens anyway. He becomes enraged by these comments and asks his boss if the bastards are really in their right minds. Hyuk asks if he is included among those bastards, and says that this is how it happens when you protect someone. After all, you are protecting people and not objects. So even when you do something good, the reality is that you will not always hear good things. The blonde says that he understands, but complaining about the guardians who went out to protect people is madness. He says this and imagines that he should take a ball to the training field later, although, seeing the Anti-Awakened Association group protesting in front of the market, it will be problematic. This makes him angry, since the people who died to protect that place were sacrificed in vain in the Great War, and he believes that, apparently, everyone really wants to die. At this moment, the captain places a hand on his shoulder and asks him to calm down, since, originally, in chaotic times, the strong must know how to extend their power. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Kyul is sleeping peacefully until she wakes up and goes to mess with the MC's hair. Then, she remembers the kiss she gave on his cheek and does the same on his forehead. Next, she transforms into her human form and summons her water spirit. She grabs a piece of footwear and starts to put it on, but becomes upset since she cannot use it. The spirit sees this difficulty and uses its ability on the sneakers, making them fit perfectly. Kyul becomes extremely happy and goes outside. Right away, she finds the giant cat and mounts it, asking to go for a ride. They go to the forest, and she finds a pile of strange grass. She also notices something shiny and uses her ability, realizing that there are 3 purple jewels. This makes her reflect on what Chul-ho said, that if she caused this problem for others, she should repay it. Thinking about that, she hands one of the jewels to the cat, which, upon chewing it, grows even larger. She tries to do the same but cannot, so she gives another jewel for Hodori to eat. After that, they continue walking around, and she sees a sign that says Jumbo Ramen and becomes curious. Inside, a man is eating an enormous bowl of ramen as fast as he can until he finally succeeds, finishing it in less than 20 minutes. Kyul's eyes sparkle when she sees this, since she also wants to try the so-called Jumbo Ramen. Sometime later, she returns to the restaurant, and the MC asks what Jumbo Ramen means, since eating ramen in the morning will make her feel heavy, and therefore suggests the pork ribs he bought the day before. He also notices that her clothes are very dirty and does not understand how much she ran to end up like that. He also asks where she got the level 4 magic stones and why Hodori became so big. She happily explains what happened, and he, after understanding everything, decides that it is time to start cooking. Chul-ho knows that there are many types, such as Japanese style, bar style, diner style, and so on, but his pork ribs are nostalgic. What he will make that day is thick pork loin ribs with thick and appealing meat, which are of high quality and expensive, although that does not matter. However, his thoughts change, since the fact that he keeps seeing giant pigs frequently means that the connection with the demonic realm is growing. At that moment, he hears something, and it is Manhwa greeting them, since he wants to eat. Chul-ho says that it has been a long time since they last saw each other, and even notices that it has also been a while since he has seen any guardians. Then he remembers when he saw a barrier being erected at the association the day before, but it had not been done by a moderate class awakened, so it was a double barrier made by a master class individual. He asks them to please wait a moment and starts frying his food. Next, he focuses on the sauce, since he bought it at a pork cutlet shop and needs to make it very crispy. He knows he could use the dragon eye to find out the components and proportions of the sauces, but it would not be nice to take advantage of the shop. He imagines that he likes to dip it well, so if it is served separately with salt, it will be interesting. At that moment, a customer arrives saying that he saw the sign while passing by and therefore would like to see the menu. The MC explains that the menu usually changes daily depending on the available ingredients, and that day, it will be pork cutlet. He says he likes it and therefore wants a plate. Soon after, the pork loin ribs are ready. The man is surprised, since the meat looks incredibly thick, so he dips it in the sauce and, after taking a bite, finds it incredibly delicious, since he did not expect it to be so juicy, and therefore asks how much the dish costs. Chul-ho replies that it costs $10, and the man cannot believe it, since with that quality, it should cost at least $20. The MC asks him not to worry, since at his restaurant it only costs $10. The man says he understands and therefore will not refuse, and starts eating like crazy, soon asking for another plate and explaining that he is actually a big eater and therefore really wanted to meet the god of food that everyone talks about. Manhwa feels embarrassed at being considered the god of food for eating a lot and never losing his appetite, and therefore also asks for another plate. The MC realizes the situation that is formed, since he is facing 2 aberrations when it comes to eating a lot, and because of that, believes he will be extremely busy. Time goes by, and Jungchang keeps eating at full speed, just like Manhwa. The MC can only imagine that both of them are already on the 12th portion. After trying a bit more, Manhwa admits defeat, since he can no longer eat. On the other hand, Jungchang celebrates because he managed to win. The Awakened One says that, according to the market rules, he will pay for the food since he lost. His opponent thanks him and takes his leave, hoping to compete again soon. After witnessing all of this, Chul-ho comments that it is surprising that there is someone better than the god of food when it comes to eating. He replies that it is true and then asks to eat another fried rib. Chul-ho is surprised, since from what he noticed so far, the guy ate at the limit of a mere civilian, but his limit to eat more goes far beyond that. Manhwa says that next time he is challenged, he will definitely be able to win. 1 week later, the challenge happens again, and once more, he admits defeat. Jungchang celebrates, since he managed to eat very well, and explains that starting the next day, he will join the city expansion construction in the uninhabited zone, and probably will not be able to compete for the next 2 months. Manhwa asks him to be careful, since it is dangerous, because if it is an uninhabited zone, then it means there are gates and monster subjugations. He says it is all fine, since the number of Awakened will be doubled, and it will be his last job dealing with construction, and reveals that he actually saved some money to open a ramen shop. The MC says that his customer still seems hungry and suggests making 1 more ramen as a special service. In addition, he imagines that he needs to give a ramen to Kyul as well, besides the god of food, since she needs to eat because of her abilities, and because of that, he will cook a lot. Sometime later, he appears with the ramen dishes. Jungchang is surprised by the appearance of the food and immediately starts eating, letting out a shout saying it is delicious. The MC is pleased but says that it is just ramen. Jungchang says that the flavor is incredible and explains that he actually grew up as an orphan and left at 15 years old to work in construction. Since he had no money, whenever he had something delicious to eat, he developed the habit of shoving food down his throat, since he did not know when he would be able to eat again. And even with his stomach about to burst, he kept eating like that. That way, if he was full, he could endure the cold. He also says that unless something happened, all meals were ramen, since it was the cheapest, and eventually, he got sick of it. However, after eating it constantly, he ended up getting used to it and thus came to love the dish he had grown tired of, and because of that, asks if it is not very strange. The MC replies that not at all. He bursts into laughter and thanks him. Then he says that his dream is to open a ramen shop and that on Market Street he will make his own story because he will serve huge portions of noodles, and a single bowl will make a person explode from eating so much. At that moment, Kyul appears calling for him and asks him to get an egg. He bends down and thanks her, saying that 2 boiled eggs will be excellent. However, she says no and points out that one of the eggs is for the god of food. He is surprised when he sees this, and Jungchang bursts into laughter, since the little girl is truly very kind, and says that they will compete again soon. Manhwa says that it is fine. As for the MC seeing all of this, he reflects that for some reason he is feeling worried, since even knowing that the uninhabited zone is dangerous, there is the issue of the Awakened joining together, and they will take care of the main tasks. The city expansion project like this has been constantly driven by the association, and when they move into uninhabited zones, they build walls and structures. This is how humanity continues to expand its territory to reclaim the civilization of the past. Meanwhile, in the Minotaur dimension, he is clearing weeds until he senses a terrible aura and becomes worried about what it might be. Sofrin also approaches and, sweating coldly, says that for a moment she felt the terrible aura again. She imagines that lately she has been constantly sensing the aura of the demonic realm and that the connection between the 2 worlds must be growing. She understands that she felt it very quickly, but it was enough to sense it, and within the aura, there was definitely the energy of the Demon King. With that, she knows that if the Demon King returns, she will not be able to refuse the Absolute Order, and it may be that they will have to fight again. Sometime later, Manhwa keeps returning to the restaurant, since 3 weeks have passed since the city expansion project. Chul-ho imagines that the guy shows up for a good while and only then leaves, and he must be feeling lonely in Jungchang's absence. In addition, he notices that for some reason the world is quiet, and even after the attack by the foreigners, the days of peace have continued. Sometimes protests by the Anti-Awakener Association happen in front of the market, but it is probably not a big problem. Manhwa says that he is a little worried about Yongchang, and the MC replies that he is probably fine. At that moment, the radio announces that the hot wind has passed and the cool breeze has arrived, a night enchanting for its tranquility, and then says that it will start the first song. The MC becomes thoughtful about someone thinking about another person that night, and calling them people may be strange, but many things pass through his mind. Old comrades and connections from the Spanish continent, the immortals he saw on the Eastern continent, and the battlefields of the past, as well as friendships and camaraderie, and the legendary dragons, and the person he admired the most was Aramir Lantero. Suddenly, an alert is issued on Manhwa's watch, and he gets up running, saying that he needs to hurry and will leave the money right after. The MC finds it strange what might be happening, and the radio announces the latest news that a huge gate has appeared in the uninhabited zone, and that this gate began spewing monsters the moment it appeared, and the association is taking all possible measures. He wonders if it is a colossal gate. No sooner does he think about it than he feels the intense aura of the demonic realm. Immediately, he slams the radio and runs out at full speed. At the same time, in the Minotaur dimension, everyone is trembling except Sophron. As for Mino, he is trembling from the aura he just felt, in addition to a voice making it clear that if everyone hesitates to respond, it will kill them instantly. It was Cholho, with his devastating aura, wanting to know if the power he felt was that of the Demon King. Meanwhile, in the surroundings of the deserted area, Gabby is running at full speed until she reaches the designated location and realizes that the gate is much larger than the last one she saw. She also realizes that even while running in a straight line, she ended up returning to the starting point and believes the cause is the purple fog in the area. At that moment, she feels a strong tremor, and the portal gate begins to open, releasing an incredibly dense aura that intrigues her, since the light emanating from it is purple. Suddenly, someone appears asking for help. It was Jungchang, shouting that there are injured people. She approaches, asking him to hand over who he is carrying, but at that instant, a huge dinosaur appears, and the glutton falls to the ground in fright. Gabby asks him to calmly run in the direction where the team is. However, she looks to the side and realizes they are completely surrounded by more monsters. Upon analyzing, she says there are 6 Tyrannosaurus Rexes, incredibly fast and cruel. She prepares herself, trying not to panic, and heads into battle, hoping Jungchang takes the opportunity to carry the injured civilian out. However, at that moment, a powerful flash of light appears and completely annihilates all the dinosaurs right before her eyes. In her eyes, she sees the silhouette of someone, but without giving any time, absolutely everything vanishes. Jungchang asks what happened since a sudden light appeared and everything disappeared. She explains that all the boss-level monsters turned into ashes instantly, and that it is the same phenomenon as the secret power reported by the Lancer. Only then does she notice a strange smell and becomes worried, as it seems like poisonous gas. Meanwhile, in the demonic realm, all demons are on standby, as is the Demon King. He remembers that after the 4 lords who ruled the demonic realm disappeared to the Spanish continent, for some reason, all of them were summoned exclusively to Earth, and he himself, having fallen before, ended up losing most of his power. He knows that naturally this rumor spread quickly, and a war among those disputing the position of next Demon King broke out. But the biggest problem is the guy running toward them. This makes him remember 10 years ago, when a monstrous human appeared and swept through the central section of the demonic realm. He also realizes that apparently humans have become strong enough to enter that dimension. He thinks all of this is bullshit, since 3 lords surrendered far too early, in addition to Sophron being missing. And in his current state, there is no way to win, placing all the blame squarely on the MC. At that moment, a gate opens behind him, and he realizes it is similar to the forced summoning to the Spanish continent. He decides that this time, he will not repeat the same mistake he made in the past, and is eager to meet his adversaries. Then, determined, he says that he has recovered his strength and will dominate. Meanwhile, people run desperately in front of the gate, and one of them, when looking to the side, sees the powerful Demon King crossing the portal. The soldier falls to the ground trembling, and asks what the hell is in front of him. Econes introduces himself as the 14th Demon King and asks what the name of this world is. The man tries to answer, but trembling, he can barely say anything, yet it is enough for the Demon King to realize that it is not the language of the Spanish continent, and then, with a macabre smile, uses his magic authority of subjugation. When using this power, he realizes that even when he detects something, nothing makes sense, and wonders if the world has no powerful demons at all. However, shortly after, he locates Sofran and did not imagine that she had ended up in that world. He finds it interesting and decides to teleport to where his servant is. However, he senses something approaching. It was the MC advancing at full speed, as he suspected the Demon King had appeared. Ekinus screams in desperation, wanting to know why the bastard who defeated him in the past is in that place. The MC's attack misses the target, since the Demon King had already activated teleportation, and he soon imagines where the demon went. At the same time, in the Minotaur's labyrinth, Mino sighs in relief after working so much, until the teleport appears beside them and the Demon King emerges. Immediately, the two kneel down, greeting the Demon King they had not seen for so long. However, Ekinus runs desperately to Sofran, warning that he has terrible news, since Chulho is in that world, and he saw it with his own eyes. Furthermore, his greatest despair lies in the fact that he has not aged at all. She replies that she already knows this, and that the dragons are also obeying him. This information drives the Demon King even crazier, since he never imagined that one day the dragons would finally submit to a human. The two ask whether it would not be interesting for him to finally submit. He asks if this is some kind of dream, and extremely furious, says that he is the 14th Demon King, guaranteeing that he would never submit to a mere human. While saying these words, he takes a full punch to the mouth that sends him crashing hard into the wall. The MC orders Sofran to retrieve the body, and she obeys without thinking twice. Then, Chulho draws his attention and warns that in the past he had said for them to stop the wars in the demon realm, and that apparently the demon lost his position. The Demon King announces that his name is Ekinus Kartroxiv Rohanacha, and that he is the 14th Demon King. But before he can say everything, he takes another punch to the face. In addition, the MC makes it clear that if he recites his name again, he will be annihilated and orders him to choose a new short name, either Echo or Rohan. After that, at the association, they confirmed that the enormous portal that appeared in the uninhabited zone resulted in 87 injured and no deaths. The secret power also appeared again and resolved the unprecedented situation. The power was not identified, but boss-class monsters of rank 1 and 2 were killed with a single blow, and it was confirmed that they were defeated not by magic, but by pure physical strength. Gabby, upon seeing this report, starts wondering whether it was an ally or an enemy who did this, and all she wants is to discover that person's identity. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Kuehl is playing with her plush dinosaur, and she calls Echo to play as well, since that is now his new name by order of the MC. He does not like this at all, but he feels the frightening aura coming from Khan, and concludes that the two are definitely dragons. In addition, he knows there is not much he can do, since because of the ability Prisoner of the Restrictive Band, that body cannot use strength, and even his power was sealed, turning him into a child, which drives him crazy, unable to believe that the MC truly conquered the entire world. Once again, Kuehl calls him to play, and he, seeing that expression, decides to go along with it, since he cannot believe that dragons are as cute as he thought. Khan then goes up to the MC and asks if the boy really is the Demon King and whether that is not dangerous. Chulho replies that for at least 10 years everything will be fine, so there is nothing to worry about. The dragon is still somewhat concerned, but the MC explains that what is on the Demon King's head is the prisoner's restraining band, and that if he has even the slightest thought of killing, it will cause extreme pain, hurting so much that he will not even be able to move. He says this, but knows that if the Demon King still had his original power, he would be able to break free from that band. But since he lost his powers, it is impossible, as it is a relic with the power to restrain even a Class 3 master. Khan asks how strong the Demon King is, and he replies that he is currently at the same level as Khan himself. The dragon gets excited upon hearing this, since he could beat up the demon, but Chulho says it is time to open the shop and calls Echo to wash the dishes. He becomes extremely furious, since he is the Demon King and is receiving orders, and because of these thoughts, the band on his head activates, making him roll on the floor in agony. At that moment, someone arrives at the shop, It was Gabby greeting Khan. She asks if she could order a salad, and he, dying of embarrassment, runs off to attend her. Echo soon realizes that she is an independent elf, as he can see, and cannot believe that this is not the Spanish continent. And to make matters worse, the MC already has dragons and elves in his possession. Chulho looks at him for a moment, and then takes the salad to Gabby, but when he reaches the counter, he realizes that she is already dozing off, believing that she must be extremely tired. The afternoon goes by, and at the hospital, Jung Chang is reading the newspaper, since he himself appeared in the news for having helped people. At that moment, Manhwa appears to visit him and asks if he is feeling better. He replies that yes, since he has an excellent person taking care of him. Then, Mijin appears calling for her father, and the glutton cannot believe that the girl is his friend's daughter. She says that she is surprised since she saw him entering the hospital and asks if the two of them know each other. Jung Chang bursts into laughter, saying that indeed, just as his friend said, he has a very beautiful daughter. In fact, the most beautiful person he has ever seen in his life. She becomes extremely embarrassed and says that she will leave, since she only stopped by to say hello. The glutton takes the opportunity to comment that thanks to his friend, he will be able to keep living, since life is very unpredictable. Manhwa asks what he means by that, and he replies that human life is like when he fought to survive, and everyone abandoned him. But at that moment, he is receiving donations and newspaper articles, and has gained much more than in his entire life. In addition, he points out that he did not save people, but rather some awakened ones, and that there was even a female awakened who fought against the giant monsters, and her name was Shadowcat. He also says that another awakened appeared and completely annihilated the monsters with a single attack, since in the blink of an eye, everyone died. Manhwa becomes thoughtful about this, takes his friend's hand, and thanks him for surviving. He laughs at that and thanks him as well. Back at the restaurant, Gabby finally wakes up and the MC asks if she slept well. She apologizes, but he tells her not to worry, since some people sometimes fall asleep and guests are always welcome. She laughs at that and sees the bowl of salad. When she tastes it, she comments that something seems different, and he explains that he used a special ingredient that will help with fatigue recovery. She thanks him, and Khan calls out to the MC, warning that he is finishing the frying. He turns to see if it is good and makes Gabby smell the different aroma of that frying, realizing that it was the same smell she felt when she was surrounded by Tyrannosaurus Rex. She stands up in desperation, and the MC asks if there is any problem. Not knowing what to say, she just replies that no and sits back down, believing that it must be nothing since she is tired from the week's meetings. After that, on the following day, everyone in the restaurant is sleeping until Echo wakes up, imagining that the place is very well lit, while in the demon realm, it is always purple. Then, when he turns around, he becomes furious that Khan is sleeping so peacefully, even though he is in front of the 14th Demon King. However, he knows that he needs to behave, otherwise he will get punched by Chulho. He then leaves the room and starts washing the dishes. Kyul also appears, opens the bathroom door, and starts asking for water. Then the two stare at each other, and she asks if by any chance he wants water. He gets irritated since someone inferior is speaking in an informal way, but she, extremely sleepy, simply collapses on the floor. He cannot believe that she will simply sleep in the middle of the house, but he reflects that he needs to behave and follow the rules of that place, since the MC made it clear that he was supposed to do all the household chores, such as washing the dishes, as well as greeting customers when they arrive, not using force against humans, and above all, speaking politely. And he guarantees that if he breaks these rules, his life will become a nightmare. He becomes terrified when thinking about all of this, and then picks Kyul up in his arms, feeling surprised at how the baby dragon gives off a loving and comforting aroma. He also notices the smell of flowers, in addition to other things that do not exist in the demon realm, and concludes that place is definitely strange. As the day goes by, the Demon King becomes increasingly dissatisfied, thinking that the MC's life is far too simple. First, when he wakes up, he rubs his eyes and goes to smoke. Moreover, he learned that smoking is bad for health, and because of that, he wishes that he smokes a lot until he dies. Because of these bad thoughts, he feels an absurd pain coming from the band around his head. After that, he follows the MC's routine, since after smoking, he returned to the diner, did the cleaning, and went to read a newspaper. Sometime later, he went to the market to buy ingredients, and, lastly, went to the kitchen to prepare some dishes. His mouth waters, but he knows he cannot feel that way, since just because it smells delicious does not mean he wants to eat it. Soon after, other customers start to arrive, and each of them carries a pile of different worries. The Demon King knows they are nothing more than mere humans, and that at night they all disappear, and when they are gone, he will drink with the Dragon Boy. He concludes that this is a completely different world from the demonic realm, since it is far too calm and peaceful compared to where he lived. He considers this tranquility, safety, and comfort to be weak feelings. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a citizen starts shouting at Choi, questioning what the awakened are doing, since their houses were completely destroyed. He tries to explain that the damage area was enormous and that they have few awakened, and that they are, in fact, doing the best they can to resolve things as quickly as possible. The man keeps arguing with him, and this makes him reflect on what he is doing, since he gets grabbed and sometimes even beaten. And obviously, he could report the association and ask them to take action, but he has already done his best to help. However, at times he feels empty, and all important matters are handled by the awakened, so he does not know if he will die like this, working himself to death without anyone recognizing him. And even if he disappears one day, people will simply treat him like a dog that used to show up every day. Amid so many thoughts, he comes to the conclusion that he does not want to work. Soon, at night, he becomes excited since he is not working and runs happily to the restaurant. As he approaches, he tells the MC that he used his vacation for the first time in his entire professional life, and to celebrate, he really wanted to drink at that restaurant. So he asks if he could come in. Chul-ho answers yes, but Echo asks if they are not already cleaning to close. Choi asks if he is serious, and the Demon King asks what he is staring at, since it is rude. The MC apologizes and says that the boy is going through puberty and that he will even teach him a lesson, but still asks to enter the restaurant. While Choi turns around, Chul-ho takes the opportunity to quickly beat up the Demon King. Then he says that his nephew will apologize later, since he tried to discipline him but has not yet corrected this bad habit. Then he asks if he has eaten, and he replies that he could not swallow anything properly and therefore drank alcohol. As he says this, his stomach begins to growl, and the MC asks if he would like fermented seafood, since he made some new batches and he might like them. He says this and remembers that, in fact, there are certain people who hated it, like Echo. So he imagines that this time he made two types of fermented seafood. One is fermented draken, made with meat carefully cleaned from the body of the kraken. The other is fermented archer fish roe, made with sacks of archer fish eggs. Since kraken might sound a bit appetizing, he will serve it as fermented squid. He knows that the most important thing when making seafood is the quality of the ingredients, and since he used sea salt on that seafood, it will certainly have an incredible flavor. After thinking all this through, he finishes all the dishes, and Choi confesses that he has never seen those dishes before. Then, he pours a little sauce, and, after taking a bite, is simply amazed, since the tender texture of that meat was incredible. He even tries to imagine which is better, the alcohol or the meal, but concludes that the meal is definitely more delicious. He says he is starting to become more lucid as he is getting satisfied, and the MC comments that he had not appeared at the restaurant for quite some time and had even left him worried, imagining that he might be sick or something like that. Choi says that apparently the story will be long, and explains that his family had always been insignificant, and that his father came from a rural place to the city university, so he worked desperately to achieve something until he became established and entered a company in Seoul. Then, as his father always said, it is necessary to go to a good university to have a successful life, and since he was not good at studying, he ended up not being good at anything. The MC quickly realizes that this sounds familiar to him, since it was exactly like his own life. Choi continues by saying that he even managed to get into a university that was neither good nor bad, and was a place that a person had probably heard of at least once. And when his meaningless first year was passing, the world completely collapsed with the appearance of the monsters. In addition, the awakened appeared and the gates opened, and then a completely different world unfolded. Even in that new world, he was still a nobody, just a simple background type citizen, who was amazed at seeing a hero flying. The MC says he understands and inwardly imagines that listening to those worries is quite difficult, since 30 years ago he went through the same thing, so he believes he could pass on some words from that time. With that, he says that his father once said something like, "The path you will walk is the right one, that life is originally a thorny road, and that when good things happen, bad things will also happen. Living is like navigating a seasoned sea. No one can know how the world works, or when, and how things will happen. When you cannot see anything, you should tell yourself that the path you are on is the right one, and continuing along that path will be the answer, like a lighthouse, becoming a unique path even in a chaotic world." Choi is surprised by such words and thanks him for the attention. Then, he goes back to eating and says that, indeed, the Archer fish roe has an incredible flavor, since it is not very salty and is very clean, in addition to having an amazing texture. The MC says that, in fact, for chefs, knowing how to use salt correctly is the most important thing. He cites as an example fermented seafood without salt, since that way it will spoil, because it is salt that preserves it for a time. So even if you eat it before it spoils, the salt would have an intense taste, and as trivial as it may seem, it is extremely essential in a dish. Choi is surprised hearing all this, since even something that seems insignificant can be precious. The MC is happy to see that his friend is more upbeat and thanks him for always showing up to help people. He is filled with emotion and thanks him for everything he is hearing. At that moment, the Demon King also approaches and apologizes for the lack of respect he showed earlier. Choi says that it is no problem, but thanks him anyway for the apology and warns that next time, he will show up on patrol and leaves. Chul-ho reflects that Choi's mission is really important, since without the patrol unit, the Awakened Association would be in disarray, and they are the bridge between citizens and Awakened. Meanwhile, outside, someone watches the restaurant in secret until they turn and leave, leaving a sinister aura behind. The next day, at the Association's blacksmith workshop, Smith asks the spearmaster what the length of the spear blade should be. He replies that the length he used was comfortable, so it could be the same. The blacksmith also says that this time he is incorporating a level 1 magic stone, so the resonance will be incredibly high. The Awakened notices that the blacksmith is excited, and he explains that it is a miracle that the corpses of high-level monsters were preserved so perfectly, and confesses that he was surprised, since from what he saw, the monsters were all defeated with a single blow, struck precisely in their vital points and, moreover, probably died without any pain. Thanks to this, they obtained a huge amount of magic stones, but he still wants to know who did that work. The spearman says he also wants to know, since they still have not found out. The bearded man comments that someone so skilled like that is already a level 0 awakened, the highest of all, with mastery over 3 classes. Sang-hoo thinks the same, since the association's speculation is similar. However, a master of 3 classes has never appeared in that world, and if someone like that really exists, he no longer even knows how the hell such a being reached that level. In addition, he does not know why this person does not reveal himself, and why he always appears when great disasters happen to save everyone. Thinking about this, he says that it is difficult to find any clue about this person. Smith says that is his job, and asks what he will do with the old weapon, since he can return it or use it as a secondary weapon. The spearman thinks about it and says he will keep it, since he has grown attached to it, and in some way, it feels familiar to him. Smith says that is fine, and informs him that it will take a week for the weapon to be ready, and that, once finished, it will be delivered to the association for pickup. Now, in the forest, Kyul is walking around with the giant cat, collecting jewels wherever she finds them. She also gives one for her pet to eat, until Hodori hears a noise and turns around. He immediately jumps on the monster that was sneaking through the bushes and sees that it is a goblin. She asks if by any chance it is Kasim and, seeing the goblin screaming, remembers when Chul-ho said that one cannot simply ignore someone who needs help. Because of that, she grabs the monster with her hand and places it on top of the cat to take it to the restaurant. Upon arriving, Echo feels disgusted by that goblin, and Khan says he does not understand the problem. The Demon King, irritated, says that he hates goblins for being skinny, dirty, and disgusting, especially the one with Kyul, since by its appearance it is a treasure goblin. He explains that these specific goblins have a bad habit of stealing and storing rare treasures in their bags and sacks, but that monster seems to have lost its own. Because of this, the Demon King feels an absurd pain, since he wants to beat the monster to death and cannot. Kyul says she is hungry, and her brother worries, since MC is at the market, but imagines that he has been living at the restaurant for quite some time, and that if he could cook that well, he could impress both his little sister and Gabby. He likes that idea and announces that he will serve the best dish in the world. Sometime later, Chul-ho returns to the restaurant, and upon opening the door, is confronted with chaos inside his establishment. He also notices the presence of the monster, and, using his dragon eye, realizes what kind of monster it is, and asks about the gourmet goblin. The Demon King is confused and questions whether it is not a treasure goblin. MC imagines that this type of monster evolves in a unique way in several directions, and that, even being born weak, it eventually uses every possible trick to survive. By the way, have you heard of gourmet goblins? Since they are famous for never touching food unless it is delicious. And if something they like is served, they will give an equivalent reward. Kyul says that she found a little monster, and he says she did a good job and asks the MC to give it some food. This makes her brother upset, since it means his food was a failure. Chul-ho offers his fruit jelly, and the little girl thanks him, saying it is delicious. The MC opens his subspace, since he wants to hear what the gourmet goblin has to say, and asks Kasim to try talking to the other goblin. After talking, his servant explains that the gourmet goblin wants a delicious meal and will give a treasure in exchange. Chul-ho asks what exactly the monster wants to eat. He explains that originally, the gourmet goblin lived on a very high mountain where a huge bird lived, and the bird egg from that place was delicious. The MC thinks about it, considering that it might be the abalone bird, since it is a monster of that type that lives in high mountains. He checks his stock and sees that he has a giant egg, and although it is not from the abalone bird, it will probably work as a substitute. After all, that egg is from a level 3 phoenix, much cleaner and tastier than the eggs of lower-level monsters such as Velto. He thinks about the dishes he can make and starts preparing them, since he will make them in a plump oval shape. Since he has many eggs, he will also prepare a spring roll in addition to soup, and after dividing the rice in half, the brutal egg meal is ready. However, he does not understand why the gourmet goblin is afraid. His servant explains that, upon hearing about brutal eggs, he remembered that the scary things from where he lived were called brutal. The MC asks the goblin to eat and says that it does not need to give the treasure in return. Jubu, even though hesitant, sits on the chair and summons his cutlery. He takes a portion to his mouth and, upon taking a bite, becomes extremely excited by the incredible flavor of the dish. All the restaurants are left in shock, especially the Demon King, since the goblin he found disgusting simply grew a mustache out of nowhere. The MC observes that the appearance suited his taste, and the monster hands over the reward he had promised. Chul-ho replies that if it is being given of its own free will, then he will accept it with gratitude. But the Demon King still says that he hates goblins even more. The MC imagines that the goblin will go to another shop when it gets hungry and will also offer a treasure, and so he decides to see what this treasure he received actually is. At that moment, elsewhere, Jungchang is preparing food in his shop when he becomes pleased upon hearing someone enter. It was the gourmet goblin, all fancy with his big mustache, but the man cannot hide his surprise at this unexpected visit. Meanwhile, Gabby is filling out reports on the mysterious disappearances of Mandragoras, as well as all the other inexplicable events she witnessed. She connects the dots, arriving at Khan, and concludes that it might be true that the restaurant and the mysterious power are connected. She remembers the flames that knocked down the foreigner with a single blow, and, coincidentally, Khan was at the location. She tries to understand why the boy was in that place. In addition, she reflects on the MC, and the information she has is that his name is Chul-ho. He is 30 years old, lived in Paju, and has no relatives. She also remembers Kyul, since she is a cute little girl. Finally, she recalls the sudden appearance of Echo and does not remember any record of that individual. She tries to connect the dots and cannot see any similarity between them. Her greatest doubt revolves around Khan, as he is a civilian whose magical power cannot be measured. Only then does she think of something, since the mysterious power is estimated to be at least a Class 3 master, and she realizes that the magical device cannot detect anyone beyond Class 2, and they would certainly always be ascendants in that world. Something like that, since even her comrades ended up becoming enemies. She concludes that perhaps the people at the restaurant are masters above the second class, and, since her suspicion alone is not enough, decides that she will continue investigating on her own. Meanwhile, the MC buys some ingredients and imagines that he needs to be more generous now that he has one more mouth to feed. He also reflects that these people were once hostile or enemies, that at the time he only thought about beating them or even killing them, but each of their appearances changed in that world, and he felt a sense of loneliness, and believes he could even start a family. And he did not believe it would be in that form, but he has no other choice. He also believes that having these thoughts means he has grown older. Back at the restaurant, the Demon King continues arguing with Khan until the MC appears asking what the hell is going on, and they are startled and say they were only looking at the plum blossom vase. Chul-ho explains that it is the treasure received as payment from Goblin Gourmet, and that it is an artifact that turns water into wine. He calls the two to drink while eating a snack. Echo goes to the MC and asks if it is a free situation to drink, since he remembers a girl with a tail, probably an elf, who has stealth abilities. The MC tells him to leave her alone, but deep down, he has already realized that Gabby is suspecting the restaurant's identity. He even recalls the day she reacted differently. He finds the way she is acting secretly cute and thinks it is polite to pretend he has noticed nothing. The Demon King does not accept this, since he hates elves because they are cunning. But when he thinks about killing all of that race, he receives a strong headache from the torture item. Kyul finds it funny and shows him his teddy bear to play with. The Demon King says he hates bears, but the MC gets irritated with all this complaining and says he hates demons too and what he should do about it. Echo starts to sweat coldly, but asks why he does not dominate the world since he has the strength to do so. He does not understand why he should do something like that, and the Demon King says that such great power not being used to its full potential is something sad. Besides that, he asks if it is not natural for the strong to defeat the weak, since if the strong do not rule the world will become a lawless place, and questions whether he only became strong without a purpose. The MC does not answer anything, and the boy goes on to say that he lived in the demon realm, which possesses an innate ability like dragons to polymorph, and he perfectly senses that the magical power of that world is connected to the demon realm. Chul-ho replies that he already knows this, but the boy says that he also senses a completely opposite smell of spirits and also of machines, and assures that this is a very dangerous scent. Chul-ho becomes intrigued by this, and Echo points to the side, toward the window, and states that in that direction there is a very strong smell. The MC reflects that that is the uninhabited zone, and that there are countless portals. Because of that, he asks if perhaps the smell is from demons. Echo answers that it is not, since his authority of subjugation would have detected it immediately, and he believes that this distinct smell is from the magical power of black magic. The MC does not like this at all, especially with Echo thinking that the strong smell is also of blood. The boy does not understand how humans obtained black magic, but knows that something interesting will happen much sooner than he imagined. With that in mind, he asks what Chul-ho will do, since he is a little more interested in humans. Meanwhile, in the uninhabited zone of the northeast, some people are on standby and carry out the opening of a portal, which intensifies until a huge stone falls to the ground with a sword embedded in it. The woman is surprised to see that there really is a sword and orders the armored vehicle to be called. At that moment, the spearman appears, saying that at first he thought it was an earthquake, and admits to being surprised, since both Nightmare and Nick are at the site. In addition, he asks what the huge magic stone is, since it is clearly classified as 0 and has a unique sword embedded in it. He knows that something he cannot face alone is about to happen, and announces that the Spearmaster is present, requesting support in the uninhabited zone. After all that, Chul-ho passes through the portal and decides to see what is inside the dungeon. He starts by activating his magic on the ground, and when he steps on it, he makes a super jump with his wind magic. He also makes a finger movement that creates a vortex on all the swords on the ground, lifting them into the sky. Then he makes himself a target and launches the swords toward his own direction, but all of them are destroyed. This makes him reflect that blades will not work on his target. He activates another ability that completely stops time inside that dungeon. He also remembers Echo questioning whether he really became stronger without any purpose. He thinks that he has mastered 6 classes, and that the feeling of having so much power is simply empty. Even after becoming so strong, he cannot control the rifts and wonders if there is any being capable of doing so. In addition, he tries to understand why the hell these multidimensional connections with Earth exist, and if those beings decide to invade Earth, he does not know why they made him so strong. He keeps thinking about all of this, but in the end, he feels empty, without any purpose. And perhaps there is the possibility of never obtaining a 7th class. After all this reflection, he leaves the rift and realizes that the sun will rise soon. However, completely out of nowhere, he feels an earthquake and therefore flies off at full speed. Back at the restaurant, Kyul is sleeping peacefully until the MC arrives and asks how she is. Khan replies that his little sister is sleeping deeply. He also explains that in their old home, that kind of vibration was quite common, so Kyul does not notice anything. Chulho asks Echo if, by any chance, the earthquake has anything to do with dark magic, but he replies that it does not, and the place in question is not very far away. In addition, he mentions that the earthquake made him notice that it is probably an object, and that apparently they are fighting on top of it, and with this slaughter, humanity will decrease. Because of these thoughts, he gets another shock to the head, and the MC finds it funny, since, whether he likes it or not, Echo is the Demon King and will always have those thoughts. He says that he will check the situation and flies off, and Echo follows after him since he is curious. Back in the uninhabited zone of the northeast, Sang-hoo throws his spear, but Nick, who was already prepared, counterattacks with his arrow, and the collision of the attacks causes a gigantic explosion. An Awakened appears since the spearman got distracted, but he is completely electrocuted by Hoon, who is with his robot. He says that he will face the big guy and asks Sang-hoo to take on the archer. No sooner does he say this than his mecha begins to levitate, since Nightmare finds that situation a child's play. Meanwhile, Gabby arrives at the location and throws her dagger into the girl's arm, who, after being attacked, looks to the side and asks if the Catwoman has finally arrived. Immediately, Hoon reports what is happening regarding the magic stone and the sword, as well as their opponents. Gabby does not like this at all, since Nightmare, as well as Black Mamba, are former comrades who turned evil. However, the problems are greater on the Archer's side, since he possesses abilities so strong that they can be called divine. She imagines that the boy is not an ordinary human. For this reason, he passes all the information to the Lancer, since if they get close enough to the Archer, they will be able to win, and he assures that he will stop Nightmare in the meantime. However, the Black Mamba appears saying that she cannot allow this. Meanwhile, high above the battle, Echo asks if there are 2 elves fighting, and since they are children, thinks they are actually quite strong. However, he looks to the side and says that what is truly incredible is the sword. MC uses his detection eye and says that it is the sword of the Alliance. Echo finds it interesting and orders the sword to move, and even though nothing happens, he says that the sword smells of the demonic realm. This is because the realm is divided into north and south, and in the south, the races are mixed. Therefore, only pure-blood lineages from the north can challenge the position of king. He begins telling the story about the unification, but the detector realizes that it is a lie. Because of that, Chulho orders him to tell the truth, otherwise things will get worse. And he explains that at the time he fortified the north and was summoned to the Spanish continent. As a result, the demons of the south became hybrids and lived fighting recklessly. However, the 4 lords, including himself, were defeated by Chulho himself and were unable to use all their power, and a human named Jaeger entered the demonic realm, forcing him to flee. MC thanks him for his honesty and asks what advancing to the south has to do with the Sword of the Alliance. He explains that at the center of the demonic realm, there is a sanctuary that only the one who unified the realm and the Sword of the Alliance can access. Chulho asks whether that human Jaeger became the new Demon King. Echo replies that obviously, there is no human strong enough for that, except for MC himself. He also reinforces that humans cannot handle objects from the demonic realm, and that Jaeger has probably already become corrupted, and if he pulls the sword, he could erase the entire world. Chulho uses his power toward the fight to make everyone unable to see. He descends to the stone, and the Demon King asks if he really thinks he can resist demonic energy, since if he goes mad, there is no one who can stop him. He pays no attention to that and grabs the sword anyway. The flash is very intense, and the Awakened speculate whether it is the mysterious power. However, the flash is overtaken by a malignant energy, and this leaves Gabby worried, since at first she imagined that the mysterious power was on their side, but what she is feeling is an intense killing intent. The Lancer says that it is not a power that knocks down monsters, but rather an overwhelming horde of a colossal predator, and if they remain where they are, they will be struck. Because of this, they shout to retreat, but Nightmare, looking at the aura, begins to tremble in fear and asks if the association really created a zero-grade awakening and they can only think that they must run. Meanwhile, Chul-ho, holding the sword, tries to pull it out, but a malignant energy begins to overflow, urging him to pull the sword at once. The energy demands that he kill everyone, until MC finally pulls out the sword, and the demonic energy rejoices, since it has finally been drawn. MC orders the aura to disappear, but they begin to laugh that a human is saying that, until Chul-ho, with his terrifying aura, orders them once again to vanish. This time, the aura obeys and moves toward the crystal. The Demon King cannot believe what he saw, and they, still in position, summon several creatures around them. Echo explains that they are the 8 tribes of the demonic realm, which 4 lords once commanded, since they were leaders of the north, and the other 4 are leaders of the south, totaling 8. The monsters pay their respects to the Demon King, answering the call of the sword, but they are confused since they are facing a human. The Minotaur comments that the Demon King is indeed present and does not understand who the brat beside him is. Echo asks if he is crazy for calling the MC a brat. In any case, the leaders question who the master of the sword is, but they cannot understand it, since none of them is worthy. Chul-ho looks at a bizarre monster and asks who he is. The leader becomes irritated by a human speaking arrogantly, and this begins to test his patience. Echo notices this and asks everyone to calm down, in addition to revealing that he is the 14th Demon King. The vampire realizes that a long time has passed and questions whether he really is the Demon King and why a human is holding the sword. The MC once again orders them to answer who placed the 8 seals on the sword. The Minotaur explains that they are ancestors of 8 tribes and that the first Demon King sealed them. Echo is surprised, since if that is true, it has been more than 1,000 years. They explain that the Demon King foresaw that one day the border of the 5 worlds would collapse, and that they were sealed to help achieve dominion over the demonic realm. Chul-ho reflects on the kings of the 5 worlds, and the monster asks whether that is the land of humans. He answers that it is, and the leaders say that they will first spread a plague to kill the humans, since it has been a long time since they tasted blood. Echo strongly dislikes this, and asks whether the first Demon King really believed that a senseless massacre would help the demonic realm. However, the MC has no patience left, and, using his power, makes all the monsters fly and begins to defeat them one by one, imprisoning them once again inside a magic stone. Since only a snake remains, Chul-ho asks it to say exactly what the Demon King mentioned, and the snake reveals that the king said the day would come when the 5 kings of the 5 dimensions would unite on the battlefield, and that is all it knows. After saying this, it is finished with a single attack by Chul-ho. He imagines that these ancestors are approximately at the level of Class 2 masters, and knows that they must be eliminated before they affect the world. Echo cannot believe that things ended like this. The MC asks if he happens to want the sword, and he, outraged, says that Chul-ho destroyed all the seals on the sword, turning it into useless scrap, and is now offering it as if it were something good. The MC laughs at this, and they leave, since he now knows a bit more about what is going on. After arriving at the restaurant, Kyul runs to greet them, and Khan says that after their departure, there were no more earthquakes. The MC likes hearing this, and once again thinks about the 5 dimensions and the Battle of the Kings. This is because on the Spanish continent, there was the title of King of the World. Therefore, one of those kings exists there. Another is Echo, the Demon King of the demonic realm, meaning that there are already 2 kings in that world. He then realizes that there are other kings in other dimensions. The Demon King asks whether he is out of ideas and why he bothers saving humans, since it is clear that he does not want to rule the world. The MC replies that the world needs to be protected, but he is worried since things are getting out of control and he no longer knows what to do. That is why he calls for Echo, but sees the boy petting Kyul. He asks if he was called, and the MC tells him to forget it, since just thinking about it is exhausting, and asks him to go to the market to buy food. Meanwhile, in the association's conference room, they discuss the mysterious power appearing once again. They also talk about the magic stone having disappeared right before their eyes, and announce that, in the worst-case scenario, the mysterious power is a secret weapon of the foreigners. Gabby jumps up upon hearing this, and says that it may not be true. She reveals that there is no reason for the mysterious power to have saved them so many times if it were an enemy power, in addition to the incident involving the city expansion project, in which more than 100 level 1 and 2 magic stones were obtained and simply disappeared. and she does not believe they were the target. The Awakened agree with this. The secretary asks to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the report on the appearance of monsters. The woman informs that the Undertaker will present this issue, and the Awakened explains that there are two types of newly discovered monsters. The first is the mechanical monster, and the second is the spirit-type monster. In the case of spirits, they do not like to fight and have no interest in humans. The conference continues while Gabby remains thoughtful. Later in the afternoon, in the city, Echo goes after the ingredients that the MC requested and senses a strange smell. He soon points out that it is different from the demonic energy of the sword, so he concludes that it is black magic. However, it smells like a more complex and dangerous type of magic, but in any case, he gets excited, since in the end, it is a human problem that will make them kill each other for thinking bad thoughts. The item on his head gives him a powerful shock, and he becomes increasingly irritated at not being able to think malicious things. At that moment, he notices a candy snack shop beside him and decides to see what good things it has. Back at the restaurant, Kuehl is playing with her kitten when a shadow with a macabre smile appears, saying that he has finally found the baby dragon. It was Echo, who, with his mysterious air, shows that he bought a chocolate for her. Kuehl is happy since she loves sweets, and the Demon King, knowing this, shows that he also bought some candies, but before handing them over, says that he wants his usual payment. As he says this, he receives a kiss on the baby dragon's cheek, which leaves him completely embarrassed, imagining that, as he expected, it is soft and fluffy. At that moment, the MC suddenly appears and asks what he is doing, while also telling the baby dragon to eat slowly. Kuehl is happy to see him and runs over to give him a kiss on the cheek, followed by another kiss. Echo is indignant when he sees this and asks how he tamed this arrogant dragon, since he did not give any bribe. Chul-ho gets annoyed at him for calling a little girl arrogant, but changes his words and just wants to know how he managed to get the kisses so easily, since if he tells him, he himself will reveal some information. The MC asks what he means by this information, and Echo warns that he will only tell after he reveals how he gets along so well with the baby dragon. Chul-ho says to do a few things for 10 hours a day, such as playing with Kuehl during that time, and also not letting her ride the giant cat. If he does that for a week, it will be possible. Echo does not have much faith in it, since it is far too simple, but Chul-ho says that children are just like that. The Demon King accepts this and begins to talk about the information he obtained. He says that apparently the humans did something using black magic and that there is a strong smell of blood in the uninhabited zone, as if they were experimenting with something. The MC thinks that it might be the foreigners once again and wonders whether the association knows about this, since they seem worried about the disappearance of the sword. He feels bad for having simply stolen the sword and believes that he should offer something for free to the Awakened the next time they visit the restaurant. He calls Kuehl to eat, but notices that somehow she looks chubbier. Because of that, he asks Khan whether dragons can develop lifestyle-related diseases. He replies that probably not, since he has never seen an obese dragon or anything like that. The MC thinks about it, and, when he pulls the baby dragon's cheeks, realizes that she is indeed heavier and does not believe that this will work out. Because of that, he calls Echo, since the boy likes the baby dragon, and informs him that he will be responsible for exercising Kuehl. He simply does not believe in something like that. Meanwhile, inside a cave in the uninhabited zone, they are carrying out a treatment, and the woman injects a serum directly into Yanwu's vein. His veins begin to bulge, and he screams in pain. At that moment, two other men enter the room and ask if he is feeling his magical powers returning or something like that. He replies that he has not felt any abnormal symptoms and believes they will have to wait and see. The two announce that they received a report stating that there may indeed be a zero-class Awakened at the association. However, they find it strange, since if the association had someone of that level, there would be no reason to prolong the conflicts for so long. Yanwu asks what the news is regarding Eva's cure, since that interests him more. They respond that the first stage treatment has already been administered, but they are concerned about the costs. Yanwu tells them not to beat around the bush, since if they want him to do something, they should just say it. The two do not hesitate and inform him that, in that case, there is indeed a mission for him. I am back at the restaurant. The MC comments that it has been a while since the Awakened ones have shown up to eat and believes that they still have not noticed the dark magic and are worried about the disappearance of the Alliance sword. Because of that, he believes he should offer some freebies when they show up. Echo keeps calling Kuehl to play, and the MC, observing this, finds it strange since she does not seem to be growing anymore and he does not know if this is a characteristic of dragons. The Demon King says that playing with Kyul is not such an easy task, and that he would rather fight an adult dragon. The MC finds this funny and gives her a pudding for behaving well. She looks at the little bear and pretends that she is listening to something from it. Then she asks to give some to Gyori as well. Chulho picks her up, and the little girl keeps begging for him to also give some to the little bear. He finds it funny and puts another pudding for the little bear. But he already knows that she is a trickster and just wanted to steal another pudding. Sure enough, Kul, with all her cleverness, says that Gyori did not want it, and that is why she will eat it. The Demon King approaches and asks what he would like him to buy. He replies that there is no need, since the seafood will arrive that day, and therefore the boy can wait eagerly. He goes to the fishing center and notices a sea ram on the ground and remembers that it was also a monster from the Spanish continent. So he asks for as much rib meat as possible. At that moment, something catches his attention as he feels someone's gaze. It is Gabby, who is at the location. She imagines that no matter her appearance, the people of that place are just ordinary people, and he does not know if she played it poorly. At this moment, the MC appears behind her, questioning what she is doing. She gets startled and replies that she is buying fish and does not know when he approached. However, Chulho's detector responds that this is a lie. He says he understands and asks if she likes broccoli since he was thinking about buying some. She says it is fine, and he likes that since she agreed to eat with him. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Khan is reading a romantic history book but gets irritated with the ending, since it seems it was written by someone who has never dated in their life. Even so, he picks up the book after throwing it, since it is the only method he has to learn more about romance. He does not hear the MC approaching, and after reading the book, with his eyes closed, recites, "You are so beautiful, can I get your number?" Only then does he realize that Gabby is in front of him, and he had not noticed. To make things worse, the girl apologizes, saying that she thought a lot about it, and that younger guys are not her type. Khan falls into depression, since she understood everything wrong, and soon after, Chulho appears with her salad. Kyul also appears and says that broccoli is scary. Gabby keeps eating and pats the little girl's head. Only then does she imagine that she is relaxed and believes that a master of the heavens would not be hiding in such a peaceful restaurant. She stands up, thanking them for the delicious salad, but says that she needs to leave since she has work to do. The MC replies that it is fine and realizes that it will be another calm day without customers. He also believes that he should rest a bit and asks Khan to leave to close earlier. They prepare all the meats, and the dragon, using his power, begins the preparation with his fire breath. Suddenly, the MC says that he saw the romance book the boy was reading, and that gives him a fright. However, Chulho simply says that it was interesting, until he looks up and realizes that Echo is hiding for some reason. Therefore, he tells him to come closer so they can have dinner. The Demon King cannot resist and decides to join in, and they continue to toast to the delicious dinner they are going to have. After everyone eats, the MC notices that Khan is downcast and believes that he teased him too much during dinner. To make up for it, he opens his subspace, saying that he got something good, and takes the sword out, revealing that it is a gift. The fire-haired man asks if it is serious, and upon taking it in his hands, thanks him, since he found it incredible. Meanwhile, late at night, Gabby is sitting on top of a tree, thinking that her day off was not bad since she ate a good salad, and her thoughts were complicated, so she is feeling better. Suddenly, she hears something, and, when she turns around, the beast appears destroying the tree, also giving her a fright when she sees who it is. However, Yanwu has a completely different appearance, as if he had undergone a mutation. The beast makes the first move and throws Gabby far away, and after retreating, she finds it strange how fast he is, and does not remember him being that fast. And to make matters worse, she cannot understand the horrifying appearance he has. She believes she should call for reinforcements first, but realizes that the attack she took destroyed her communicator watch. Because of this distraction, Yanwu advances and lands a blow to her ribs that is strong enough for her to feel it and run up a tree, fleeing immediately afterward. The beast prepares to move, but the drug in his body grows more and more intense until he starts coughing up a green slime and then falls to the ground, lying there without moving. A bat, observing this, reports that the beast survived for 13 hours and 21 minutes, and therefore, the new drug needs improvements, since the guy failed to eliminate the shadow cat. While conducting his analysis, the bat is struck by Hodori and falls to the ground. The cat grabs the bat in his mouth, and when he looks back, sees the giant tiger licking Yanwu's lifeless body, and when he stares with that brutal face, it leaves Hodori scared to death, and he runs away without thinking twice. Back at the restaurant, the MC goes out to take out the trash and sees the giant cat carrying the bat. However, this time, Hodori tries to get his attention, and Chulho realizes that something is wrong and asks the cat to lead the way. They arrive at the forest in moments, and the MC looks at the giant tiger protecting the body on the ground with all his fury. However, this quickly changes as the tiger, who was furious, turns into an innocent kitten before the MC's murderous gaze, who states that he will not do anything to harm the man on the ground. He approaches the body and does not understand what the beast is doing in that place, and whether he perhaps lost a fight against someone. He notices that there are no injuries, and even believes that it was an overwhelming victory on his side. He carefully analyzes the green slime and believes it is something from the dark mages he met on the Spanish continent, since if it is injected into the body, physical ability increases fourfold. However, in exchange for this brief power, the user's life is taken. Nevertheless, he also notices that Yanwu did not actually die since he is still breathing, and when he uses his gaze to obtain more information, it seems that his disposition was neutral, so he was not fighting to kill. The MC notices a bottle by his side and believes that it is enough. At that moment, the beast asks if he is there to kill him, but he replies that no, since his life is about to end anyway. Yanwu says that he understands, since apparently this will be his death. The MC denies it, and using his ability, sucks all that dark magic out of the body and throws it into the bottle. Then he says that this is all he can do, since he never had any healing classes, and tells him to survive on his own. The awakened one slowly closes his eyes, as he no longer has any strength. Sometime later, the awakened ones arrive on an eagle and jump in front of the beast. The Lancer says that it takes great courage to go to the city center alone. The giant tiger becomes enraged, but Yanwu asks him to calm down and says that he has no intention of fighting and therefore surrenders. Gabby, injured, watches from afar, and the moment he looks at her, the memory of when he landed that powerful attack comes back, and this makes him feel awkward since he had lost control, and he simply accepts his imprisonment of his own free will. Back at the restaurant, the Demon King observes the green slime and confirms that it is a steam package. The MC does not understand what that is, and he explains that it is something rarely used in the Demon Kingdom and has insane side effects. He also explains that there are several different types of dark magic, and that one is from the Curse Branch, which assassins usually use, including on himself, but it was always useless. The MC realizes that apparently the foreigners are playing with a forbidden power, and while holding that dark magic, it explodes in his hand. He drinks his beer, and Kuel imitates him by eating her apple, and they continue talking all night. Meanwhile, at the foreigners' base, they receive the information that communication with the bat has disappeared, and as far as they know, the beast was killed. His colleague asks if it was not something useless, since the guy was extremely useful. Dan disagrees, since the awakened one was only useful to improve Eva's illness. They head toward the girl and say that they are responsible for laying a hand on her, which she does not like hearing at all. After that, during the interrogation, Yanwu says that he does not know where the main base of the foreigners is, nor who is giving the orders. The Lancer then questions what the foreigners actually know, but he remains silent. Sang-hoo realizes he will not get much information, so he asks why he took Eve away. He replies that he had no choice, since the foreigners were developing a specific treatment for special cases like hers. The Lancer says that 10 years ago, the foreigners stole most of the talent in magic stone engineering and finds it unbelievable that this was the reason. Then he asks if he is trying to become a successor. The beast replies that he gave up a long time ago. The Lancer asks if at least the girl is alive, and he answers yes, but says nothing about the medicine. Sang-hoo knows that special bodies like Eve's cause the body to grow every time they use an ability, and that at some point it will go out of control. This also happens when a human awakens, and they still have not been able to create a cure of that level. And honestly, he believes not even the foreigners have achieved something like that, and that he was probably just being used. Yanwu laughs at this and tells him to get straight to the point. He says the world is in chaos and powerful awakened people are needed at any moment. And from what the Shadowcat said, the beast was holding back in the fight since he had the chance to defeat her and did not do it. Because of that, he wants to know if he wants a new life, and that is the offer he is making. Yeonwoo is surprised by this offer. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, the MC is reading the newspapers and reflects that the same girl as always is singing the song, See You Again. At that moment, Kyul approaches and asks for crystals since Hodori wants to eat. He thinks about it, since in fact, whenever the giant cat returned from the hills, she brought magic stones with her. So if the little girl can detect magic stones to the point of going to them, then he should learn more about it. Suddenly, Kyul points at the newspaper and calls it Mom. He becomes puzzled by this and imagines that children miss their mother and also need one. At that moment, he looks to the side and realizes that Hodori is extremely large for a cat and that he will have to do something about it. Because of that, he summons his dimensional space and asks the goblin to get some low-quality magic stones. After receiving the stone, he throws it for Hodori to eat and notices that the cat is getting even bigger with extreme ease. Kyul also gives him a magic stone to eat, and this makes the cat shine once again to the point of going through another growth phase. But in the next second, it changes its size and form a bit. The two are surprised by the new appearance, and Chul-ho knows that this is the stage before becoming a spiritual beast. But in any case, he is happy to see the baby dragon happy with Hodori. Meanwhile, elsewhere, several awakened individuals move toward a portal. The Lancer, after passing through, is surprised since the place is a completely different world. However, he senses something is wrong. His colleague asks what he is doing. He asks for silence since a low-rank wind spirit is approaching. That is Sylph, who upon seeing the Awaken, takes his hand and starts playing. Marana asks what they should do, and he simply says they should not touch the drinks and that they will return soon. He knows this is the captain's will, and that lately the gates where spirits live have been increasing a lot. After that, in another restaurant, the MC visits his colleague and is surprised by the movement. Young-chang says it is thanks to the customers who come to cure their hangovers and keep asking for ramen. While seasoning the dish, Chul-ho, who was watching, finds it strange that that pepper appeared on his detector and does not seem like a common pepper, as it looks like a gourmet goblin passed through that shop. The boy prepares the usual ramen and says that Angel will be performing soon and asks if he is going. The MC says that maybe yes to take the children. Young-chang says it is a good idea and that he himself will go with the god of food and maybe his daughter. After that meal, Chul-ho leaves imagining that he should indeed go to that show, as Kyul would like it, just like Khan and Echo. He notes the direction of where the show will be, and even though it is quite far, if the buildings do not block the view, then they will be able to see it. He sees the stage set up, but the organizers are restless, and he wonders if something is wrong. At that moment, it starts to rain, and he runs off, since he did not expect that rain, which in fact had not happened for quite some time. There was a superstition that if you split the raindrops in half with your sword, you would survive on the battlefield. His friends, who laughed loudly while cutting raindrops, are already gone. Suddenly, someone approaches asking for permission. The MC feels that that person is familiar from somewhere, and the girl says that she is very hungry and therefore wants to know if there is somewhere to eat nearby. Only then does she remove her hood and says that she wants to eat somewhere that is not crowded. Only then does Chul-ho realize that she is the famous singer called Angel and, because of that, asks if she should not be singing at that moment. She says yes, but it rained and on top of that she is hungry. He says he understands and invites her to eat. Upon entering the restaurant, she is startled when Khan asks, please, for an autograph. The MC questions whether he even knows who he is receiving that autograph from. Excited, the dragon replies that of course he knows it is from the most famous singer of the moment. Chul-ho did not imagine that he had interest in the human world. The girl gets straight to the point and asks about the menu. The MC says that there is no fixed menu, and they decide on the day, based on the available ingredients. But he will make an exception for her, so she can order whatever she wants. Angel gets excited and says she wants grilled mushrooms. Khan thinks it is absurd that someone likes that, but still goes to the kitchen to prepare it. They will use a giant mushroom that even has legs. The MC knows that if it is pine mushroom, grilling is the best way to preserve the fragrance. Then, after preparation, the giant grilled mushroom is ready. She smells the dish and shouts that it is delicious. The MC finds it strange, since she only smelled it and still thought it was delicious, and because of that, decides to use his detection eye. Her alignment is good. Her class is Wind Spirit Arts. Her class achievement is the highest, as well as the acquired skills. He realizes that the girl is a spirit, and apparently there are many non-human beings in that world. In addition, she is a max-level wind spirit, something that not even Kyul would be able to summon, like she did with the water spirit. At that moment, Angel says that she will be in the city the next morning and asks if she should promote the restaurant a bit. He says it is not necessary, and it would be enough if she kept showing up from time to time. She says that is fine, and that she will come alone without anyone knowing and understands that feeling, since she likes things when they are peaceful and calm. Chul-ho thinks about it, since spirits indeed love peace and hate fights, but it is always good to avoid spirits, since when one is angry, its power is destructive. He even still remembers when he lived as Mirolycus, the highest grade fire spirit, the Ifrit, a spirit who alone faced 3 legions of the Demon King. Therefore, he believes that she, as a wind spirit, has the perfect job as a singer. She is publicly known as an awakened of the siren class, but in truth, she spreads magic through the wind with her voice to create various effects. He cannot imagine who would dare to anger such a kind wind spirit. At that moment, a boy is taking his morning walk until he takes a deep breath, since he has finally completed 10 laps, and believes that at this pace he will gain the Spear Master's attention. He looks down and finds it strange to see a baby without parents nearby. At that moment, Kyul, who was having fun, jumps into the water and the boy gets startled and immediately jumps in to save her. However, Kyul, who was having fun, looks to the side and sees the boy in the water as well. But he, unable to breathe, realizes that he cannot swim. She laughs, saying that he is swimming well, until she notices that he is not breathing, and remembers when Chul-ho said that humans are different from her since they cannot breathe underwater, and that if she ever sees someone falling in, she should save them. Because of that, she uses her water spirit and saves the boy. The MC hears everything that happened, even though he does not know if it is entirely true, and asks where her shoes are. Only then does she realize they are gone and becomes depressed since she lost her precious shoe. The MC tells her not to worry since they will look for it, and after going outside, he notices that both Hodori and the boy are unconscious from drowning. Kyul once again says that he is the boy she saved, and the MC, seeing that it is true, thanks her for doing such a good job. After some time, the water spirit removes all the water from the boy's body, and the MC notices an identification on him. When he picks it up, he realizes it is a student ID, and that he is a student from Cipher School. At that moment, he wakes up and asks if he is in paradise, since he remembers jumping in to save a child who fell into the water and then does not remember anything else. The MC says that they are in a restaurant and thanks him for saving his daughter. The boy says that he did nothing since he cannot even swim, and says that he is a student with his graduation scheduled for next semester. The MC decides to use his detection eye and notices that the boy has a good alignment, is of the fire class, has a low class achievement, and his abilities are average. Therefore, he believes that for his age he must be behind his classmates, but will definitely achieve greatness one day. Hyukjun says things went badly since he needs to practice for the demonstration. Chul-ho asks what he means, and he explains that future graduates perform a demonstration in front of the guardians. Normally, it is necessary to register in advance, and students with excellent grades are the first to apply to the field they want. Then each guardian selects the talent they need. He knows he is not the most talented of all, and that to join a guardian's team, he will need excellent grades and exceptional skills. Chul-ho asks what happens if he cannot join a guardian's team. Hyukjun replies that there are usually 2 options: administrative jobs in the association or the public response team, and he does not mind working anywhere even though he prefers the field. The MC realizes that he is very brave, just like when he tried to save Kyul without even knowing how to swim, so he asks if the field is not dangerous. The boy knows there are many casualties, and even so wants to work there. In addition, he says that his greatest desire is to join the Spear Master to become a cool guy like him. While he was saying this, the Spear Master himself arrives at the restaurant hearing everything, and the boy, upon seeing that his idol has just arrived, he immediately introduces himself as a student from Cipher School and says he respects the Awakened One very much, as he is a big fan, and that he is even cooler in person. so he would like an autograph and a handshake. He asks for all that and runs off in excitement. The MC asks him to stay at least for lunch, but it is too late, as Hyuk-jun has already left. Sang-hoo says it is graduation season, and in any case, it is cruel for the children since they need to learn how to kill monsters efficiently, and that is why he cannot treat the students carelessly. Chul-ho sees that he is a nice guy and tells him to wait, as he will serve a meal. Before that, the Lancer calls the MC and asks if he would like to take a vacation the next day, and, if possible, stay as far away as possible from Angel's concert that will take place in the square. The MC does not like that at all. The night of the concert arrives, and the Lancer is already in position. That is because a few days earlier, in the interrogation room of the Awakened Association, Sang-hoo asks Farah if he has changed his mind. He replies that he has not, but he still needs to do some things before starting his new life, as he has done things he regrets. In addition, he says he called for a different reason, as there is something everyone needs to know, such as the foreigners' plan to attack that city. The Spearmaster, remembering this, imagines that the foreigners believe Farah is dead, so they do not know that the surprise operation has been exposed, and he has already discussed this with Angel, since in order to defeat them, they will need to use the girl as bait. She says that the final song of the performance has arrived, and that it is called See You Next Time. At that moment, a shadow appears at the top of a building, and the foreigners show up, questioning whether the girl is that Angel. Pesadelo says that although she is a girl, she is also a high-level spirit pretending to be a singer. Black Mamba tells the sniper to get into position, as they will observe the next point. The purple-haired girl picks up her rifle, as well as her ammunition, and gets ready, while Black Mamba tells her to wait. Meanwhile, he notices the restaurant named Bap Jip, Rice House, and thinks it is a boring name, but he is concerned about how everything is so quiet and has a bad feeling, so he orders them to start at once. The girl, after aiming for a while, fires her shot with special ammunition, which hits Angel squarely in the chest. At that moment, Sang-hoo shouts to initiate Formation F, and all the Awakened shout that they are in position. Gabby says she found the sniper at the top of a building. Hoon also performed a sweep as a precaution, and tells the Spearmaster to move to the next point. He starts moving at high speed and jumps toward the building until he comes face to face with the foreigners. Without thinking twice, he prepares his spear, as he knew they would appear near the restaurant alley, and strikes with all his strength. However, Pesadelo simply creates a shield around them and questions why the association suddenly appeared. Sang-hoo arrives at the building and says the two of them are trapped. No sooner does he say that than he is attacked by Black Mamba, who questions how they found out about the plan, since they responded very quickly. Sang-hoo says that is nonsense, as they will always know about evil plans. Suddenly, the sniper fires her shot, and the Spearmaster is startled, as he realized it too late. However, a shield forms around his body, and he is surprised, as another Awakened has arrived to help. Black Mamba does not like that at all, and questions who the hell that guy is. Meanwhile, on stage, Angel remains fallen after being shot, until someone approaches, and it is revealed that it was actually a magical doll, and the real Angel reflects that all she ever wanted was to bring peace to the world with her ability, and questions whether all this time was meaningless. She is not sure why the foreigners are focusing on her, and whether they have discovered that she is a wind spirit and want to use that to destroy the city. At that moment, more shots head in her direction, but Gabby appears blocking the bullets. Hoon also appears, telling her not to worry since he managed to capture the shooter. Gabby takes the opportunity to ask if she is okay, but is startled to see that the ammunition had something strange attached and shouts for Angel not to breathe the strange smoke. However, it is too late, as the girl has already inhaled that smoke, and even with Gabby shouting for her to be careful, it is already too late because Angel's body begins to change, and, with her power out of control, she starts to fly and scream that she just wants to kill everyone. Gabby becomes worried because her body is floating in the air, trapped, and she cannot move. At that moment, a powerful lightning bolt descends from the sky toward Angel, and the MC, creating that barrier, feels relieved for having arrived in time to trap her inside the absolute barrier, because if the crowd had been hit by the hurricane that formed, it would have been disastrous. He places his hand on the girl's head and begins to remove all the poison until he finally gets rid of everything. At the same time, Gabby notices that the mysterious power appeared in the middle of the tornado and, after falling, realizes that she is on top of a barrier. But her surprise is even greater when she sees that the MC is inside along with Angel. She tries to process what she is seeing, and Chul-ho, noticing that he has been seen by her, simply signals for her to stay quiet. Then he dispels his barrier and disappears, leaving Gabby to take back Angel, now cured of the poison. She feels relieved to see the singer well, but is still in shock from what she just witnessed. The next day, the news is already in the newspapers that the association captured 2 people responsible for the attack in the city center. The captured foreigners were the elite sniper and the awakened archer. Hoon calls Yuna to see something, since the newspaper says there was a brilliant performance by the Shadow Cat, as she alone protected Angel from the attacks. This makes him depressed, since it makes it seem like he himself did nothing. She tells him to go complain to the newspaper's editorial office. He asks if she is still upset about it, and the girl, embarrassed, picks up the newspaper, since her anger toward Gabby has not disappeared, and goes back to reading what was reported about the previous night. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, the MC is preparing a dish and knows that with kimchi stew, especially in Korea, every family has its own recipe. He prefers to throw everything in at once and cook it, since that way the flavor usually turns out good and uniform. He also knows that if a person is lazy, they can just add a packet of ramen soup, and since the restaurant is quiet, he will leave it on low heat. In addition, there is a lot of leftover pork belly, and he believes he should cook some. Since he knows that cooked kimchi goes well with drinks, he shouts to Khan that they will open the jar of plum wine. But as he says this, he remembers that Khan, Kyul, and Echo are on vacation, and that is why he is alone in the restaurant. Then he remembers the Spear Master's suggestion to stay as far away as possible from Angel's show, and, because of that suggestion, he sent the 3 of them on vacation to the sea. On the way, they really wanted to watch the show, and he even let them watch the first songs. But since he did not want Kyul to see the singer out of control, he asked them to leave before it ended. They were upset about it, but in the end, they accepted it. The MC decides that it is time to clean the front of the restaurant, and, while doing that, something catches his attention, as Gabby appears not knowing what to say. Because of this, she simply asks if she can eat, and he, upon going inside, asks if he should prepare the usual salad. Before answering this, the Shadow Cat cannot hold back, and asks if he is the same one responsible for the mysterious powers. The MC simply turns his face away without saying anything, and she, unconvinced, asks what exactly he is. This is because she believes he masters at least 3 classes, and since he is so strong to the point that the magic detector cannot identify anything, she believes he is even stronger. Chul-ho replies that he just wants to live a normal life. She is surprised by this, and says that she has not told this secret to anyone, even though he might not trust her. He says that he trusts her, because elves cannot lie to their friends. She is startled, since she did not imagine that he knew her true race. This makes him remember his teammates, who used to say that they trusted him and that he should always protect his own blood. This makes him feel a bit more encouraged, even with so many problems. Meanwhile, Gabby, realizing that she can no longer hide it from him, simply releases her magic and reveals her elf ears. Then, she removes her gloves, makes a cut on her finger using the tiara, and, with the blood on her finger, says that she is making an elven promise that she will never disrespect him and will forever keep that secret. The MC touches the blood, since he knows that elves risk their own lives to fulfill their vows. He always finds that vow power incredible, and, because of that, says that he accepts this promise. She thanks him and asks what pleasant fragrance that is from the pot. He says it is plum wine and asks if she wants some. She gets excited, as she finds it interesting to drink at least 1 cup before leaving. At that moment, in the East Sea, a shark was swimming when it spots 2 prey floating in the water. Because of that, it tries to bite and misses the target, which in this case was Kyul, playing with the turtle. The baby dragon gets excited, thinking the animal wants to play, and because of that, traps it in a bubble and asks what that is. The turtle, frightened, says that it is a Methidos, and that it is a creature that eats turtles like herself. Kyul says she understands and tells the shark to go away, as she does not want to see her friend hurt. The turtle finds it incredible how such a monster fled without thinking twice, and realizes that, while the two men stayed lying on the sand, he went to the sea with the child, who floated happily, and before they noticed, they had reached the middle of the sea. At that moment, he notices something and shouts to Kyul that a huge storm is approaching. In addition, a wave approaches and engulfs them, and the turtle notices that, while she is drowning, the child does not stop playing, and all she asks is to be reborn as a sea beast in the next life. After some time, the turtle who had drowned finally spits the water out, and Kyul says that he has finally woken up. However, the turtle does not understand anything and, frightened, transforms into a human and runs away, since he is seeing mermaids. The girls start pulling his cheeks. At the same moment, a giant shadow appears and a colossal dragon emerges. With his imposing aura, he leaves Math completely terrified. Then, Echo appears on his back, saying that they have finally found the child. They ask why she is so far away, and the baby dragon, always having fun, says that she caught a wave. Math does not understand what is happening and asks who the dragon is. Echo finds this question strange and says that he is Kyul's older brother. He is completely shocked to learn that the simple human lying down was in fact a colossal dragon. Kyul says that she also wants to fly, but her brother says that she needs to wait until the next growth. While Math watches this in surprise, a mermaid calls out to him and hands him a shell with her beautiful smile, which leaves the boy extremely embarrassed. Meanwhile, Echo shouts for them to leave quickly, and they return flying on the dragon. The turtle, on the other hand, keeps admiring the beautiful shell it received from the mermaid. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, the MC continues washing the dishes until everyone finally arrives. Echo, furious, shouts that Chulho knew how relentless Kyul was, and that is why he only sent the three of them. He says that he stayed awake for 3 days watching over her, and when he dozed off for a moment, the baby dragon had disappeared. At that moment, he felt that he would rather fight the king of the world again. The MC finds it funny, but hands them some drinks since they did very well. The two of them start drooling since they are eager to drink, and in the end, they were no longer angry because all they wanted was to drink more. After everyone falls asleep, Echo begins to feel restless because he was dreaming about the demonic kingdom, where they were praising the 15th demon king, Lord Jaeger. The north has been conquered, and now they will march to the south to celebrate the birth of a great emperor. This dream makes him break out in a cold sweat, and Kyul, after waking up, notices his restlessness and starts tapping his head, telling him to relax. The baby dragon's nightmare healing effect was incredible because it worked. After that, Louisa was calmly walking through the streets, as it is the first time her flower shop has been so busy and she needs to decorate it properly. She asks her sunflowers to look at the beautiful day until she notices something and asks if the little girl in front of the shop is not Kyul. She picks the girl up and asks where her father is and if she came out alone. Kyul replies that her father is sleeping, just like her older brother. Louisa asks if she is talking about Echo, but before she can answer, someone else arrives at the flower shop. It was Choi greeting both of them. Louisa notices how cute Kyul is and even thinks that one day she also wants to have a daughter after meeting a great husband, a man with black hair, cold, and with a wild and rough charm on the outside. At that moment, Kyul gets down since she needs to leave, but before that, Louisa gives her some flowers as a gift, and the little girl thanks her before saying goodbye. Louisa finds it very cute, and the knight asks what she is doing at the flower shop so early. She replies that she finally managed to get 2 consecutive days off and that she should go to the association, but her master told her to rest. She thinks it is a great opportunity because she can properly decorate the shop. Meanwhile, inside the association, in the detention block, Farah is sleeping until he wakes up and realizes that the door of his cell has been opened. He goes to check what it is, and notices that his huge tiger is outside waiting. He does not understand what it is doing there, and finds it strange since its size has not changed at all, meaning that someone has been feeding it high-quality food regularly. He goes outside and finds it suspicious, as if someone had been testing him. Right away, he notices that Sang-Hu was waiting and asks what they are planning to do with him. The spearman asks what he means by that, but he does not believe that they will simply let him go just like that. Sang-Hu says that after he told the truth about the attack on the city, he considers him a comrade, and if he wants to die, then die, and if he wants to live, then live. Yeonwoo, still in disbelief, asks if they will stop him if he decides to run away. The Spearmaster says that this is his freedom, but he would find it a pity if he returns to the foreigners, and that next time they will fight to the death if that happens. Farah asks if it would not be better to kill him while he is still weak. He replies that no, because as he said, he considers him a comrade. Farah becomes emotional upon hearing that. Then he gets on his tiger and leaves. The director, through the communicator, asks if he is sure about this decision. He replies that Yanwu is from the same department and it is not a problem to let him go. The president agrees, but is worried that he might hurt civilians. Sang-hoo thinks that is impossible, since if he really wanted to, the guy could have turned the city upside down a long time ago and never did that. He knows that Farah must have gone to retrieve something he wants to protect, even if it costs his own life, and if he returns, he is guaranteeing that he will become a force for good. Farah runs through the city until the tiger stops upon sensing a smell. Yeonwoo decides to check what it is, and notices that the smell is coming from a restaurant. Inside, Echo finally wakes up and thinks that he usually does not have nightmares, but dreaming that Jaeger became a demon king is very prophetic. This guy is heading south, and if he succeeds, the entire demon kingdom will be his. He sees the MC sleeping peacefully and becomes furious, since he is in deep trouble because of him, and finds the bouquet of flowers strange, also realizing that he is holding a rose. He tries to curse Khan for doing this, but notices that the guy is also sleeping and concludes that the one responsible was probably Kyul, since he expected nothing less from a strange little girl. He decides to sleep a bit more until he smells something strange and immediately runs to wake Chul-ho. The MC asks what he did this time. He replies that he obviously did nothing and only woke up because he sensed a faint smell of dark magic approaching the restaurant. The MC notices it too, and the two go outside, and upon seeing that it is Farah, he says that it has been a while since they had a guest. Then, with a smile, he says that guests are always welcome. Meanwhile, inside, Yeonwoo reflects that he was not hungry during the interrogation, and because of that, he refused the food on purpose, and only then realizes that he is out of strength because he did not eat. Chul-ho arrives with a bowl of belto porridge. Farah immediately eats it and finds the taste comforting as well as warm. Then another dish arrives at the table, this time a hamburger steak, which was the dish of the day. Yeonwoo says he will have to refuse, since he does not have enough money to pay for the meal. But the MC tells him not to worry, since for the first guest, the meal is free. Those words make him emotional as he remembers an old friend who used to say the same thing about helping those who do not have money. The MC is happy to see that the guy regained a good expression. However, his doubt is about the tiger, since at first he thought the animal had not seen his face. But in fact, the monster is a spiritual beast. Spiritual beasts of the tiger type are rare and highly intelligent, especially because they are loyal and do not follow evil people. This makes him conclude that Farah is going through complicated circumstances, and he cannot ignore him. He also remembers the expression the guy made when he saw him, and he has seen those expressions many times before, of someone ready to die, and in the end, almost all of them died. Yeonwoo thanks for the meal and says it was delicious. The MC starts explaining how the preparation is done, and that people love eating together and are always satisfied. Because of that, he asks that if there is someone he cares about, he should return to that person, and next time, he will serve something even better. Those words make him remember Eve, who always used to say she was fine even when she was not. He feels bad remembering this, and, because of that, runs out of the restaurant, and the expression he made caught Chul-ho's attention, since it was one of sadness mixed with anger. Farah runs at full speed with his spiritual tiger and remembers when he was homeless and found the black tiger trembling from the cold. He goes to the laboratory and throws the scientist against the machine. The Four Eyes guy shouts, wanting to know what he thinks he is doing attacking the laboratory, since the steamroid he fought before was already dangerous enough. He releases his aura, showing that he is willing to kill anyone because he is determined to free Eve even if it costs his life. When he was a child, Eve found him since he seemed to be hungry and offered him food before they left that place. At the time when the gates appeared in the world and monsters attacked, he was a refugee who had lost his hometown. He lost his parents and his siblings, and only then joined the line of refugees. No one cared about a refugee child who was starving. It was at that moment that Eve approached and asked if he was hungry, since it seemed like he was. He did not understand what was going on, and she, after introducing herself, pointed to her house and, with a smile, invited him to eat something. After putting the rice in water, Yeonwoo thought he should cook to make porridge or something like that, but she did not know that was how it was done. He was going to take the food to the fire, but he burned his hand. Eve began to blow on it to ease the pain, and then made an improvised bandage. He did not understand why he was being treated so well, just like his little tiger. While eating, she asked if he wanted to live with her, but he refused since he had no money. Eve said she did not need any of that, but he insisted that he had lost everything except his pet. Then, determined, he says that he entrusts his life to her. Back in the present, he returns to the foreigner's base and the guards say they are surprised to see him alive. He realizes that Eve has lost consciousness again because of using mana, since unlike common abilities that consume mana, the inevitable precognition causes the awakened mana to become unstable. This makes him furious that they are using her as a test subject. The guards prepare themselves upon seeing the threat and, after grabbing their swords, are shocked as Farah instantly appears behind them and, with an attack, sends them flying. Then, he drives his knife into one's back, and when he was about to finish the other, Black Mamba appears blocking the attack and counterattacking, slamming Farah to the ground. He also says that he inhaled too much steamroid and that it causes life to be consumed. Yeonwoo does not care about that since he wants to take Eve away, and also reminds Black Mamba that he had promised the final stage of that drug's development would suppress Eve's powers and would be her hope. He laughs upon hearing that and says that he chose to save everyone through the sacrifice of one. Hearing this makes Farah furious to the point of biting the boy's leg. Then, he takes advantage of the opening to run to Eve and, even badly injured, picks her up in his arms and goes to the Black Tiger since they need to escape quickly. However, at that very moment, the foreigners throw several swords into his back. Severely injured, he can only think that he needs to endure in order to free Eve. At that moment, a portal opens in front of him and the tiger runs inside along with the two of them. Black Mamba watches this, confused, without understanding what happened. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, everyone is eating fried chicken at the table until they notice someone arriving. And Echo is startled and, upon seeing Farah completely injured, asks what the hell he did to want to die like that. The MC realizes that it is not just that, but that there is someone else with him, and believes that Farah risked his own life to save the woman. In addition, the Black Tiger, crying, had a sad expression, clearly begging to save his unconscious master. The MC, with a smile, says that visitors are always welcome. However, he becomes concerned since the injuries are severe, even after removing the dark magic. Echo asks if he did not have a healing ability. He replies that he used a dragon relic while fighting someone who was just eating chicken and worries, since even Khan cannot help because he specializes in attack. Echo asks if he really didn't know, since the demon Sovereign is a healing specialist. MC can't believe he didn't know that, and immediately they go to the subspace, where the demon heals Yeonwoo with her magic. MC is surprised that he healed so quickly, and she explains that she purified the tainted blood and used a refined potion made from infernal beast blood. Echo says that she was a vampire and healer in the demon realm. She says that the difficult part is treating the girl. He tells her not to worry, since he will handle it personally. Then, using his powers, he begins removing the mana, and Echo simply cannot believe the overwhelming amount of mana that was inside the girl. MC imagines that even a high-level awakened would have difficulty enduring that level of mana, and does not know how that small body managed to withstand it. He knows that something on that scale would be difficult to process, and so he begins to absorb the power. Echo, seeing this, shouts in anger since he is watching Chul-Ho absorb even more power and cannot understand how much more monstrous he wants to become. MC continues absorbing everything until he finally gains control over the mana. He reflects that, in fact, the power became a bit unstable within his body and wonders if he might actually become even stronger. That's all, folks. If you enjoy the video, subscribe and hit the bell. Thanks.